he exhibits his castration as an erection that defies the other. The logical paradox of the apotropaic, castrating oneself already, always already, in order to be able to castrate and repress the threat of cautration, renouncing life and mastery in order to secure them, putting into play by ruse, simulacrum, and violence just what one wants to preserve, losing in advance what one wants to erect, suspending what one raises, aufheben. The relief is indeed the apotropaic essence of life, life as apotrope. Now being is life, being is Aufhebung. The Medusa provides for no off-scene, or scene. She sees, shows only stony columns. 49 Roland Barthes from Roland Barthes, 1975, translated by Richard Howard. The jellyfish Medusa and the power to stun. Roland Barthes, most widely known as a semiotic and structuralist theorist, wrote his anti-autobiography, Roland Barthes, in 1975. His book represents a synthesis of form with content. The fragmentary style was intended to show the inconsistency of the literary subject, a subject that cannot be fixed with either the writer's or the reader's stare. In this excerpt, Barthes weaves together the images of the mythical Gorgon and of the Medusa jellyfish to formulate a metaphorical representation of Dasein, accepted beliefs or public opinion. Already acceptance of Dasein, he argues, obfuscates the difficulty of viewing truth through language. The Dasein is current opinion, meaning repeated as if nothing had happened. It is Medusa, who petrifies those who look at her. Which means that it is evident. Is it seen? Not even that, a gelatinous mass which sticks onto the retina. The remedy? As an adolescent I went swimming one day at Malo-les-Bains, in a cold sea infested with the kind of jellyfish we call medusas. What aberration led me to agree to swim there? I was one of a group, which justifies any cowardice. It was so ordinary to come out of the water covered with stings and blisters that the locker room attendant phlegmatically handed you a bottle of potassium chloride as soon as you left the beach. In the same way, one might conceive of taking a perverse pleasure in the endosal products of mass culture, provided that when you left the immersion of that culture, someone handed you on each occasion, as if nothing had happened, a little detergent discourse. Queen and sister of the hideous Gorgons, Medusa was of a rare beauty with regard to the luster of her hair. Neptune having ravished and wed her in the temple of Minerva, the latter rendered her repulsive and transformed her hair into snakes. It is true that in the Dasein discourse there are former beauties sleeping, the memory of a once sumptuous and fresh wisdom, and it is indeed Athena, the wise deity, who takes her revenge by making the Dasein into a caricature of wisdom. Medusa, or the spider, castration. Which stuns me, an effect produced by a scene I hear but do not see. My hearing is frustrated of its vision, I remain behind the door. The Dasein speaks, I hear it, but I am not within its space. A man of paradox, like any writer, I am indeed behind the door. Certainly I should like to pass through, certainly I should like to see what is being said. I too participate in the communal scene. I am constantly listening to what I am excluded from. I am in a stunned state, dazed, cut off from the popularity of language. The Dasein is, as we know, oppressive. But can it be repressive? Let us read this terrible phrase from a revolutionary sheet, La Bouche de Fer, 1790 above, 50 Hélène success from The Laugh of the Medusa, 1975, translated by Keith Cohen and Paula Cohen. A classic of feminist theory, Hélène Success is known internationally as a literary theorist as well as a writer of fiction and drama. Her groundbreaking essay Le Rire de l'Homédus, which first appeared in French in 1975, remains one of the cornerstones of French feminist criticism. Revising Freud's essay on Medusa to hypothesize the power of écriture féminine, the writing specific to women advocated by French feminists, Success transforms the image of Medusa from that of a terrifying and ugly threat to a beautiful and subversive figure, one whose ability to disrupt phallogocentrism is embodied in her laughter. Both an attack on the repression of the past and an imperative to write, The Laugh of the Medusa provides a crucial revision of the Medusa myth. The dark continent is neither dark nor unexplorable. It is still unexplored only because we've been made to believe that it was too dark to be explorable. And because they want to make us believe that what interests us is the white continent, with its monuments to lack. And we believed. They riveted us between two horrifying myths, between the Medusa and the abyss. That would be enough to set half the world laughing, except that it's still going on. For the phalloegocentric sublation is with us, and it's militant, regenerating the old patterns, anchored in the dogma of castration. They haven't changed a thing, they've theorized their desire for reality. Let the priests tremble, we're going to show them our sexts. Too bad for them if they fall apart upon discovering that women aren't men, or that the mother doesn't have one. But isn't this fear convenient for them? Wouldn't the worst be, isn't the worst, in truth, that women aren't castrated, that they have only to stop listening to the sirens, for the sirens were men, for history to change its meaning? You only have to look at the Medusa straight on to see her. And she's not deadly. She's beautiful and she's laughing. Men say that there are two unrepresentable things, death and the feminine sex. That's because they need femininity to be associated with death, it's the jitters that gives them a hard-on. For themselves. They need to be afraid of us. Look at the trembling Perseus's moving backward toward us, clad in apotropes. What lovely backs! Not another minute to lose. Let's get out of here. Let's hurry, the continent is not impenetrably dark. I've been there often. I was overjoyed one day to run into Jean Genet. It was in Pampas Funebres. He had come there led by his Jean. There are some men, all too few, who aren't afraid of femininity. Almost everything is yet to be written by women about femininity, about their sexuality, that is, its infinite and mobile complexity, about their eroticization, sudden turn-ons of a certain minuscule immense area of their bodies, not about destiny, but about the adventure of such and such a drive, about trips, crossings, trudges, abrupt and gradual awakenings, discoveries of a zone at one time timorous and soon to be forthright. A woman's body, with its 1001 thresholds of ardor once, by smashing yokes and censors, she lets it articulate the profusion of meanings that run through it in every direction will make the old Single grooved mother tongue reverberate with more than one language. We've been turned away from our bodies, shamefully taught to ignore them, to strike them with that stupid sexual modesty. We've been made victims of the old fool's game, each one will love the other sex. I'll give you your body and you'll give me mine. But who are the men who give women the body that women blindly yield to them? Why so few texts? Because so few women have as yet won back their body. Women must write through their bodies, they must invent the impregnable language that will wreck partitions, classes, and rhetorics, regulations and codes, they must submerge, cut through, get beyond the ultimate reserve discourse, including the one that laughs at the very idea of pronouncing the word silence, the one that, aiming for the impossible, stops short before the word impossible and writes it as the end. 51 Colleen J. McElroy, a navy blue afro, 1976. Colleen J. McElroy is a poet and short story writer as well as a professor of English and creative writing. A navy blue afro first appeared in Epoch in 1975 and subsequently in her 1976 book Music from Home. It exemplifies the exploration of identity, personal, sexual, and racial that dominates the second half of that volume. McElroy juxtaposes the girl with the navy blue afro against the fake furies who tame their Medusa hair, equating Medusa with the natural, with a pride in blackness that challenges the pretensions and evasions of the women among whom she walks. I see her crossing the square, her hair glinting like the midnight of a blue Jamaican sky. She walks through the crowds of ragged students, her hair oddly blue, her chin arched and poised, walking like some illustrated page of today's woman. You have seen them in their Rhine wine sunglasses vying for visibility for cover stories. You have seen them, all those fake furies, coiffured, powdered and costumed, their Medusa hair tamed and dressed in new money. They are so rich they piss in droplets or fake it. Commenting in cultured voice on the latest trivia, smiling, always smiling into the camera. You have seen them poised and ready for a call to charity, microsex, unisex, jet sex. Sometimes I can almost see the girl with the navy blue hair among them until she turns and her blackness sings to me like a Jacob Lawrence painting. 52 Louis Marin, From To Destroy Painting, 1977, translated by Majorie Caravaggio's Head of Medusa, a theoretical perspective. The work of Louis Marin included linguistics, semiotics, theology, philosophy, anthropology, rhetoric, and art history. He specialized in studies of the 17th century and issues of representation, both in portraiture and in politics. In this excerpt from To Destroy Painting, he uses the representation of the decapitated Medusa head as a crucial figure for his theories about the art of visual representation. The parodic process of displacement repeats the very operation in which painting destroys itself. The parody mimics itself, as it designates its own operation of collapse and thereby avoids any claim to embody the truth. It will thus be a matter of the painted head of Medusa the Gorgon, sopra una rotella rapportata. Catalogue Baglioni, 136, among the works for the Cardinal del Monte, Caravaggio painted on a round shield, sopra una rotella rapportata, a frightful head of a Medusa with snakes for hair, which the Cardinal sent as a gift to Ferdinand, Grand Duke of Tuscany. Bellori, 205. The head of the Medusa, given by Cardinal del Monte to the Grand Duke of Tuscany, was especially praised by Cavalier Marino, first in glory among men of letters, whose portrait Caravaggio had painted. The head of the Medusa is painted upon an old tournament shield of the 16th century with a border of gold ornaments on a dark background. Pieces of leather and velvet are still visible. The wedding of Cosimo, to which Cardinal del Monte was invited, took place in 1608, and the Medusa was undoubtedly given in celebration of this event. The painting is connected with the juvenile period, but certainly comes at the end of it. Why start here? One might ask whether the choice is arbitrary, but I insist that it is not. I insist that it is logically necessary given the issues that confront us here, beginning with the question of truth in painting, the problem of the relation between painting and the truth that the critical texts call nature, or natural, a relation that is termed representation. Philibien essentially said as much: one must imitate nature, but only up to a certain point, for one must know how to be selective and how to regulate the process of imitation by means of knowledge or the idea of beauty. The goal, then, is to imitate nature, but according to a certain idea or design. The key issue, then, may be stated as follows. It is necessary to start with a singular painting, one that may be singular only to the extent that it is organized around the point of truth in the place of the center. What is at stake, then, in the truth of a painting when the work itself destroys painting, because, as we are told, it is not merely true, but too true? Why the head of Medusa? Because it is a painting of decapitation, not first and foremost the iconic depiction or story of a decapitation, but decapitation itself, since the painting is in itself a decapitated head. There are many decapitations in the work of Caravaggio, but I know of only this one painting that is itself a severed head. Imagine, then, that nature, truth, idea, and design regulate pictorial mimesis, providing the law of beautiful representation, or, in short, the head of the artistic process in the eyes of Philibien, Bellori, and all academic critics. Imagine as well that Caravaggio came into the world in order to destroy painting. If this was his destiny, then I, too, am fated, at the head of my discussion, to encounter the one painting that is a Medusa head or, more precisely, a severed head of Medusa. It seems that the first of Caravaggio's paintings, after his years of apprenticeship in Lombardy and Milan, depicted half-figures and were sold in the streets of Rome. The head of Medusa was painted for Caravaggio's first patron in Rome, the Cardinal del Monte. He bought the rotella and gave it to Cosimo, the future Grand Duke of Tuscany, as a wedding present in 1608. This was in no way surprising or exceptional, as such parade shields were fashionable and often painted or repainted by fairly reputable artists. Now, on many of these round or oblong shields prevalent in the 16th and 17th centuries, a Medusa head was represented, sometimes in relief, often painted. In all the examples known to us today, the head played the classic, prophylactic role of the apotropaion. In other words, its symbolic function was to petrify the enemy of the prince, which helps explain the allegorical and philosophical meaning that Cesare Ripa, for example, attributes to it in his Iconologia, 1603. The enemies of man are construed as internal enemies, the evil and disruptive passions. Ripa therefore defines the head of the Medusa as a symbol of the victory of reason over the senses, the natural foes of virtue, which, like the political and physical enemies in the myth of the origin, are petrified when faced with the Medusa. The head of Medusa, then, is the defensive and offensive weapon wielded by wisdom in its war against the passions. Cavalier Marino, in his small book Galleria Distinta, dedicated a short poem to Caravaggio's head of the Medusa in the Palace Gallery of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, in which the shield is praised solely as an apotropaion having the power to change the Duke's enemies into cold marble. But he concluded that the true protector of the Duke is his own valor, la verum Medusa il valor vostro. Iconography. There were 3 Gorgons, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, all 3 daughters of the sea gods, Phorcys and Ceto. Only the last, Medusa, was mortal, the other 2 being immortal. We commonly call Medusa the Gorgon because we think of her as the Gorgon par excellence. These 3 monsters lived in the Far East, not far from the kingdom of the dead, the land of the Hesperides. Their heads were covered with serpents. They had large tusks like boars, bronze hands, and golden wings that allowed them to fly through the air. Their eyes shone with looks so penetrating that whoever faced them was turned into stone. Mortals and immortals alike were terrified of them. As Hesiod says, Medusa was mortal, but the other 2 immortal and ageless, and with her the god of the sable locks Poseidon lay in a soft meadow among the spring flowers. Once Medusa's head had been cut off by Perseus. Athena placed it on her shield. Henceforth her enemies would be petrified at the very sight of the goddess. The legend of Medusa undergoes various changes as we trace it from its beginnings to the Hellenic period. The Gorgon starts out as a monster but is later presented as the victim of a metamorphosis. Her beauty was far famed, the jealous hope of many a suitor, and of all her charms her hair was loveliest, so I was told by one who claimed to have seen her. She, it's said, was violated in Minerva's shrine by Ocean's lord. Jove's daughter turned away and covered with her shield her virgin's eyes, and then for fitting punishment transformed the Gorgon's lovely hair to loathsome snakes. Minerva still, to strike her foes with dread, upon her breastplate wears the snakes she made. 8 We have, then, 2 Medusas in one, a horrible monster as well as a striking beauty, the fascination of contraries mixed together. Vasari tells us that the young Leonardo painted a Medusa head with serpents in the place of hair, one of his most extravagant and bizarre inventions. But Leonardo also took a circular piece of wood and painted on it something so horrible that one could barely look at it. There were lizards, serpents, and frogs, all of them so dreadful that they recalled the head of Medusa. Leonardo kept this object in his private collection, and it is rumored that his father sold this animalaxio to the Duke of Milan. One more comment should be made here. Contemporary art historians debate the resemblance between the Uffizi's head of Medusa Bac Chus and other portraits of young boys, boy bitten by a lizard, the lute player, and the musicians. Are these the painter's self-portraits, studies of his own features and emotional expressions created by looking at himself in a mirror? Could they be studies in physiognomy? But if so, what emotion was the head of Medusa meant to depict? Could they also be so many disguises, a kind of travesty of the subject's identity? An analytic strategy and a mythical ruse. How should we go about looking at the Uffizi's head of Medusa? How, like a new Perseus clad in Hermes' sandals, can we attack this painting? My strategic, analytic calculation was initially to apply to Caravaggio's painting the operative model that I used in studying both Poussin and Le Brun. It was a matter of first constructing a model of the dynamic network of the representational process itself in order subsequently to analyze the transformations brought about in and by the particular object or scene represented in the individual work. Yet applying this method to the head of Medusa does not work, a fact that gives us a first indication about how we must proceed if we are to articulate this painting's discourse. When we attempt to apply the method in question, we soon realize that the discourse cannot remain stably situated on either the level of representation or on that of what is represented. A discursive slippage takes place between the 2 levels. Something similar was at work in the Arcadian Shepherds, which represents the very process of representation itself. In the head of Medusa, however, the turbulence that affects the discourse of representation is much more immediate. In the Arcadian Shepherds, the folding back of representation upon itself is mediated in a symbolic manner by the tomb, the epitaph, the name Arcadia, the word ego and the dialogue of gestures and gazes. No such symbolic mediation is at work in the head of Medusa, for Caravaggio's painting not only makes representation visible in what is represented but also uses mimesis to destroy the mimetic process. How exactly did Perseus kill Medusa? How did he encounter the Gorgon in the military sense of the term? There would seem to be an insurmountable and irresolvable aporia at work here insofar as the enemy in question wields the absolute weapon, the look that kills at any distance, a deadly invisible ray. Perseus can only hope to triumph over such an enemy by using a ruse, the trick of the mirror and its reflecting power. And this ruse is preceded by another trick that is of great symbolic interest in the present context. Both ruses concern the three poles of the perspectival apparatus, the Pausanian prospect, that function of reason that depends on three things, that is, on the eye, on the visual ray, and on the distance between the eye and the object. We must reread Poussin's phrase in light of Ovid's narration of Perseus's adventure, and Perseus told him of the place that lies, a stronghold safe below the mountain mass of icy Atlas, how at its approach twin sisters, foresaid daughters, lived who shared a single eye, and how that eye by stealth and cunning, as it passed from twin to twin, his sly hand caught. The first trick involves using a hidden act of substitution to obtain the Gorgon's single eye. In this manner Perseus enters an unknown space and occupies what is essentially the point of view. In a sense, then, he adopts the position of the viewer, taking the place of the painter. This is similar to my looking at the Church of St. John depicted in the painting while covering one eye with my hand, just as if I were Filippo himself with his easel set up on a tripod immediately inside the central portico of St. Mary of the Flowers. The first of reason's three terms, prospect, or the eye, is indeed the first element in a rational model. However, it is also the first move and act of substitution within an apparatus of entrapment, a machination or trick, the beginnings of a snare, and then through solitudes, remote and trackless, over rough hillsides of ruined woods. Here the aporia resumes. Perseus may have dealt with the first aporia now that he has the eye, but he still must cover the distance between the eye and the object, which means he must trace the trajectory of the visual ray he reached the Gorgon's land. What does Perseus find in this apparatic space? Dispersed here and there in the domain of the Gorgons he finds a variety of stony figures, those of men and savage beasts, which have been grasped and transfixed by the gaze, all changed to stone by glancing at Medusa's face. How can Perseus conquer this gaze now that he has the eye? How can he, in turn, begin to produce figures? The answer is, by means of a second ruse involving a mirror, the ruse of representation. But he said, looked at her ghastly head reflected in the bright bronze of the shield in his left hand. The aporia that Perseus must resolve resides in the impossibility of contacting and killing an enemy who keeps her distance by immobilizing the opponent wherever he is, using her petrifying gaze to hold him at the point of view. Thus Medusa remains at the vanishing point, at the very limit of the depth of field, poised at the apparatic position of infinity. And, at the moment of his death, she occupies the enemy's point of view, reconnoiters him. The ruse Perseus employs in order to encounter and kill Medusa, while also keeping his distance, is a kind of retaliation in which the Gorgon's own power is turned against her. Perseus substitutes Medusa's gaze for his own, replacing his weakness with her strength, positioning Medusa's deadly gaze in the round bronze eye of his shield. The representation of Medusa's gaze in the reflecting and reflexive mirror is a ruse and a machination. An element of reason, prospect reversed or overturned, results in the reflection and retaliation of reason. The gaze is trapped by the eye in the confrontation between weakness and strength, life and death. The painting is, first of all, Medusa petrifying herself with her own gaze in the present and immediate moment of polemical violence, before assuming a place of power on the breast of Jupiter's daughter as an attribute of the latter's divine institution. Humorous features let us return to Ovid's narrative as we read Caravaggio's painting over the shoulder of the poet of Metamorphosis, and while deep sleep held fast Medusa and her snakes, he severed it clean from her neck. It would seem that the beautiful and elaborate ruse described above falls short, since Medusa is asleep when Perseus decapitates her. The ruse is useless, then, unless we take pleasure in its sheer beauty, or in its elegance, as mathematicians would say. If Medusa and her serpents are asleep, none of them can look at the adversary, and thus there is no need to employ the shield's bronze mirror. The lesson is simple: the strong, the powerful, and the absolutely powerful cannot ever afford to sleep. Power depends on distance and absolute vigilance, and no one with power can afford to rest or sleep on the job. This point is amply illustrated by the many examples of wakeful attention and failures to remain vigilant described in Marcel Duchamp and Jean-Pierre Vernant's Cunning Intelligence in Greek Culture and Society. In my reading of the legend, I carry Perseus's trick to its extreme. I imagine a Medusa who petrifies herself by looking at her image in the shield's mirroring eye. In keeping with this myth, the French verb méduser means to petrify, to turn someone into a frozen, marble statue. But if we read the legend this way, one question remains unanswered. If Medusa was transformed into marble the very moment she saw herself in the bronze mirror, then how could Perseus possibly have decapitated her with his golden sword? Would he not have broken his sword against the hard stone? Perhaps he cut her head off the very instant her self-transformation took place, or, rather, the very instant it was about to occur or was in the process of occurring. Perhaps the decapitation happens when the tender flesh of the beautiful Medusa, who had been ravished by Neptune, is no longer quite so tender but is not yet as hard as marble. Neither flesh nor stone, still flesh, already stone, Medusa hovers in the instant of the now, that is, the neuter, the complex moment of the transformational process. How can we look at the head of Medusa? We must be tricky, attentive, and vigilant. At every moment we must avoid the trap of this painting, which represents the trap laid by Perseus. We must in turn set our own traps, since strength can be weakness, and weakness strength. Such was Medusa's gaze and Perseus's eye or glance. My first move, then, is to begin with the gaze and with the orientation of the represented head. This seems an appropriate starting point since we are dealing with Medusa and the subject of the painting is the gaze mine, hers, the painting's, Perseus's, and the painter's. Medusa's head is turned to the left at a 45-degree angle. Properly speaking, Medusa does not look at me, she looks down and to the left. I try to position myself within her gaze, but this proves impossible. What we have here is yet another aporia. As far as Medusa is concerned, I am transparent. Indeed, she looks at me as though I were nothing, as though I did not exist. Why does her head tilt forward and to the left? Why is there this imperceptible movement, a movement that is oblique in relation to the plane of the painting? This is essentially the same movement, but in reverse, generated by the tomb in Arcadia, which opened up a space in which the scene and its figures could take on meaning. The answer, in part, is this: the painting is not a plane but a gently curved convex surface, which makes the left part of the face stand forward and the right part withdraw. Thus we can say that in the very subject of the painting, which is the gaze, we find an effect created by the representation's material support. The represented object is affected and troubled at its surface by the support. By the same stroke, we see that what at first glance could appear to be one of the dimensions of the representational apparatus, namely, the I-thou correlative subjectivity, is displaced from its function of reciprocity by the partial effect of an element that is foreign to that apparatus. As a result, the head of Medusa is a full-face portrait, but not entirely. In a full-face portrait, the represented model looks at me, the model looks me in the eye, focusing on my gaze at the very point of view. In a kind of silent dialogue, she returns my gaze. She is I, and I am the thou who corresponds to her, but also the thou that I look at. She is I because she is internal to the representational utterance and external to the thou that I am, for her. But she is thou for me, as viewer, since I am always transcendent in relation to thou. When I go outside of myself in order to enter into a living relation with someone else, Benveniste writes, I necessarily posit a thou who is, besides myself, the only imaginable person. A full-face portrait doubles and animates this correlative subjectivity, because it is a frontal representation. Although it is discreetly hidden, we can discern a conflict of forces here, an opposition having no equivalent, for the polarity does not signify either equality or symmetry. Ego always has a position of transcendence with regard to thou, although neither term can be conceived in the absence of the other. The terms are complementary, even reversible, although their relation is one of interiority and exteriority. Ego has a position of dominance. Represented full face on the canvas, ego seizes my viewing and receptive eye by means of her gaze. But as viewer I do the same to her. I seize your gaze with my viewing and emitting eye. There is a struggle in this linguistic structure, but it is not Hegel's mortal combat in language because the opposition between us is a matter of the complementary and reversible relations of conversation. What is strange about the iconic dialogue, and here we find the very enigma of visibility more generally, is that the mortal combat coincides with its pacification, as conflict is replaced by an alternation of dialogic positions. It is not a matter of there first being an I who speaks to a thou, for thou becomes the I who speaks to an I who has become a thou. Indeed, an immediate oscillation occurs, an instantaneous shifting of the terms I/thou. Essentially, we here have the story of Perseus and Medusa. Yet, in the iconic dialogue, the mortal combat has no final winner or loser. Both parties are at once master and slave in a warlike entrapment of warfare. The head of Medusa is a full-face portrait, but not entirely. I almost look at Medusa as though I were looking at an it. And in the viewer/reader's second step, which is the second moment of theory, she looks at me, but not really. Medusa and I are doubly located somewhere between I and thou, between I/thou and it. In other words, what I reflexively look at is a rift or a gap, and nothing in between within what is represented. What Medusa reflexively gazes at is a gap in the representation itself. Here we find a positioning of a double gap, one within the space of what is represented, the other within the space of what can be represented. Rather than witnessing the resolution of the conflict in an appeasement of the reversible positions of enunciation and representation, we encounter two violent forces that miss each other in a chaotic mortal combat. It is critical not to miss this point, for otherwise I would lose my head, would fall headfirst into nothingness, lack, castration, the primal scene. For the painting is all this as well. It turns out that I ran the risk of being decapitated by this painting of a severed head. For every trick there is a counter-trick. The painting wanted to make me say nothing when in fact what one should say is almost. It wanted me to say lack when in fact rhythm is the right word, to say always already when I should say every time until now. Everything I have described takes place, at least partially, because the canvas is slightly curved. But of course it's curved. After all, it's a shield. What remains unclear, however, is the identity of the shield's owner. Is the shield Perseus's instrument of war, or is it simply an ornamental object presented as a gift to the Grand Duke of Tuscany? In response to this question I find myself once more saying either or, both and. What I see is the shield, the bronze mirror wielded by the clever mythical hero. But what I see on the wood is also the reflected image of the head of Medusa, floating in a deep space, standing forth in the virtual and illusory space of the mirror. Look, for example, at the shadows cast by the head and serpents on the right. The head, however, has already been severed and the blood on the Gorgon's neck has already coagulated. The sword has already struck. It follows that the head I see here is not the image of the head reflected in the bronze mirror, so the shield must be the shield of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. Or, more precisely, the ornamental shield is a representation of Perseus's shield after the struggle, when it was decorated with the fearful head. And that is why the head stands forth, in relief, from the surface of the rotella. However, because it stands out, the head is at once decorative and apotropaic. What is more, the head's relief serves to invert the convexity of the representation's material support into an illusory concavity. This inversion produces a certain depth, which is, once again, where the reflected image of Medusa's head floats. And this brings me to the hero's bronze mirror. The spurts of blood are not curved by the convexity of the painting's surface, which they would have been had the head really been lying on the rotella. Yes, of course, one may respond, but the fact remains that the head has already been severed and is thus merely represented on the surface, in relief. And it is not only the head that is distorted by this surface, the left cheek in particular, but also, and perhaps most of all, the spots of light on the serpentine hair all around Medusa's head. In other words, the head of Medusa is simultaneously inside the represented space and outside the space of representation. It is inside and outside, but also neither inside nor outside. The shield is both the shield of Perseus and the shield of the Grand Duke. It is the specular tool of the violent heroic ruse and a spectacular ornament symbolizing the Duke's virtue and power. The head is a reflected image, and thus the product of a representation, but it is also a simulacrum and a double. As such, it is representation itself. The head is a reflection made at the very moment before death. It is a double of the dead Gorgon, her petrified figure, forever frozen immediately after her death. This head exists in the here and now, yet it is also part of the past, frozen in representation. It plays the topological game of standing at that boundary which is the very surface of representation. As an effect of the support and of the surface, it disturbs all of the spaces enclosed by the painting within its representational system. The space of representation is the curve of the support, the represented space is the undecidable hesitation between convexity and concavity. And the space of representability, the viewer's space, is the double positioning and rift between correlative subjectivities and personalities. The Medusa head as historical painting. To stumble headlong into my topic, let me offer these scattered remarks as a recapitulation of the preceding analyses. Two different moments in the story of Perseus and Medusa are reflected in and on the mirror/shield, in a kind of condensation or overlapping of the story onto itself. This effect can be described by adopting an image Claude Lévi-Strauss uses in discussing music. The fabric of the narrative has been folded back over itself to produce what we, the viewers, perceive as a painting. The first of the two moments is found at the level of what is essentially the story's represented content. Medusa is stupefied and turned into a statue by her own reflection. The singular potency of her own gaze is applied intransitively to itself, reflecting itself, and thereby producing its own petrifaction. The first moment represented in the painting, then, is the moment of this singular metamorphosis, the moment when the Gorgon's violence is immobilized in its very expression, imprinting itself on itself. In this regard, it is instructive to compare Caravaggio's work with other representations of the Gorgon. Friedlander's study is a valuable source. Caravaggio captures the moment of petrifaction just an instant before it happens. The interval in question here is the most furtive, infinitesimal instant of time, but in its very evanescence it is also the most permanent moment of all. I would like to name it the sculptural moment. The metamorphosis is unusual because, properly speaking, it does not involve a change of form or external appearance. The Gorgon who has just petrified herself is exactly the same being that all of her victims have glimpsed at the moment of death. She bears the same terrifying gaze that these victims did not have time to perceive, she voices the same savage cry that they did not have time to hear. Instead of a metamorphosis, one might speak of an automorphosis in which Medusa immobilizes herself at the acme of her violence, which differs considerably from a metamorphic transformation of one form into another, a process during which a prior identity is lost. The automorphosis is also a displacement from one temporality to another, a passage from the moving, linear time of life and history to the time of representation with its immobility and permanence. The glancing blow struck by the gaze has become, in a fleeting moment, in an embryonic time, the wink of an eye blinded in its very gaze. The voice, the cry, has been lost in silence. Why is it that the Gorgon does not look straight ahead, thereby staring into the eyes of the Duke's enemies, serving as an apotropaic ornament? Why doesn't she stare into the eyes of anyone who looks at the decorative shield, or into her own eyes, since she petrified herself by looking at her reflection in the shield? Were that the case, the viewer would be located in the external space of representability, would occupy the Gorgon's own position. The answer to respond to the objection, we may imagine the following arrangement. When Medusa saw herself in the shield, it was positioned lower and to the left in relation to the surface of the representational space. As a result, the viewer who occupies an external position is not in fact located in the position of the real Gorgon. Instead, the viewer is where Perseus was, a moment before, just after he cut off her head, when his sword was no longer reflected in the shield. A counter-objection, yes, but in keeping with this arrangement, the shield itself would have to be reflected as an ellipse inscribed in the circle of the shield/painting that is presented frontally to the viewer. This is not the case. What is more, according to the imagined arrangement, the convex mirror would no longer coincide with the convex support of the painting, for the painting would have to be an iconic story, or at least a fragment of one, a properly narrative representation. An example is provided by Annibale Carracci's fresco, Perseus and Medusa, in the Farnese Palace in Rome. Athena is shown holding up Perseus's shield like a mirror, while Perseus, positioned on one side, looks at the image but not directly. Holding Medusa's head by the serpents, he aims his blow by keeping track of the head in the mirror. The viewer of this fresco sees the round shield as an ellipse inside the scene of the narrative. In other words, Carracci causes us to move from the representation enunciation to what is represented and enunciated following the kinds of transformations I have formulated and formalized above. Caravaggio himself makes use of these transformations when depicting a number of mythical figures, for example, in his Sacrifice of Isaac, Judith beheading Holofernes, the decapitation of Saint John the Baptist, and David with the head of Goliath. But he does not generate the transformations in painting Medusa, perhaps because of the extreme violence of her gaze. These remarks do not settle the issue, however, for both the objections and responses to them stand. The debate must be continued. The represented utterance of the painting comes first, then the representation itself, or, in other words, the total product that Caravaggio presents to the viewer. The latter includes everything that comes after the decapitation. We can call this the ornamental or decorative moment, when the mirror, Perseus's defensive weapon, becomes a shield bearing an image of a Medusa who is ready to go on repeating her deadly act. Medusa is capable, at this point, of renewing her violence because her gaze and cry were captured in that furtive instant located infinitesimally prior to the moment of self-stupefaction. The moment of decapitation left its traces, its writing, on the painting. These straight lines of streaked blood dried instantly on contact and served to record the event as past. But the moment of decapitation is only a trace because Caravaggio's painting is not a representation of the moment when Perseus, with his back turned to the Gorgon, strikes his retroactive blow. Instead, the painting depicts Medusa's head as an ornament on the shield, an ornament that is ready to go on working its powerful magic. Medusa's head is represented at the moment when it is made the object of a representation on the shield. From that moment on, the painting/mirror once again becomes the hero's shield. Yet the ornament remains dangerous and alive. What the Cardinal del Monte presents to the Grand Duke of Tuscany is indeed an ornamental shield, the persistent powers of which are allegorically praised by Cavalier Marino. The shield still has the power to stupefy and petrify enemies and onlookers. The moment of self-representation and automorphosis is captured in the instant of representation, the moment when the object is exposed to sight. The Gorgon's face off with her own reflection, seized and frozen at the moment of the original glancing blow, has become a face-off between the Gorgon and the viewer in a painting/shield that indefinitely repeats the unique, unlocalizable, signless moment of the initial scene. Caravaggio's painting is a historical painting because it condenses two historical moments, causing each of them to envelop the other. The painting presents without presenting a model of the temporality of representation in its most powerful form. The rift or fold in historical time that I have just delineated is also indicated, pointed out, in and by the painting itself as a rift. The fact that the moment of the blow itself cannot be presented is designated by the folding together of the moments just before and after the blow. For what is absent from the painting is indeed Perseus's gesture of severing Medusa's head. The hero's stroke is absent, as is the stroke of the painter's brush in making his painting. In a sense, this painting recapitulates all of the historical and contemporary discus scions of Caravaggio's work. It has often been said that in Caravaggio representation becomes nature's equal. This is indeed the artist's drama, for the very moment of art is to proceed, as Philibien puts it, from one inequality to another. An art that is perpetually inferior to nature is replaced by one that exceeds nature. Art is this very discontinuity or leap. With a single blow or bound, art crosses the gap between too little and too much. Such is the moment of the head of Medusa, which in its very presence represents the moment of the leap and blow. Or rather, this painting mobilizes the story of the Gorgon to represent the rift in this leap. The moment after the blow envelopes the moment before it, just as the painting designates itself as the blow's effect. At the level of contemplation and theory, this painting represents the moment in which art and nature become equal, a moment when nature is produced as an art, a moment that is unbearable and literally stupefying. I would add that it was precisely such a moment that Caravaggio sought to capture as nearly as possible. Digression, a comparison of the decisive moment in a Romanesque fresco and in Caravaggio's two paintings. The fresco I wish to discuss is in the chapel of the small priory of Breslaville and depicts the martyrdom of Saint Blaise. Having been decapitated, the saint's head rolls on the ground while his kneeling body collapses forward. Standing in front of the saint is the hangman who, leaning on the sheath of his sword, raises the sword above his head in order to strike the deadly blow with all his force. In the space of the narrative scene, the Romanesque painter cleaves apart the moments prior to and just after the decapitation. The unity of time's succession of instants has been broken in order to show two aspects at once. On the right is the inceptive moment in which the hangman raises his sword, on the left is the terminative moment when the saint's head rolls on the ground like a ball, surrounded by its circular halo. What is more, the whole scene is framed by two inscriptions reading from left to right, running in a direction contrary to that of the figures, who move from right to left. As a result, we are incited to read the narrative retrospectively, so that its surface level, syntagmatic order runs as follows: he was put to death, the hangman raised his sword and the head rolled on the ground. When we read the text in this order, the first utterance describes the entire scene: Saint Blaise martyred through decapitation and constitutes its end. In this totality, the causal concatenation is inscribed: the hangman's preparatory gesture, the raised sword, is the cause, the saint's head on the ground is the effect, and the fall of the headless body is a second effect. In other words, by separating the two limiting terms of the narrative, the Romanesque painter shows what is not representable in this moment, namely, its central instant, the instantaneous and decisive movement of the sword's blade slicing through the thickness of the neck, the acme of violence. But at the same time, by inverting the syntagmatic order of the represented narrative sequence through the presence of a legible text, the artist provides the viewer with a typical figure of representation, namely, the martyrdom of a saint, which is situated within the didactic and apologetic dimension of the narrative. Here is the painting's lesson, which coincides, we may note, with the end of the story it narrates. What comes after the narrative is the figural ending that gave the narrative its meaning at the outset. Between these two terms lies the unrepresentable moment when the head is severed by the sword. Let us now consider Caravaggio's Judith beheading Holofernes, a painting in which the inevitable servant appears to the right of Judith as she performs the act of decapitation. In this work Caravaggio shows us the central moment when the blow of the sword is being delivered, for the blade is pictured at the midpoint of its trajectory, halfway through the victim's neck. Judith's left hand holds Holofernes's head by its hair and 3 spurts of blood gush out onto the pillow and sheets. Here there is no before and after, only the unique, decisive, and deadly moment of an infinitesimal duration. But there is change, which is perhaps not as surprising as one might think. The moment of the action is immobilized by the very representation of its instantaneity. The sword blow freezes halfway to its completion. Judith will never stop cutting off Holofernes's head with her arrested sword. The story of her deed freezes there as well, having neither a past nor a future, as if it were truly atemporal. This permanence is not a matter of an obsessional or compulsive repetition, but rather the immobile now of a phantasm. Finally, let us consider Caravaggio's The Sacrifice of Isaac. Here the story opens at the moment when Abraham stands leaning over Isaac, brutally pressing his head against the sacrificial stone, about to cut his throat with a knife. Entering from the left, the angel, God's messenger, stays the murderous arm of Abraham with his right hand. Abraham turns his head to follow the angel's left index finger, which points out to him what the Lord's angel sees, the ram on the right that will be sacrificed in place of the son. In this arrangement, where the retrospection moves from the center to the left, simultaneity functions as an inchoative and prospective immobilization. The gesture and gaze move from left to right where the future is being prepared. A story finds its starting point in the interval between the halting of the knife and the offering of the neck, the instant that serves as the matrix of a successive temporality. But something very strange happens in this space between two moments, this interdiction of a sacrificial murder that will not take place. The viewer's eye is tricked into producing this moment. It is trapped by the single eye of Isaac lying on the stone, who, his mouth open as he cries in terror, looks at me with a gaze that is something like the look of Medusa. This gaze has no equal, unless it is the much more complex gaze of the head of Goliath/Caravaggio held by the young David, as depicted in the painting in the Borghese Gallery. Medusa Revisited. I spoke above of the absent gesture of Perseus the hero and of the absent gesture of the painter's act of painting. Yet suddenly the painter makes his entrance into the mirror/shield, not as a hand or a gesture but as a gaze and a head, as the subject of the painting and as its means of execution. In other words, we still have some ground to cover. Or perhaps I should say that I have another move to make in the game of my encounter with Medusa. The first part of my move involves studying the story told by Caravaggio in order to discover the gesture in which the head, the center, the chief, the top, is cut off. I should point out, however, that Caravaggio does not really narrate a story because the viewer cannot, on the basis of representation of a single moment, silently tell himself the story. Yet, at the same time, the viewer is suddenly thrust into the middle of the theory of a story that has been painted. The onlooker is plunged into the center of a pictorial story in order to discover the absence of this very center. What the viewer has to discover, even if this has been contested and is at once hidden and revealed, is that the Medusa head is a portrait of the painter. This is a new and the most radical kind of self-reflexivity of painterly representation, since the painter, who is the subject of the representation, simultaneously occupies the position of the absent hero, Perseus the carrier of the shield, and that of the Grand Duke, the recipient of the shield. The painter has severed the head and carries it as an ornament on the shield he has painted, but he is also the one who is represented on the shield in the form of this very head. The blinding and blinded gaze and the silent scream belong to him. Thus the painter inscribes himself in the painting in a dual manner, for he figures there as the petrifying and petrified gaze of Medusa, but also as the caesura of what allows him to be a gaze, namely, the head, but a head cut off at the point of its greatest power and most extreme violence. The painter presents the very violence of the caesura itself. When we construct the series of gestures of decapitation that have constituted this painting, and when Caravaggio attempts to seize as nearly as possible the instantaneity of the cut in his painting, we can imagine that we are witnessing in a single stroke the very realization of the cut, a kind of maximal decapitation in which the painter himself has his head cut off. Isaac, Holofernes, Goliath, and John the Baptist are all merely representatives of this decapitated painter. By means of the same transformation, the shield, a defensive weapon, becomes the blade of the sword that does the cutting. Thus we are shown how all representation is a kind of power based on violence, for representation is founded and becomes an institution at the very place of the cut. In the second part of my move, I note that the discourse that I have just written only gives voice to the pathos of the painting and could very well be a trap. The painter, after all, not only disguises himself as Medusa, he also cross-dresses as a Gorgon, a woman, or at least as the head of a woman. This is a woman of striking beauty, Ovid tells us, or at least she would be were it not for her hair of serpents, which she wears as a punishment for having been raped by Neptune. She is a headstrong woman, but also, like a freak in a carnival, a kind of detached, bodiless head. Here the most serious and essential question, and along with it, the metaphysics of representation, is disguised in a game of substitutions involving the headstrong woman, the woman without a head, and the head without the woman. And this game leads to the frivolous and superficial surprise of finding a woman who is only a head. This game is a humorous parody of the denegation of enunciation. And this motif leads me back to the story and to the enunciative modality that characterizes it, for within the story we discover that the subject who utters it is both effaced and disguised. The events seem to tell themselves, and we must underscore Benvenist's use of the term seems in this context. I have called this a denegation of the enunciation, by which I mean to identify a process of positing and suppressing, asserting and negating, in which the assertion is there only to lead to its negation and is posited only to be excluded. The concept of denegation is appropriate here because what is shown in the painting is the cutting off of the story's head, or rather, of its generative source, the subject of the enunciation himself. This subject's gaze and cry are cut off at the very moment when he looks and screams. What the painting shows us and allows us to see is representation as a cutting blade severing the story from the subject who tells it while also severing the scene from those who look at it and produce it as a scene. But how does this work? The operation is performed by showing the severed head on the plane of the painting mirror shield sword. And this head, which is the painter's, is also the head of a transvestite. Now that I have made this move, I am sure that you are waiting for me to speak of castration. You may in fact have been waiting for this from the outset. Given the nature of our modern situation, a book is always more or less a kind of gratification, or at least it tries to provide some kind of gratification, and I can hardly disappoint my readers in this regard. After all, Freud himself wrote on Medusa. Having played my game, I must follow the rules of the game that I have been playing backwards. In short, I must go along with the game. So I will cite and then comment on das Medienjagd as a kind of interlude, an interlude being some kind of entertainment or amusement such as a ballet, a dance, or chorus included between the acts of a play. Psychoanalytic interlude. Freud's essay Medusa's Head was written on May 14, 1922, but was published posthumously in 1940. I think it important to begin with an idea that has not been taken seriously enough in the literature on Freud. The psychoanalytic interpretation of the terrifying severed head of Medusa is too easy because it is readily suggested by the mythological theme itself. It seems as if the interpretation is already included in the theme of the story, so what need could there possibly be for any further interpretation? Fear of Medusa is thus a fear of castration linked to the action of looking for something and finding it missing. It is, in a sense, linked to the sight of a lack. But how can one see a lack? We see only what is there. If I see what is not there, I must have been expecting to see something. I shall try to delineate the scene in which the mother's sex is seen, and shall do so with a staging of the head of Medusa. The head of Medusa is, first of all, a head, a raised head. Here I follow Freud. It is a penis, and when the Viennese master decodes the serpents as a multiplication of penises, it is this reference that he is noting. This is what I expected to see and indeed what I do see. But the head of Medusa is secondarily a head that is a gaze, the sole function of which is to look. It is a head/glance of the eye, and my own glance. In other words, on the one hand, we have the object we expected to see, which is there, but, on the other hand, we have the gaze of this very expectation, the eye. On the one hand, we have the object constituted by our expectations, by our foresight and knowledge, on the other, we have this foresight, knowledge, and gaze in the object itself. In short, we have the prospect which according to Poussin depends on three things, the eye, the visual ray, and the distance between the eye and the object. Here is the distance in the story of Medusa. The head of Medusa is, finally, a severed head, a decapitation. Freud identifies this as a castration, the lack or suppression of the expected object. I have just told a story. Medusa stands erect and vigilant in the space guarded by her two sisters who share a single eye. Perseus is on his way toward her and encounters the aporia. He meets and sees Medusa, and, with a glancing blow, kills and decapitates her. 3 moments are condensed into a single instance involving both a positing and a suppression. How can negation be figured? A negative judgment, we know, is expressed by means of the word not. But how can the function of not be represented by an image? The way to do this is to represent the object first, then its destruction. The head of Medusa and its gaze are the anticipate object, and the gaze doing the anticipating and performing the act of decapitation is the gaze that discovers the absence of the anticipated object. What is a representation? Freud raises this question in his article Negation. We must recollect that all presentations originate from perceptions and are repetitions of them. Thus originally the mere existence of a presentation was a guarantee of the reality of what was presented. The antithesis between subjective and objective does not exist from the first. It only comes into being from the fact that thinking possesses the capacity to bring before the mind once more something that has once been perceived, by reproducing it as a presentation without the external object having still to be there. The first and immediate aim, therefore, of real ITY testing is, not to find an object in real perception which responds to the one presented, but to refine such an object, to convince oneself that it is still there. From this point of view, then, representation is generally accompanied by the conviction that the represented object is absent but not lacking. Representation targets and brings to mind what is not there, but this object was once there and can be rediscovered. An object is absent if it cannot be directly perceived yet is present in representation. Given these assumptions, the severed head of Medusa would be a representation in a single figure, of a contradiction, the perception of the penis by the gaze, and the gaze's observation that the penis is lacking. We realize that this must be the case when Freud interprets the viewer's petrifaction as an assertion, I am not afraid of you, I defy you, I have a penis, an erection. Yet the central episode of the myth goes unanalyzed by Freud, and it is precisely this very moment that is represented, or perhaps figured, in the head of Medusa. This is the moment in which Medusa petrifies herself and Perseus decapitates her. This central moment is the moment of the ruse by means of which the hero turns Medusa's own strength against herself, thereby overcoming his own weakness. This is, of course, the ruse of turning the shield's reflective power into a weapon. Freud's story, perhaps one should add, Freud's myth, which subtends his remarks on the head of Medusa, elides the central moment of the ruse, focusing instead on the beginning and end of the event. Medusa petrifies those who see her, and the Virgin Athena carries the head of Medusa, petrifying those who attack her. But to get from the one to the other we have to encounter the moment of the ruse. There is a sense in which the decapitation is secondary, for it would be impossible without the machination in which Perseus uses his shield, in a sort of bricolage, as an optical device, a mirror to capture Medusa in the trap of her own deadly gaze. One can, of course, forget the essential element and fall into the trap of emphasizing the moment of decapitation and castration, thereby interpreting it as the moment in which the object is at once present and absent. I can let myself be trapped by the representation, the trap within the trap created by Caravaggio, the very mainspring of representation in which the real itself is what is lacking. In the moment of representation, we are allowed not to see the real, not to want to see it, for the gap where castration is made manifest is covered over by the erection of a substitute for the lacking penis. This substitute stands in the hole where sexual difference is revealed. But at the same time, representation marks this reality as a lack, underscoring it while trying to hide it. This is, in fact, a description of the simplest kind of trap, a hole in the earth covered over with branches, leaves, and some dirt. What looks like an unbroken surface is in fact just some leaves and grass hiding a discontinuity. The trick involved in a trap like this is that it is the animal's own weight that causes it to fall into the hidden hole. The victim, that is, contributes to the working of the trap. Indeed, the bigger and stronger the animal, the more quickly it falls, as its strength cleverly is turned against it. In other words, the psychoanalytic interpretation of representation as a fetish overlooks the fact that the fetish, representation, is a trap and thereby makes it function as one. Better yet, representation is the trap of interpretation. Freud reveals the trap of his account of the myth by forgetting that Medusa's self-petrifaction is the result of Perseus's ruse. Freud thereby falls into a trap while trapping us. Caravaggio's head of Medusa, then, is a counter-ruse mobilized against the ruse of pictorial representation. In this context, it would be appropriate to cite Ellis Waterhouse's remarks on Caravaggio's conversion of St. Paul and crucifixion of St. Peter, both of which hang in the Cerasi Chapel, Santa Maria del Popolo, Rome. The arrangement of these two pictures, conceived as receiving their light from a painted glory in the ceiling of the chapel, is deliberately illusionistic. Caravaggio has done everything possible to bring home to the spectator the vivid immediacy of the scene, as if he were witnessing the incident himself, rather than as if he were looking at a picture of it. The intention is not different from that recommended by the Jesuit exercises, and the picture, viewed in this light, has the hallucinatory quality of a vision beheld by the spectator himself. To conclude our interlude, we may define the trap and hole of the present. What Medusa's gaze provides us with is the representation of an embryonic time, an infinitesimal moment during which she has just looked at herself and is no longer doing so. This is the moment when her gaze has its effect on her. In a single enunciative and representational present, there are, in fact, two present moments, one that is an up until now in which the present moment brings an end to a story, and another present moment that is an all of a sudden moment that is only infinitesimally removed from the first present moment. In this same moment, neither this nor that and both this and that are conjoined. What is represented here is the gap upon which representation is founded. This is a gap of the present, a point that is a hole, the hole of the eye through which the gaze of theory falls. 53 Anne Stanford Medusa, 1977, in the Women of Perseus section of her 1977 collection in Mediterranean Air, American poet Anne Stanford uses dramatic monologues to explore the stories of Perseus from the points of view of the women he encounters on his adventures. In Medusa, the Gorgon describes the anger of a raped woman, an anger that transforms her physically as well as emotionally. By focusing on the rape rather than the slaying of Medusa, Stanford de-emphasizes Perseus's heroism in favor of an exploration of Medusa's experience. Even in Perseus, which follows Medusa in the collection, Perseus himself questions his heroism, acknowledging the physical brutality of slaying Medusa and the symbolic power he gains from violence. Had I but known when I saw the god approaching. His horses pulled him briskly over the water as on dry land, wreathed in seaweed, dripping, his chariot shone gold in the warm summer. I stood as he walked the old man up from the shore. He climbed the temple stairs. He praised my grace. I had never seen a god before. He seized and raped me before Athena's altar. It is no great thing to a god. For me it was anger, no consent on my part, no wooing, all harsh rough as a field hand. I didn't like it. My hair coiled in fury, my mind held hate alone. I thought of revenge, began to live on it. My hair turned to serpents, my eyes saw the world in stone. Whatever I looked at became wasteland. The olive trees on the hill as I walked down rattled in wind, then stood as if a hand had fashioned them of bronze. I saw the town where I was raised become a stone. The boys ran by as on a frieze, the charioteer whipping his horses, held his arm, mid-air. His horses stopped in stride. My hair started to hiss. I hurried to my door. The servant with his water jar upraised stands there forever. I strode across the floor. My furious glance destroyed all live things there. I was alone. I am alone. My ways divide me from the world, imprison me in a stare. The prisoner of myself, I long to lose the serpent hair, the baleful eyes, the face twisted by fury that I did not choose. I'd like to wake up in another place, look for myself again, but there recur thoughts of the god and his misdeed, always the iron arm, the fall, the marble floor, the stinking breath, the sweaty weight, the pain, the quickening thrust. And now the start, the rude circling blood tide not my own that squirms and writhes, steals from me bone by bone, his monster seed growing beneath my heart, prisoned within my prison, left alone, despised, uncalled for, turning my blood to stone. 54 Stephen Heath from Difference, 1978. On the Look for the Woman. Film theorist and Professor Stephen Heath was an editor of Screen during the 1970s, when the journal published a number of essays still considered to be cornerstones of film criticism. In his 1978 essay Difference, Heath explores Lacan's writing on sexual difference to formulate a theory of women's relationships to language and representation. Grappling with issues of essentialism, objectification, and representation raised by Lorem Mulvey's groundbreaking essay Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, Heath argues that the advent of photography altered the economy of representation, allowing the representative to appear as the real. In this excerpt, Heath explains the function of Medusa as a metaphor for women's relationship to specularity. What then of the look for the woman, of woman subjects in seeing? The reply given by psychoanalysis is from the phallus. If the woman looks, the spectacle provokes, castration is in the air, the Medusa's head is not far off, thus, she must not look, is absorbed herself on the side of the scene, seeing herself. Lacan's femininity. By virtue of the doubling unity of her specular relation to the mother, parent of the same sex, the woman is specified as being in a particular, different relation to the scopic function, to pleasure in seeing. For the girl, the setting at a distance is a difficult experience. She prefers to tip over into the image guaranteed for her, as she believes, by the quite as captive look of the mother and, later, by the all-powerful look of the father. So she prefers to believe in that image. She believes she is herself. She thus equates herself with the full and flawless figure, no crack, which preserves and is preserved by the parental authority. In so doing, she substitutes for the person of the mother crucial in the /de game her own person figured by her body in the specular image, an image that the mother's look brings out, causes. It is an inverted /de, and it is the whole body which becomes the stake of symbolization, with the consequent risks of fragmentation and hysterical paralyses. But in thus offering herself to the look, in giving herself for sight, according to the sequence, see oneself, give oneself to be seen, the girl, unless she falls into the complete alienation of the hysteric, provokes the other to an encounter and a reply which give her pleasure. 55 Sarah Kaufman from The Enigma of Woman in Freud's Writings, 1980, Translated by Catherine Porter, a feminist rereading of Freud's Medusa. Sarah Kaufmann, a French theorist and critic who published books and articles about art, literature, and psychoanalysis, was a professor of philosophy at the Sorbonne. Known particularly for her work on Freud, whom she read in conjunction with the work of later theorists such as Jacques Derrida and Luce Irigaray, Kaufmann published The Enigma of Woman in French in 1980. In it, she analyzed Freud's accounts of women, in particular his fascination and panic in the face of women's power. Freud, who has Ferenczi to thank for the connection between woman's genitals and Medusa's head, adds as his own personal contribution the idea that it is the mother's sex that turns out to be on display in this symbol. In The Infantile Genital Organization, at the point where he is quoting Ferenczi, he adds in a note, "I should like to add that what is indicated in the myth is the mother's genitals." Athene, who carries Medusa's head on her armor, becomes in consequence the unapproachable woman, the sight of whom extinguishes all thought of a sexual approach. Here Kaufmann quotes extensively from Freud's Medusa's head. The depreciation of woman, her sexual debasement, far from facilitating intercourse, stifles all thought of closeness. Woman in general becomes unapproachable, a forbidden mother who repels all desire. The terror provoked by the genital organs is always linked to the desire for and the fear of incestuous relations, for if the father has already castrated the mother, his accomplice, he may equally well castrate the son. That is the danger against which there rises in rebellion the portion of his narcissism which nature has, as a precaution, attached to that particular organ. The terror is never simply provoked by the castration of the other, the mother, it is always also castration anxiety for oneself, if only through identification with the mother. The conviction that the woman/mother has no penis thus draws man away from woman and predisposes him to homosexuality. It is no accident, according to Freud, that we owe the symbol of Medusa's head to the Greeks. Since the Greeks were in the main strongly homosexual, it was inevitable that we should find among them a representation dar stellium of woman as a being who frightens and repels because she is castrated. It seems indeed that in the face of this horror man has only two solutions: homosexuality or fetishism. Far from being pathological, either one, under these conditions, would be the normal destiny of the masculine libido. Under these conditions, what becomes abnormal is heterosexuality. We then have the problem of understanding how many men, if not all, manage to overcome their horror and even experience pleasure in sexual relations with a woman. Because to deal with this issue would perhaps lead him to doubt the views he has just presented, Freud without further ado refuses to address it. Probably no male human being is spared the fright of castration at the sight of a female genital. Why some people become homosexual as a consequence of that impression, while others fend it off by creating a fetish, and the great majority surmount it, we are frankly not able to explain. It is possible that, among all the factors at work, we do not yet know those which are decisive for the rare pathological results. We must be content if we can explain what has happened, and may for the present leave on one side the task of explaining why something has not happened. He does not explain, at least for the present, he says. One may wonder, indeed, whether Freud is not providing an explanation without admitting it, and whether belief in penis envy is not the solution he is proposing for this riddle. For if penis envy implies the absence of a penis and the castration of woman, it is also a way of affirming that man's penis remains intact. Woman's penis envy thus also provides man with reassurance against his castration anxiety. The horror inspired by Medusa's head is always accompanied by a sudden stiffening, starwarden, which signifies erection. He is still in possession of a penis, and the stiffening reassures him of the fact. Things that arouse horror in themselves serve actually as a mitigation of the horror. Ibid, emphasis added. Penis envy, one might say, plays the same role as the hair on Medusa's head, so often represented by serpents substituted for the penis, the absence of which is the essential cause of horror. Penis envy is seen as equivalent in a way to the symbolic multiplication of man's penis. And if horror in the face of woman's genital organs always has as its apotropaic counterpart the erection of the male organ, man's display of his penis as if to say, I am not afraid of you. I defy you. I have a penis. We can then understand how what was supposed to draw man away from woman is always at the same time what. 56 Gananath Abhayasikara from Medusa's hair, an essay on personal symbols and religious experience, 1981, An Anthropological View. Gananatha Bayasekara is a professor of anthropology whose work focuses on the interrelation of anthropology and psychoanalysis and on the ways in which personal symbolism is related to religious experience. In the influential essay excerpted below, Medusa's hair becomes a thematic focus for an anthropological discussion of ecstatic religious figures in Sri Lanka. Everyone bears the responsibility of situating psychoanalysis in his own vision of things. Paul Ricoeur. The title of this essay is deliberately misleading. Medusa's hair is the trigger that released my analysis of the experiences of the ecstatic priests who appear in these pages. I have selected a few cases from a larger sample of religious virtuosos I have known for the past 10 years and have presented them at some length. True to the anthropological tradition, I view the rich ethnographic and psychological data presented here as intrinsically interesting and as something to think with. I deplore the recent tendency among anthropologists to study symbol systems without reference to context. In this essay I go beyond a conventional description of the ethnographic background and articulate the symbol to the cultural, social, and psychological dimensions of the existence of my informants. On the analytical level, my study of personal symbols hinges on the view of culture that stems from Max Weber and on the theory of unconscious motivation that stems from Freud. For Weber, culture is the result of the human tendency to impose meaning on every dimension of existence. Nevertheless, Weber neglected one area of human existence, those critical experiences that lie outside conscious awareness. This is where psychoanalysis comes in, with its theory of unconscious or deep motivation. It depicts the way motives are linked with symbols or images, generally of a private nature, either in dreams or in fantasy. Yet in spite of Freud's own interest in culture, it is rare to come across psychoanalysts or social scientists, with the notable exception of culture and personality theorists, who deal with the interdigitation of deep motivation and public culture. The bias is strong in the social sciences that culture must deal exclusively with group processes rather than with individual motivation. In this essay I demonstrate that this view is wrong and show how certain cultural symbols are articulated with individual experience. I label these personal symbols, cultural symbols operating on the levels of personality and of culture at the same time. Personal symbols form an identifiable set within the larger class of psychological symbols, not all of which have motivational significance. Through the study of personal symbols I attempt tentatively to integrate Max Weber's view of culture with Freud's theory of personality. Since 1970 I have visited Kataragama regularly during the hot, dry pilgrim season and gathered extensive information on the history and sociology of the place. I too come here to renew old ties with informants and make new friends. On one such occasion in July 1973, as I stood under the protective shade of the bo tree behind the main shrine, I was struck by the sight of a female fire walker dancing near the shrine of the god, her eyes shining, hands thrust outward in an imploring manner as if yearning for his love, and, what was most conspicuous, her matted hair flowing in the wind. A sudden thought crossed my mind, Medusa. And almost simultaneously I remembered Freud's paper Medusa's Head, in which he links the fear of Medusa to the terror of castration. A further stream of associations: there are no snake hairs in nature, so it's possible that Medusa's snakes are only matted locks. I then wrote in my field notes that I had seen an ugly woman, her teeth stained with betel nut juice and bearing repulsive matted locks, dancing in ecstasy and adoration before the god. This research itself got underway 2 years later when my friend Richard Gombrich, professor of Sanskrit at Oxford, came to Kataragama and I told him of my Medusa hypothesis. He mentioned a priestess with matted locks he had just met. She had casually claimed that her matted hair was in fact shaped like a cobra. This fresh piece of information spurred me to interview people with matted hair, and this essay is the product of that research. My first set of interviews were with Karunavati, the woman I saw dancing before the god. I soon got to know her well and found her an attractive person with an outgoing nature rare among Sinhala females. I liked her very much, and we soon became good friends. And yet the question kept haunting me: why was I initially repelled by her, rendered anxious by her disturbing presence? I was no novice in the field. I had worked in Sri Lanka for many years, with peasants and urban people alike, with religious specialists ranging from Buddhist monks in their cool cloisters to sorcerers performing rituals in the heat of night in lonely graveyards. Moreover, I have interviewed many other female ecstatics without reacting with the same anxiety and revulsion. So surely there was something in Karanavati that other informants lacked, and I was reacting to it, her matted locks. Was it the anthropologist's own castration anxiety that provoked this reaction? Or was it the ordinary disgust of a fastidious scholar for something dirty and anomalous sticking out of her head? My own train of associations linking Karanavati's matted hair to Medusa and to Freud's paper seemed to support the castration idea, but, then, could it not have been a fantasy of castration anxiety by an anthropologist sensitive to psychoanalysis rather than the real thing? Be that as it may, it was my anxiety, and the associations that accompanied it, that led to the formulation of the initial Medusa hypothesis and a whole line of, I hope, fruitful research. Though I was troubled initially, I later derived some comfort from the fact that another anthropologist had made a similar connection between snakes and matted hair. Hirschman, in a discussion of Punjabi hairstyles, also comments on the matted hair of Hindu ascetics, noting that a sadhu's hair develops the characteristic snake-like matted locks. Shiva's matted locks are snake-like and piled on his head in conical shape. It is clear that here also the characterization of ascetic hair as snakes is Hirschman's own projection. I was not the only person to project my anxiety onto the hair of ascetics. And it is not only Hirschman and I who have reacted to this cultural symbol with our fantasies, constituted of our anxieties. Other members of the culture also do this and are indeed often anxious when they see the matted hair of ascetics. Furthermore, note that at least one ascetic saw her own hair as cobra-like. So, I thought, let me utilize my own projections and intuitions and see where they land me, in what abstract realm. In August 1979, 6 years after I saw Medusa's hair flowing in the wind, I was seated once again on the steps of the Dadimunda shrine near the bo tree behind the main shrine at Kataragama, waiting. I had written the first draft of this essay, but I was in despair because I had not had the opportunity to record even one instance of that scarce species, a Sinhala Buddhist male ascetic with matted hair. Then on the afternoon before the final day of the festival he appeared before me, dressed in white robes, seated on a mat under the bo tree, his eyes closed yet directed to the tree, lost in deep meditation. He seemed indifferent to the Kavadi dancers swinging around him, to the sound of horns and drums, to the hustle of moving people and the distant wail of a loudspeaker soliciting contributions from the devout for developing the sacred shrine premises of Kataragama. It was as if the god in his indifferent magnanimity had granted a boon to the skeptical anthropologist. Sada Sami, matted hair Sami, was born in Gaul in 1909 as Simon Araxlage Carniel Apo. How did this come about? My hair was now really long. Suddenly I found myself in the Jetavanaramaya, a famous monastery of the Buddha's time, standing before the front door. Someone poured water on my head, perhaps a god. This was in a dream. Next morning I got up and my hair was sticky like wax. I got some limes and washed my hair 4 or 5 times, but the stickiness did not go away. Then I washed it with soap, but it still remained. Next day I had a high fever, and in this state I obtained 4 locks of matted hair. In his period of meditation at Kataragama he was assailed by the desires of the flesh as the Buddha himself was assailed by Mara. Then a divinity dressed like a gentleman appeared before him. I will give you a discourse on the Vinaya discipline of a true yogi and on Bhakta devotion. A true Sami must not trim his beard. But I have to keep my face clean. No, that cannot be done. A Sami cannot cut his face hair. Remember there are 5 senses: ear, nose, mouth, eyes, heart, mind. You cannot emancipate yourself from these unless you let your beard grow. When these 5 senses unite you have feelings of love. That is sinful. You allow your beard to grow and I will visit you again in 10 days. At 3:30 in the morning of the 10th day the god appeared when Sada Sami was asleep, turned him around several times, and said, "Now it is fine, your beard is growing, so I'll leave." Soon he had a full beard, and his matted locks were piled on top of his head in a neat cone, known in Indian iconography as Jatamukita. He showed us an impressive photograph of himself taken at about this time. He was conscious that he was like Shiva himself. Indeed, the matted hair of this period was Shiva's gift to him and thus the god's own ornament. He said he even felt like a divinity, though he was in fact only a human being. 57 Neil Hertz from Medusa's head, male hysteria under political pressure, 1983, Medusa in the French Revolution. This essay on Medusa's head by Professor of Humanities Neil Hertz offers a brilliant analysis of the deployment of Medusa as a figure for the threat of revolt in the context of the French Revolution. In the same issue of Representations in which Hertz's article originally appeared, fall 1983, Joel Feynman and Catherine Gallagher present thoughtful responses. Alios age incitados, alios age rabitus. In the pages that follow, I shall be considering some examples of a recurrent turn of mind, the representation of what would seem to be a political threat as if it were a sexual threat. Freud alludes to this at one point in his article on fetishism, where he is momentarily led into a bit of dramatic miming, simulating the terror he imagines the little boy feels when he first discovers his mother has no penis. No, he writes, that cannot be true, for if a woman can be castrated then his own penis is in danger, and against that there rebels part of his narcissism which nature has providentially attached to this particular organ. Freud then adds drily, in later life grown men may experience a similar panic, perhaps when the cry goes up that throne and altar are in danger. Questions of sexual difference, of perception, and of politics are rapidly brought into relation here, and it is that set of relations that I should like to explore. My chief examples are Parisian, taken from accounts of the 1848 Revolution and of the Commune, but in order to suggest that what I'm considering is not something merely febrile and all too French, I shall glance first at an 18th-century British instance. Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France was published in 1790. 2 years later an anti-revolutionary cartoon appeared which, like classic comics generally, can be read as an inadvertent parody of the work it condenses and illustrates. The contrast is Burke's, and so is the Francophobia that gives it its edge. Its images are drawn from the pages of the Reflections, the composed scene within the shadow of the British oak, on the one hand, on the other the noble victim hanged on the lamppost and serving as a backdrop, if that's the right term, for one of those figures Burke refers to as the Furies of Hell, in the abused shape of the vilest of women. She is, however, not Fury but a Gorgon Medusa, in fact here depicted not as a Petrifier but as a beheader, her own head recognizably snaky yet still firmly attached to her shoulders, Medusa usurping the pose of Cellini's Perseus, a decapitated male at her feet. Still another way the print seems to suggest in which the world has been turned upside down. The question is, why should revolutionary violence be emblematized in this way, as a hideous and fierce but not exactly sexless woman? A related question is prompted by the first of the French texts, a brief one by Victor Hugo which appeared in a posthumously published collection of fragments assembled by his literary executors and entitled, by them, Things Seen, Choses Vues. It describes the fighting on the first of the June days in 1848, and it appears to have been written shortly thereafter. Hugo's relation to the events of 1848 shifted as the year went on, and could be described as an incomplete, and never to be completed, process of radicalization. The June uprising, right from the start, presented strange lineaments. It displayed suddenly, to a horrified society, monstrous and unknown forms. The first barricade was set up by Friday morning the 23rd, at the Porte Saint-Denis. It was attacked the same day. The National Guard conducted itself resolutely. They were battalions of the 1st and 2nd Legions. When the attackers, who arrived by the boulevard, came within range, a formidable volley was loosed from the barricade and it strewed the roadway with guardsmen. The National Guard, more irritated than intimidated, charged the barricade at a run. At that moment a woman appeared on the crest of the barricade, a young woman, beautiful, disheveled, terrifying. This woman, who was a public whore, pulled her dress up to the waist and cried to the guardsmen, in that dreadful brothel language that one is always obliged to translate, "Cowards! Fire, if you dare, at the belly of a woman." Here things took an awful turn. The National Guard did not hesitate. A fusillade toppled the miserable creature. She fell with a great cry. There was a horrified silence at the barricade and among the attackers. Suddenly a second woman appeared. This one was younger and still more beautiful, she was practically a child, barely 17. What profound misery! She, too, was a public whore. She raised her dress, showed her belly, and cried, "Fire, you bandits!" They fired. She fell, pierced with bullets, on top of the other's body. That was how this war began. Nothing is more chilling or more somber. It's a hideous thing, this heroism of abjection, when all that weakness contains of strength bursts out, this civilization attacked by cynicism and defending itself by barbarism. On one side, the people's desperation, on the other, the desperation of society. It's impossible to determine how accurate this is, though it purports to be an eyewitness account, it differs in its details and, particularly, in its most striking detail, the women's gesture from other descriptions of what must be the same encounter. But regardless of whether the provocative actions it reports took place or were a supplementary invention of Hugo's, there can be no doubt about how intensely stylized is this telling of the story. The managing of local rhythmic sequences, example in the original, Un femme jeune, belle, et chevalie, terrible, the dreamlike abruptness with which the women are made to appear, the fairy tale progression, first one young woman, then another younger still, one almost expects a third, the Cinderella of the barricades, the strong centripetal pull toward that meaningfully terse one-sentence paragraph, that was how this war began. All this heavy codification marks the anecdote as representative. The story of a beginning that is intended as a revelation of essence. But the point is made in a still more telling way, one that has disappeared in translation. The feminine gender of the word for an uprising unemued allows for a startling double entendre to develop, retroactively, in the second sentence, El montre subidament à la société épouvantie de formes monstrueuses et inconnues. What the revolution is said to be doing figuratively is precisely what in a moment each of the women will be represented as doing literally, suddenly displaying monstrous and unknown forms to a horrified society. Or rather, to say that the women are doing precisely that is to submit to the spell of this lurid equivocation. Between the first paragraph and the sentences describing the women's gesture, a teasing relation is established that holds out the possibility of conflating the two actions. Once that possibility is glimpsed, then a number of sentences further along are rendered similarly louche. What was translated as "here things took an awful turn" is, in French, "ici la chose devint effroyable," here the thing became terrifying. A note that is repeated in the last paragraphs, "it's a hideous thing, c'est une chose hideuse," a glance back at the formes monstrueuses et inconnues. A context has been created in which the most abstract characterization of the revolution's essential meaning, all that weakness contains of strength bursts out, can be read as a final, oblique allusion to the source of the power of the women's gesture. This becomes a chose vu with a vengeance. One's warrant for reading the Hugo passage in this way is provided, of course, by Freud's notes on Medusa's head. Freud describes a gesture similar to that of Hugo's women and offers a compelling account of why that gesture would come across as, in Hugo's language, glaciant, chilling. In this interpretation, the strength contained in the woman's weakness is the power to frighten the man by revealing to him the possibility of his castration. At the barricades, the women's or the revolutionaries' lack of property betokens the soldiers' or society's risk. But Freud is as concerned with counterphobic or apotropaic effects as he is with castration anxiety proper. Indeed, the interest of these notes, as Jean Laplanche has pointed out, is in the deftness with which they do justice both to the affect of fear and to the mechanisms of its mitigation. Here are the third and fourth paragraphs in Freud's text. The hair upon Medusa's head is frequently represented in works of art in the form of snakes, and these once again are derived from the castration complex. It is a remarkable fact that, however frightening they may be in themselves, they nevertheless serve as a mitigation of the horror, for they replace the penis, the absence of which is the cause of the horror. This is a confirmation of the technical rule according to which a multiplication of penis symbols signifies castration. The sight of Medusa's head makes the spectator stiff with terror, turns him to stone. Observe that we have here once again the same origin from the castration complex and the same transformation of affect. For becoming stiff means an erection. Thus in the original situation it offers consolation to the spectator, he is still in possession of a penis, and the stiffening reassures him of the fact. Laplanche's commentary draws attention to the multiple, in some cases, contradictory associations that are brought into concentrated focus in the symbol as Freud unpacks it, following one strand of associations. For example, the snakes curling around Medusa's face are penises, following another they are the pubic hair surrounding the castrated, and to the terrified child castrating, sex of the mother. The symbol wouldn't function as a symbol, he reminds us, if such condensation and concentration weren't operative. Further, in addition to the effects of consolation, Freud attributes to specific elements in the mix, as when Medusa's grim powers of petrification are translated, reassuringly, into the stiffening of an erection, or her snakes into replaceable parts. La Planche insists on the primary apotropaic power of symbolic concentration itself. The symbol of the Medusa's head is reassuring not only because its elements can be read in those ways, but because it is a symbol. Here La Planche's analysis of Freud's notes rejoins one of the main currents of his own thought about the castration complex, his insistence on the reassurance implicit in any scenario, however scarifiing, that structures anxiety and, more particularly, in a scenario which links a theory, of how women got that way, with a perception, of what their bodies look like. It goes without saying, he remarks, that castration is precisely not a reality, but a thematization of reality. A certain theorization of reality which, for Freud, is so anchored in perception that to deny castration is finally the same thing as denying the perceptual experience itself. Those final dots appear in La Planche's text. The paragraph ends with that nuance of inconclusiveness, partly, I suspect, because La Planche wants to leave the referent of the perceptual experience itself. Ce Sirite finalement la meme chose de tenir la castration que de tenir l'expérience perceptive elle-même. Ambiguous. He is certainly referring to the specific perceptual experience Freud's little boy is said to have of his mother's body, but beyond that La Planche would claim more broadly that perception and castration are ineluctably linked, and linked by way of the child's narcissism, by the intensity of his investment in representations of himself and by the predominance of his penis among such representations. La Planche's discussion of anxiety can help us to formulate a litany of nervous questions that may be imagined as the murmured subtext of writing like Hugo's, questions that give expression to epistemological anxiety. Can I trust my eyes? To narcissism. Can I hold myself together? To sexual anxiety. Can I hold on to my penis? To beyond that social and economic fears about property and status. Can I hold on to anything, including representations of myself? Or put more grandly by one of this century's grand hysterics, can the center hold? Or is mere anarchy to be loosed upon the world? To return to Victor Hugo, we can say that his choice to concentrate his account of the beginnings of the June days as he does, by focusing on the gesture of those two women, is equivalent to the acts of condensation and focusing that went into the production of the Medusa's head as a powerful symbol. It is appropriate that Hugo writes of the uprising that it presented strange lineaments. The lineaments may be strange, they may indeed, in the next sentence, be transformed into monstrous and unknown forms, but that they are nameable as lineaments gives them a physiognomic legibility that is reassuring. Hugo's anecdote is about horror, but it is shaped into an apotropaic emblem. I have said nothing about that odd phrase in which Hugo apologizes, after a fashion, for not being able to report the first woman's speech quite accurately when she pulled her dress up to the waist and cried in that dreadful brothel language that one is always obliged to translate. Dans cette affreuse langue de la peine tuant est toujours force de traiter, cowards. Fire, if you dare, at the belly of a woman. The gesture might seem merely prim on Hugo's part, or else unpleasantly, leeringly elusive. More likely this is as close as Hugo will come in this text to betraying an uneasy self-consciousness about the activity of representation he is engaged in. Here it is productive of a momentary qualm. Maxime Duchamp, littérateur photographer, member of the Académie Française, friend of Flaubert, man about town, was sufficiently disturbed by the events of 1870–71 to publish, 10 years later, a 4-volume denunciation of the Commune and defense of the actions of the forces of order. He entitled it Les Convulsions de Paris, and in it he included an attack on the painter Courbet for his role in the destruction of the Vendôme column, the Napoleonic monument to the victories of the Grande Armée. Whether Courbet was in fact responsible for this was a matter of some debate. Courbet denied it, but he was nevertheless found guilty by the investigating panel, heavily fined, and driven into exile. Duchamp is writing after the fact to justify the verdict on circumstantial grounds, claiming that both in his theory of painting and in his practice Courbet revealed himself as just the sort of person who would get mixed up in just this sort of thing. The man who could degrade his craft to the point of abjection is capable of anything. Every weak case may be contested, and this poor man did what he could, before the military tribunals, to fend off, or at least to attenuate the accusation that weighed on him. He was a conceited man whose self-love had drawn him into a path that was not his own. His works, too much praised and too much denigrated, made him well known and provided him with a comfortable living. His absence of imagination, the difficulty he experienced in composing a painting, had forced him to limit himself to what has been called realism, that is, to the exact representation of natural objects, without discernment, without selection, just as they offered themselves to view. Their sights and Venus are thus equally beautiful simply because they exist. The humpback of the one is equal to the bosom of the other. This is the theory of impotent men, who erect their defects into a system. Everyone knows the fable of the fox whose tail was cut off. The rhetoric of political confrontation, like that of any specular facing off, is inclined to draw its force from figures of reversal. So, for Hugo, the effect of the women's gesture or of the emeute herself could be caught in that phrase, all that weakness contains of strength. To speak of realism as the theory of impotent men, who erect their defects into a system, is to draw on the same resources. Duchamp is locating Courbet and his school where Hugo had placed women or the unpropertied classes impotent, with nothing to show for themselves, no natural talent. They would instead display a theory in its place. Duchamp's language finds its place somewhere between Freud's description of an apotropaic gesture, to display the penis or any of its surrogates, and the metaphors with which Burke castigated the revolutionaries of 1789. Is it then true that it was of absolute necessity the whole fabric should be at once pulled down, and the area cleared for the erection of a theoretic experimental edifice in its place? 10. In this view, a system, a theoretic experimental edifice, whether it's a system of government or a system of aesthetics, is phallic or more properly fetishistic. It is an ersatz thing in itself which can be erected, narcissistically invested, and then brandished in self-defense. Hence the castration jokes Maxime Duchamp feels he can make at the realists' expense. Nor are the realists the only fetishists in this text. The accusation is made explicit in Duchamp's account of the toppling of the column. This rage to take it out on material things, this reversed fetishism, ce fetishism à l'envers, which is the height of fetishism, which was the sickness of the Commune, appeared in all its intensity at the moment of the column's fall. Lors du renversement de la colonnade. Figures of reversal, including this image of a literal renversement, coexist here with a polemical stance that is both given to and braced against two quoque retorts. The materialism which darkened the mind of these people led them to attach importance only to the exterior, to the material ity of things. In this respect, as in many others as well, the men of the Commune were medieval men. To set up an idol, to pull down an idol, to be an idolater, to be an iconoclast, it's all the same. It is to believe in the idol. It is part of the logic of such encounters that Duchamp should himself sound somewhat overwrought here, just as, in a more interesting moment in his text, he seems peculiarly overexcited by what he finds seen in a work of Courbet's. All that one may ask of a man outside of the grand principles of morality which no one should neglect is to respect the art he professes. He can be lacking in intelligence, in learning, in wit, in politeness, in urbanity, and still remain honorable, if he maintains the practice of his art aloft and intact. Now this elementary duty, which constitutes professional probity, Courbet ignored. To please a Moslem who paid for his whims in gold, and who, for a time, enjoyed a certain notoriety in Paris because of his prodigalities, Courbet, this same man whose avowed intention was to renew French painting, painted a portrait of a woman which is difficult to describe. In the dressing room of this foreign personage, one sees a small picture hidden under a green veil. When one draws aside the veil, one remains stupefied to perceive a woman, life-size, seen from the front, moved and convulsed, remarkably executed, reproduced con amore, as the Italians say, providing the last word in realism. But, by some inconceivable forgetfulness, the artist who copied his model from nature, had neglected to represent the feet, the legs, the thighs, the stomach, the hips, the chest, the hands, the arms, the shoulders, the neck and the head. The man who for a few coins, could degrade his craft to the point of abjection, is capable of anything. There is a certain degree of overkill in Maxime Duchamp's account of the artist hadn't, it would appear, entirely neglected the thighs, the stomach, the hips, or the chest. The intensity of focus, that zeroing in on the woman's genitals, is the work of the beholder in this case, and it is coordinate with other features of his text, its disingenuous air of moral indignation, the coyness of its negative anatomy, not this, not that, but you know what, its dragging in of those innocent Italians, presumably so as to motivate the appearance of the word con so that Duchamp can surreptitiously name what is difficult to describe without openly using that dreadful brothel language that one is always obliged to translate. It would be wrong to suggest, however, that behind all this periphrasis and moral outrage lies no more than the prurience of a closet voyeur. Duchamp's dismay is as genuine and as powerful as his fascination. Together they produce an ambivalence that informs his discussion of the Commune and the aesthetic theories of the realists as much as it does his response to Courbet's nude. To describe her body as convulsed, for example, is to assimilate her horrid appeal to that of the political convulsions Duchamp is charting in Paris. But the links among erotic, political, and aesthetic attitudes go deeper than that, and they become easier to discern when one collates the apparently contradictory statements these pages on Courbet contain. It is because Courbet had difficulty composing a painting, Duchamp insists, that he was forced into realism, the exact representation of natural objects just as they offered themselves to view. And yet the last word in realism turns out to be this representation of a woman's genitals just as they offered themselves to view, yet still composed, selected, and focused in Duchamp's account with an intensity that would be hard to match. Here the traditional paradoxes about what it means for a painter to copy nature are energized by the ambivalence sexual and epistemological that inheres in fetishism. What is there to be seen in the object? How passive or how willfully systematic is that seeing? How is what one sees shaped by what one thinks one has or fears to lose? These are the urgencies that are played out in Maxime Duchamp's pages. It is not unreasonable that his hatred of the Commune should have led him, by something like free association, to Courbet's nude. Confronted with such extravagant responses, we may decide to grant Victor Hugo the license of a poet and novelist and to write off Maxime Duchamp as not much more than a panicky arriviste, the Norman Podhoretz of the Second Empire. But what of a serious historian? Let us look now at Tocqueville's recollections of the events of 1848, as he set them down in his posthumously published Souvenirs. Although not a Republican, Tocqueville was nevertheless not displeased when Louis Philippe was overthrown in February. Like Hugo, he momentarily hoped that a regency could be established. When that did not materialize, he adopted an attitude he describes as one of somewhat remote curiosity, but by June he had become disturbed by the turn events were taking, and when the fighting broke out he was very much on the side of the party of order. I quote his account of an incident on June 24, the second day of street fighting, as he made his way to the Chamber of Deputies. When I was getting near and was already in the midst of the troops guarding it, an old woman with a vegetable cart stubbornly barred my way. I ended by telling her rather sharply to make room. Instead of doing so, she left her cart and rushed at me with such sudden frenzy that I had trouble defending myself. I shuddered at the frightful and hideous expression on her face, which reflected demagogic passions and the fury of civil war. I mention this minor fact because I saw in it then, and rightly, a major symptom. At moments of violent crisis even actions that have nothing to do with politics take on a strange character of chaotic anger. These actions are not lost on the attentive eye and they provide a very reliable index of the general state of mind. It is as though these great public emotions create a burning atmosphere in which private feelings seethe and boil. This is a story with 2 points. One is about the nature of the June days. Like Hugo's, this is a representative anecdote, in which a woman's gesture encapsulates the meaning of the revolution. But Tocqueville also intends to tell us something about how one comes upon representative anecdotes, about the power of that attentive eye to grasp the meaning of a minor, possibly negligible, incident, a power that the author of Democracy in America can rightly claim for himself. He knows that an observer thoughtful and canny and experienced enough will see the meaning of historical moments in such small details. But perhaps seeing is not quite the right verb for what Tocqueville is demonstrating here, rather his power is that of someone who can read the meaning of a face in a rapid and unperplexed fashion. For, like Victor Hugo, Tocqueville is interested in the lineaments, what he calls traits, features of physiognomy, and indeed physiognomy is his chief metaphor for historical interpretation. But if the language of Hugo's text immediately associated the monstrous and unknown forms with the sight of a woman's body, the path of association in Tocqueville is less rapid and direct. It goes by way of a denunciation of socialist theorizers as furiously energetic, crazed producers of signs. It was those socialist theories, which I have previously called the philosophy of the February Revolution, that later kindled real passions, embittered jealousies, and finally stirred up war between the classes. After the February 25, 1,000 strange systems poured from the impetuous imaginations of innovators and spread through the troubled minds of the crowd. Everything except throne and parliament was still standing, and yet it seemed that the shock of revolution had reduced society itself to dust, and that there was an open competition for the plan of the new edifice to be put in its place. Each man had his own scheme. One might publish his in the papers, another might use the posters that soon covered the walls, a third might proclaim his to the listening winds. One was going to abolish inequality of fortunes, another that of education, while a third attacked the oldest inequality of all, that between men and women. Like Pope's madman who locked from ink and paper scrawls with desperate charcoal round his darkened walls, the innovators are here conjured up in a vision of semiotic behavior gone haywire. The paragraphs link socialism to the grotesque proliferation of theories, to irregular publication, to the abolition of inequalities, and in a cadence that should by now seem predictable to the final, one would have thought, ineradicable difference between the sexes. But how, exactly, did Tocqueville get from writing to women? A final quotation should make that clear. It is a vignette of a conversation Tocqueville had, in the spring of 1848, with the writer and socialist sympathizer George Sand. Milnes put me beside Madame Sand. I had never spoken to her, and I don't think I had ever seen her before, for I have not lived much in the world of literary adventurers which she inhabited. When one of my friends asked her what she thought of my book about America, she replied, "Sir, I make it a habit only to read the books that are presented to me by the authors." I had a strong prejudice against Madame Sand, for I detest women who write, especially those who disguise the weaknesses of their sex and system. I have left the last two words in French because it's hard to find English equivalents that are both easily colloquial and accurate. Tocqueville is using "en system" in the only way it is generally used in French, that is, in the same way Maxime Duchamp is using it when he complains that the realists are impotent men, who erect their defects into a system, qui érigent leurs défauts en système. The phrase should read, I detest women who write, especially those who disguise the weaknesses of their sex by producing a system, however awkwardly that strikes the ear. It is in this respect that George Sand serves as a transitional figure between Tocqueville's dismay with socialist theories and the horror he felt when he stared into the face of the old woman. If his use of "en system" aligns Tocqueville's text with Duchamp's, his remark about women who disguise the weaknesses of their sex brings his language close to Hugo's "all that weakness contains of strength." Tocqueville's writing is more considered and less overwrought, but his implication in this tangled set of attitudes towards sexual differences, politics, and knowledge is similar to theirs. All three writers have produced intensely charged passages that are about a confrontation with a woman, a confrontation in which each finds an emblem of what revolutionary violence is all about. To rehearse the chain of associations we have been following in Tocqueville may allow us to see what is at work in the other writers as well. An investment in property, to begin with. Property seen as a sign of privilege and set over against those other signs marked out by those without property, the systems and theories of socialists. It is they who publish attacks on all inequalities, any old inequality including the oldest of all, that between men and women. And in this they are like those women writers who convert their weaknesses into systems and would brandish these substitutes apotropaically, defying those possessed of the more natural signs of privilege, of which property is the most fundamental. This would seem to be in defense of Tocqueville as a man of property, Tocqueville from Tocqueville. But it is also a defense of Tocqueville as the author of this resolutely non-theoretical account of what is happening in the world, a physiognomic reading of the confused features of his time which, though he contemplates them with mingled curiosity and fear, he nevertheless imagines to be lookable at, composable into features of the same face, if not characters of the great apocalypse. What I'm suggesting is that it is this belief that one can see history as the features of a face, read it off a composed physiognomy that Tocqueville must defend, chiefly by casting out something that resembles it a bit too closely for comfort, that production of unnatural systems which interpret the historical world with a willed and artificial coherence, and which are manifestly invested by their creators with the narcissistic charge of something like property. They are threatening to the extent that they raise doubts about one's own more natural ways of looking at things, and it is that threat that prompts these powerfully rendered Medusa fantasies when they are offered as substitutes for a more patient, inclusive account of political conflict. A vermiform appendix, the Phrygian cap. When I first presented this material to an audience at Johns Hopkins, Beatrice Marie, of the Humanities Center, suggested that some connections might be drawn between the complex of sexual, proprietary, and epistemological investments I had associated with the appearance of Medusa fantasies in political contexts, on the one hand, and, on the other, the adoption, during the French Revolution, of the Phrygian cap as an emblem of liberty. She had in mind the droopy phallic look the cap takes on when its crown falls forward or to one side, as it does in a mocking portrayal of Louis XVI, obliged to wear the cap, apotropaically, but as it turned out ineffectively so, in June 1792, and she wondered if the cap might not consistently, if surreptitiously, be associated with the threat of impotence or castration. I had no ideas on the subject at the time, but I've since had a chance to read around in histories of costume and of iconography, and this reading would seem to confirm Ms. Marie's hunch. It also provides a further illustration of the odd now you see it / now you don't logic with which these motifs appear and disappear, come together and disperse, in historical enactment and in historical interpretation. The usual understanding of the bonnet rouge de la liberté is as an unequivocally political symbol. The cap was taken to stand for liberty because it had stood for liberty in Rome. Under the empire it had been awarded to slaves on the occasion of their manumission. Earlier still, it had been mounted on a staff and paraded through the streets of the city by Caesar's assassins. I cite a recent summary of this account from an article by Jennifer Harris, along with other symbols borrowed from the period of classical antiquity, such as the Roman fasces denoting unity and indivisibility. The bonnet rouge early enters revolutionary iconography as a symbol of liberty, having been worn in Rome by freedmen as a sign of their new position, although it was also worn by several different nations of antiquity and by various individuals. It is associated, for example, with the dress of Paris, who is shown wearing it in David's 1788 painting Paris and Helen. In Rome it does appear to have stood for liberty in the same way that it was to in France after 1789, for it is represented on a coin of Brutus, issued in Asia Minor in 44 to 42 BC, positioned between two daggers and recalling the Ides of March. But here a slight complication develops. The cap on the coin Harris is referring to doesn't look like a Phrygian cap, it lacks the droop. Does that matter? Apparently it does, at least to some historians, ancient and modern, as one reads further in French accounts of the bonnet rouge and in descriptions of classical headgear. The question of what the Roman cap of liberty actually looked like, and what sorts of cap it was to be distinguished from, gets interestingly tangled and generates more vehemence than you would think a hat properly should. Because it had been settled, by the end of the Revolution, that figures representing liberty, or the Republic, or France, would be female, the political themes played out in this wavering fashion could draw, consciously or subliminally, on attitudes towards sexual difference for their effective force. A straightforward example of this can be found in an editorial Maurice Agulhon cites from L'Artiste of March 1848, "The Republic will wear no red cap, it decrees, she will be no camp follower but a serene, glorious, and fertile mother who will hold festivals and shed smiles upon her children." But more bizarre and, for our purposes, more telling evidence that the Phrygian cap carried a high sexual charge can be found in a pamphlet entitled De l'origine de la ferme du bonnet de la liberté, 1796. Its author, Esprit Antoine Gibelin, identifies himself as a painter destroyer, but he must also have been a reader of considerable range, capable of rapidly surveying the uses the cap was put to from classical times through the Renaissance. But chiefly he writes as a distinguisher, someone anxious to disseminate the true meaning of the bonnet rouge by insisting that its true form is that of the simple, rounded pilus, just as it appears on the coin of Brutus, semi-oval, chaste, and droop-free. I cite at length, to convey the urgency of his insistence and the sexual polemic which informs it, Our French artists, in the many paintings, sculptures, and engravings made since the beginning of the Revolution, have used the form of the Phrygian cap to adorn the head even of the figure of Liberty. Seduced by the refined turn of this effeminate cap, séduits parle galbi recherché de ce bonnet effémin, that ancient monuments have conserved for us on the graceful heads of a Paris and of a Ganymede, they have not considered that nothing is less appropriate to designate Liberty than the Phrygian cap, that it is an Asian headgear, that Liberty never dwelt in those lands, that even the Asiatic section of Greece was unable to conserve its own liberty, and that the enslaved kings pictured on Roman arches of triumph wear an almost similar cap. In truth, when the semi-oval form of the ordinary cap is a little elongated, the part that exceeds the crown of the head folds and falls, sometimes forward, sometimes back. Then it more or less imitates the form of the Phrygian cap, and the caps of those enslaved kings, placed in Rome on the Arch of Triumph of Constantine, and on the stairway of the Farnese Palace, seem to be of that sort. But, once again, this is not the true cap of Liberty as it is represented on ancient medals and monuments. It must be semi-oval, and if artists may permit themselves, in their imitation, to give it a little bit more fullness, in order to obtain picturesque folds, they must never, running to excess, expose to our view a Phrygian cap as a cap of Liberty. Ilne faux.k, donnant dans lx's, ils exposent à nos regards un bonnet Phrygian pour un bonnet de la Liberté. It is especially essential, in a symbolic representation of this sort, to avoid anything that can mislead the imagination by associations that are seductive. D'aviter tout ce qui peut égarer l'imagination par de rapports séduisants and contrary to the goal proposed by the majority. It is necessary to determine fixer a just idea of the emblematic meaning of each form. The dangers to be avoided here are indeterminately political, sexual, and epistemological. Enslavement, seduction, the loss of manhood, and the unfixing of determinate ideas of what things mean are held up as equivalent threats, and these baleful consequences inhere in the overly refined turn of the top of a cap, or more theatrically in the possibility that, looking for liberty, or for the Republic, that serene, glorious, and fertile mother, we may find, exposed to our glance, the droop of the Phrygian cap. This is the rhetoric of male hysteria, playing out, with an only slightly different set of images, the Medusa fantasies we have been considering in the earlier pages of this paper. And I suspect that it is in these terms that we can best understand an otherwise puzzling moment in Agulhán's history. Here again he is citing L'Artiste, this time a set of instructions, published in April 1848, on how properly to represent the figure of the Republic. She should be seated, thus expressing, as Agulhán notes, calm and order. She should manifest all three of her aspects, liberty as well as equality and fraternity, hence she should wear the cap, but with a difference. I nearly forgot to mention the cap. I indicated above that the Republic should sum up the three forces of which her symbol is combined. You are therefore not in a position to remove this sign of liberty. Only do find some way of transfiguring it. Agulhán quotes these lines, then wonders, in a footnote, what they can mean, exactly, although the intentions are clear. The concrete instructions are less so. How can one transfigure a cap but not make it disappear in its accustomed form? I think the answer is simple: remove the droop and you transfigure the cap. The author of those instructions shared, no doubt unconsciously, Gibelins' feelings about the proper look, the true form of the cap of Liberty. Untransfigured, the Phrygian cap aroused strong feelings. Indeed, after the Commune it became, in Agulhán's words, an object of official loathing, and the last chapters of his book chart the intensities of opposition during the 1870s and 1880s. I have been implying that, whatever its political sources, some of that intensity was psychosexual in origin, the result of the caps signifying, equivocally, both the possession and the lack of phallic power. Just as Gibelin urgently repeats his identification of the effeminate cap with that of the enslaved kings pictured on Roman arches of triumph, so 19th-century men of property could read in the cap the provocative lineaments of power and abjection, both all that weakness contains of strength and, proleptically, all that their own strength might conceal of weakness. For if caps can be removed, so can heads, and, not so long before, a certain number of heads had been removed by people wearing those very caps. Shortly after Louis XVI's execution, a print appeared showing his head held aloft like Medusa's. Beneath it are two revolutionary emblems, the cap of liberty and the Masonic level, the sign of equality. Supported by the level, the cap has been carefully aligned with the king's head, so that its tip, soft falling to the right, echoes the fall of the king's hair. Detached in this way, the cap functions as a mini Medusa, and it seems to have been capable of producing something of the same frisson. A Gulhan, who is wary of psychoanalytic interpretations, and who would no doubt find this association of the bonnet rouge with Medusa both far-fetched and tendentious, nevertheless provides further evidence of its plausibility in his chapter on the early 1870s. He describes, in fascinating detail, the conservative polemic against republicanism, the attempts to keep representations of the motherland free of any taint of revolutionary imagery, attempts which included the destruction of a statue wearing the Phrygian cap, as well as official proclamations condemning the cap as a violent and seditious emblem. In this context he takes up a painting produced in 1872, a representation of evil entitled The Fatal Fall, which depicts mankind toppling into the abyss, apparently propelled there by the powerfully malign influence of three allegorical personages, a sophistic Blakean human reason and two bad women whom a Gulhan describes in these terms. One of them lies there naked, in a state of abandon, with a wine glass in her hand. She clearly represents evil in private life. The other, whose upper body only is naked, must be evil in social life, namely revolt. In her left hand she holds a torch and in her right a dagger. We cannot fail here to recognize the accessories that have become so familiar to us in their classic reactionary interpretation. The torch of enlightenment has become the brand that set Paris alight, and the sword of political conflict has shrunk to an assassin's dagger. We are bound, in all honesty, to admit that this fury is not wearing a Phrygian cap. Her heavy locks could be interpreted rather as the serpents of discord, a motif which is, after all, close to it. Close enough, I would agree. One final example, in 1797 Antonio Canova began work on a statue of Perseus triumphant, holding at arm's length the head of Medusa. Customarily such depictions of Perseus Cellini's, for example, show him wearing the helmet given him by Hades, the helmet of invisibility. In Canova's statue he is wearing an odd conglomerate headpiece, combining the traditional winged helmet with the lappets and the droop of the Phrygian cap. Perhaps there was precedence for this, but I doubt it. It seems unlikely that Perseus could have been represented in this way before 1793, that is, before the guillotining of the king. Canova has also departed from Cellini's example by having Perseus rotate the head so that it is almost, but, for safety's sake, not quite facing him. The result is to fix in marble an emblem of the political and sexual specularity we have been considering, the interchangeability of the Phrygian cap and the head of Medusa. 58 Tobin Siebers from The Mirror of Medusa, 1983, Medusa as Double. Tobin Siebers, a professor of English, specializes in postmodern and critical theory. In his 1983 book, The Mirror of Medusa, he considers how Medusa becomes crucial to an anthropological understanding of curses and amulets across cultures. Siebers relates these phenomena to the cultural prominence of narcissism. His analysis allows him to offer a reading of the material culture incorporating Medusa jewelry, coins, and vases, along with a reading of the myth itself. Circulating on the aegis of Athena and in the hands of Perseus, the head of Medusa fascinates. Its horrifying countenance spontaneously transforms its beholder to stone. Yet the mask of Medusa also serves an apotropaic function, as do all masks, by protecting its wearer against fascination. The mask of Medusa once more presents a familiar paradox: the Gorgonian both causes and cures the evil eye. Yet Perseus also carries and cures the disease of fascination. Seeking out his enemies, he focuses a terrible glance upon them. His anger and hatred are concealed as he seems to mask himself with Medusa's fatal countenance. This gesture stimulates the imagination, and its appropriate image is provided by Benvenuto Cellini. Cellini's marvelous statue provides a stunning vision of Perseus and Medusa, attesting to the enormous intuitive power of great art and its capacity to rearrange and reveal mythological material. When the statue is seen from behind, Perseus and Medusa resemble each other. The hero's tangled locks mimic the coils of the serpents that entwine his victim's head. Hades's cap of invisibility depicts the god's gloomy countenance, indicating Cellini's belief that the cap was a mask. The features of the god of the underworld thus join with those of Perseus to compose a rather odd Janus figure. As this monstrous Perseus gazes ahead at his enemies, the god of death stares to the rear, counting the victims left in the wake of the hero's swift and relentless advance. Viewed from Perseus's right side, the statue reveals another Janus figure, the hero and monster displaying identical profiles. The aquiline noses, delicate cheekbones, and lowered eyes twin each other, presenting a baffling spectacle for those in need of clear distinct ions between the heroic and monstrous. Standing in front of the statue, the beholder is mortified to discover that the faces of the slayer and victim are doubled. Both the Gorgon and Perseus poise themselves in serenity and peace, the only trace of violence being the twisted limbs and spurting neck wound of Medusa's headless corpse. The mask of Medusa, however, conceals another monstrous double whose story exhibits the secret violence at the heart of the myth. According to Apollodorus, it is Athena who orders Medusa's death, guides Perseus's deadly sword stroke, and eventually receives the head from the hero's hands. In Euripides's Ion, a simpler and presumably Attic form of the myth, Athena slays the Gorgon and places the head on her aegis. The Theogony records a scene in which Poseidon and Medusa consort in a beautiful meadow. An Alexandrian poet retells the story, resituating the violation in the temple of Athena. Apparently, Athena witnesses the impious act and punishes the youngest and most beautiful of the three Gorgons by turning her into a monster. Pindar's version, later corroborated by Apollodorus, also describes the rivalry between Athena and Medusa. Accordingly, Medusa dares to compare her beauty to Athena's, which angers the goddess of reason to such an extent that she crowns the Gorgon's head with a wreath of hissing serpents. Pindar also evidences the beauty of Medusa by describing her as fair-cheeked. Moreover, in Greek the name Medusa attests to the Gorgon's singular stature, for it means queen. The queen of the city and the queen of hell share a history of rivalry, which is dramatically stressed by the fact that the birth of Athena presents the mirror image of Medusa's death. After either Hephaestus or Prometheus opens Zeus's head with an axe, Athena, fully armed, springs from the wound. Medusa dies from the sword blow of Perseus, and from her head spring Pegasus and Chrysaor. These two scenes, by virtue of their similarity, again present the violent competition between goddess and monster. Both in the beauty contest and in the above scene, Athena must overcome Medusa to establish her own identity. In the final analysis, however, she is only marked by her conflict with the monster, as the Gorgonian on her aegis so clearly witnesses. 59 Teresa Dolorides from Desire in Narrative, 1984, Medusa in Cinema in Alice Doesn't, Feminism, Semiotics, Cinema. Teresa Dolorides synthesizes semiotics and psychoanalysis to provide a feminist narrative theory that scholars have subsequently found extremely valuable for reading both filmic and literary texts. Chapter 5 of that volume explores the interrelation of desire and narrative, a relation materially inscribed through the woman's body. In this excerpt, Dolorides turns to the myth of Medusa, suggesting that classical mythology as we know it restricts the narrative role of women in ways that the original myth did not, because we have inherited only hero narratives. Medusa's fate, she argues, is one that might befall any woman consumed by questions of cinematic identification and spectatorship. My question, what did Medusa feel seeing herself reflected in Perseus's shield just before being slain, was intended very much in the context of a politics of the unconscious. It is a rhetorical question, but one that nonetheless needs to be posed within the feminist discourse and urgently demands of it further theoretical attention. It is a rhetorical question in the sense that, I believe, some of us do know how Medusa felt, because we have seen it at the movies, from Psycho to Blowout, be the film a love story or not a love story. Yet our knowledge, and the experience of that feeling are discounted by film critics as subjective and idiosyncratic, and by film theorists as naive or untheoretical. Some, for example, would remind us that when we see Medusa being slain, daily, on the screen, as film and television spectators, we have a purely aesthetic identification. Others, and probably you, too, reader, would object that my question about Medusa is tendentious, for I pretend to ignore that in the story Medusa was asleep when Perseus entered her cave, she did not see, she did not look. Precisely. Doesn't an aesthetic identification mean that, though we look at her looking throughout the movie, we too, women spectators, are asleep when she is being slain? And only wake up, like Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, if the film ends with the kiss? Or you may remark that I am indeed naive in equating Perseus's shield with a movie screen. Yet, not only does that shield protect Perseus from Medusa's evil look, but later on, after her death, in his further adventures, it serves as frame and surface on which her head is pinned to petrify his enemies. It is thus, pinned up on the shield of Athena, that the slain Medusa continues to perform her deadly task within the institutions of law and war and cinema, I would add, for which Cocteau, not I, devised the well-known definition, death at work. In an equally well-known paper of 1922, entitled Medusa's Head, Freud reiterated his theory that the terror of castration is linked to the sight of something, the female genitals, and similarly the sight of Medusa's head makes the spectator stiff with terror, turns him to stone, but at the same time offers him consolation, the stiffening reassures him. This is what Success parodies in The Laugh of the Medusa, when she says, "Men need femininity to be associated with death, it's the jitters that give them a hard-on, for themselves." What then of the look of the woman, asks Heath. The reply given by psychoanalysis is from the phallus. If the woman looks, the spectacle provokes, castration is in the air, the Medusa's head is not far off, thus, she must not look, is absorbed herself on the side of the scene, seeing herself, Lacan's femininity. And he quotes the Lacanian analyst Eugenie Lemoyne-Luchini, in thus offering herself to the look, in giving herself for sight, according to the sequence, see oneself, give oneself to be seen, the girl unless she falls into the complete alienation of the hysteric provokes the other to an encounter and a reply which give her pleasure. Success's anti-Lacanian response is certainly more encouraging, but only slightly more useful practically or theoretically. You only have to look at the Medusa straight on to see her. And she's not deadly. She's beautiful and she's laughing. The problem is that to look at the Medusa straight on is not a simple matter, for women or for men, the whole question of representation is precisely there. A politics of the unconscious cannot ignore the real, historical, and material complicities, even as it must dare theoretical utopias. Freud may not have known it, but in that two-page paper he put forth the definitive theory of pornographic cinema and, some have argued, of cinema tout court. Death at work. But whose death is it, whose work, and what manner of death? My question then, how did Medusa feel looking at herself being slain and pinned up on screens, walls, billboards, and other shields of masculine identity, is really a political question that bears directly upon the issues of cinematic identification and spectatorship, the relation of female subjectivity to ideology in the representation of sexual difference and desire, the positions available to women in film, the conditions of vision and meaning production, for women. 60 Patricia Klindienst Joplin from The Voice of the Shuttle is Ours, 1984, Rape and Silence in the Medusa Story. Patricia Klindienst Joplin's influential essay is a response to Jeffrey Hartman's The Voice of the Shuttle, language from the point of view of literature which, for Joplin, elided the gender-specific violence of rape and the politics of literary representation in its discussion of the myth of Philomela. In the following excerpt from The Voice of the Shuttle is Ours, Joplin argues for another instance of real violence to women that has been elided in myth, this time, the myth of Medusa, and claims that Medusa, herself silenced, has been used to silence other women. Among the women represented with their own features and a proper background in Arachne's tapestry is Medusa herself. To tell the tale of Poseidon's rape of Medusa is to suggest what the myth of the woman who turns men to stone conceals. The locus of that crime was an altar in the temple of Athene. The background of the crime was the city's need to choose what god to name itself for, or what is usually represented as a rivalry between Poseidon and Athene for the honor. Was Medusa raped, or was she sacrificed on the altar to Athene? Was the woman punished by Athene, or was she killed during a crisis as an offering to the angry goddess by the city of Athens, much as Iphigenia was said to be sacrificed to a bloodthirsty Artemis? Medusa does not become a beautiful human virgin in Greek myth until very late. Behind the decapitated woman's head Perseus uses to turn men to stone lies the ancient Gorgon. The Gorgon or Medusa head was also used as an apotropaic ritual mask and is sometimes found marking the chimney corners in Athenian homes. The mythical Medusa may recall a real sacrificial victim. The violence is transformed into rape, but the locus of the act, the altar, is preserved, and responsibility for the crime is projected onto the gods. But even there, it must finally come to rest upon another woman, Athene. Behind the victim's head that turns men to stone may lie the victim stoned to death by men. Perhaps it is the staring recognition of human responsibility for ritual murder that is symbolized in the gaze that turns us to stone. The story is eroticized to locate the violence between men and women, and Freud in his equation decapitation equals castration continues the development of mythological and sacrificial thinking inherent in misogyny. If Medusa has become a central figure for the woman artist to struggle with, it is because, herself a silenced woman, she has been used to silence other women. 61 Craig Owens from The Medusa Effect or, The Specular Ruse, 1984, Barbara Kruger and the Medusa Effect. In his essay on the photographer/textual artist Barbara Kruger, art critic and theorist Craig Owens calls Medusa's ability to petrify with her gaze a proto-photographic process with relevance throughout Western art. Reading both the myth of Perseus slaying Medusa and Kruger's art through Lacan's theory of the imaginary, Owens muses on what it means to capture an image. Kruger's untitled, "Your gaze hits the side of my face." To speak is to make words common, to create commonplaces. Emmanuel Levinas, Totality and Infinity. Barbara Kruger propositions us with commonplaces, stereotypes. Juxtaposing figures and figures of speech, laconic texts superimposed on found images. Kruger does not compose these photographs herself, she works to expose what Roland Barthes called the rhetoric of the image, those tactics whereby photographs impose their messages upon us, hammer them home. It was Barthes who first proposed to replace the ideology of literary invention with an idiolectology whose operative concepts would be citation, reference, stereotype, and many artists today work within the regime of the stereotype, manipulating mass cultural imagery so that hidden ideological agendas are supposedly exposed. But most of these artists treat the stereotype as something arbitrarily imposed upon the social field from without, and thus as something relatively easy to depose. Kruger, however, regards it as an integral part of social processes of incorporation, exclusion, domination, and rule, that is, as a weapon, an instrument of power. Thus, in a recent work she interposes, between the viewer and a photograph of a woman in repose, a text which alludes to the stereotypical way society disposes of woman, positioning her outside culture, in a state of nature/nurture. "We won't play nature to your culture," Kruger declares, thereby opposing what is itself already in opposition nature/culture and all that it presupposes, a binary logic that divides the social body into two unequal halves in order to subject one to the other. "Your assignment," Kruger writes in an earlier work, "is to divide and conquer, or, more precisely, the other to the one," as she writes in a third work, "You destroy what you think is difference." In refusing this assignment, Kruger poses a threat. Nevertheless, her work remains cool, composed. As she proposes elsewhere, "I am your reservoir of poses." An inventory of Kruger's montage techniques, she juxtaposes, superimposes, interposes texts and images, and of the ends to which these techniques are put she exposes, opposes, deposes stereotypes and clichés, indicates the importance of a rhetoric of pose to all her work. Most of the photographs Kruger reuses were originally staged posed, and she crops, enlarges, and repositions them so that their theatricality is emphasized. She does not work with snapshots, in which the camera itself suspends animation, but with studio shots, in which it records an animation performed only to be suspended, a gesture, a pose. What is a gesture? Jacques Lacan asks in the 9th chapter, titled "What is a picture?" of the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis. A threatening gesture, for example? It is not a blow that is interrupted. It is certainly something done in order to be arrested and suspended. Immobility is a pervasive theme in Kruger's work. A female silhouette, literally pinned down, may appear with the injunction "we have received orders not to move," or a patient may be held in place by a battery of dental appliances while the viewer is admonished, "You are a captive audience," or the words "your gaze hits the side of my face" may appear beside a female portrait head. In this last work, Kruger alludes specifically to the power attributed to vision to suspend movement and arrest life. For what we see before us is a woman immobilized, turned to stone, in fact by the power of the gaze. Medusa? Remember that it was Medusa's gaze that was endowed with the power of turning to stone all who came within its purview, with the power, that is, of creating figures, statues. Remember as well that Perseus contrived to steal this power for himself, and the appropriation of the gaze is the principal theme of the myth, beginning as it does with the theft of an eye, to himself become a producer of figures. This he accomplished by means of a ruse. Using his shield as a mirror, he reflected the deadly gaze back upon itself, whereupon Medusa was immediately, or so the narrative proposes, petrified. Turned against itself, Medusa's power turns out to be her vulnerability, and Perseus's vulnerability, his strength. The myth's central episode is almost proto-photographic. It seems to describe that split second in which vision bends back upon itself to produce its own imprint. Perseus inserts Medusa into a closed system, a relation of identity between seer and seen. The immediacy of this link makes the relationship of Medusa with her image indexical, and not simply iconic. Thus, Medusa is transformed into an image, inserted into the order of designation. Henceforth, she will serve primarily as the support for a long chain of discursive and figural events, beginning with Perseus's own account of his triumph over Medusa, recounted by Ovid, including the famous Roman mosaic depicting Perseus with Medusa's severed head, the prototype for countless depictions of the myth in the history of Western art, and extending into our own century with Ferenczi's, Freud's and Hélène Cixous' psychoanalytic accounts of the myth. But what each of these authors, including myself, will systematically repeat and simultaneously deny is the ruse whereby Medusa is inserted into discourse in the first place, the violence whereby she becomes an object of depiction, narration, analysis. For Medusa herself will not depict, narrate, analyze. As Cixous says, Medusa never gets a chance to tell her side of the story. Since Freud's well-known text Das Medusenjagd, the meaning of the myth has itself been petrified, immobilized. Focusing on Medusa's head as an apotrope, Athena, Freud reminds us, bore this emblem on her breastplate in order to repulse, in both senses, her enemies. He interprets it as a fetish, an emblem of castration, a displaced representation of female genitalia. Given the instantaneity invoked by the myth's central episode, Medusa sees herself and is immediately turned to stone. Freud might have related it not to the boys, but instead to the girl's realization of her own castration, at least as he imagines this scenario. A little girl behaves differently from a little boy. She makes her judgment and her decision in a flash. She has seen it and knows that she is without it and wants to have it. Instead, Freud makes his judgment and his decision in a flash. He has seen it and he knows to decapitate equals to castrate. Thus, Hélène Cixous, in her manifesto The Laugh of the Medusa, attacks Freud's interpretation as a masculine projection. You have only to look at the Medusa straight on to see her. And she's not deadly. She's beautiful and she's laughing. But Cixous also treats Medusa primarily as an apotrope. Let the priests tremble, we're going to show them our sexts. What both Freud and Cixous overlook is the importance of the myth's central episode, the specular ruse whereby Perseus was able to decapitate/castrate Medusa in the first place. Psychoanalysis can, however, tell us a great deal about the significance of this episode, for there is more to the story of Perseus and Medusa than meets the eye. Medusa's is clearly an imaginary capture, a capture in the imaginary. Can it be that Perseus, like Kruger, had read Lacan? For in this act of seeing that is its own sight, this instantaneous identification, what we recognize as the duality, the specularity, the symmetry and immediacy that characterize Lacan's imaginary order. Lacan defines the essence of the imaginary as a dual relationship, a reduplication in the mirror, an immediate opposition between consciousness and its other in which each term becomes its opposite and is lost in the play of the reflection. Moreover, he repeatedly refers to the subject's identification with an image as its capture. It is with this capture that the ego is constituted. In Lacan, the ego is always an imaginary construct. And in the Discours de Rome he refers to the patient's imaginary constructions of identity as statues. Lacanian psychoanalysis also enables us to detect, in the myth's central episode, a crucial elision, for this episode collapses what are, in fact, two distinct moments, one in which Medusa sees herself, and another in which she is petrified. These two moments must logically be distinct. How can Perseus decapitate Medusa, if she is already turned to stone? What Perseus's sword separates, then, is not only a head, or phallus, from a body, but also, in narrative terms, an initial moment of seeing from a terminal moment of arrest. In an important passage in Four Fundamental Concepts devoted to the power of the evil eye to arrest movement and, literally, kill life, Lacan discusses precisely these two moments, referring to their pseudo-identification as a suture, a Lacanian concept which specifies the subject's relation to the chain of its own discourse. What I noticed there Lacan has been discussing the peaking opera of fight scenes was the suture, the pseudo-identification that exists between what I called the time of terminal arrest of the gesture and what, in another dialectic that I called the dialectic of identificatory haste, I put as the first time, namely, the moment of seeing. The two overlap, but they are certainly not identical, since one is initial and the other is terminal. The psychoanalytic concept of suture, derived from surgical terminology, to join the two lips of a wound, itself seems to have an apotropaic effect. I propose, therefore, to rename suture at least in so far as Lacan uses the term to designate the pseudo-identification of an initial moment of seeing and a terminal moment of arrest. The Medusa effect, specular ruse, imaginary identification of seer and seen, immediacy, capture, stereotype. Lacan's discussion of the evil eye includes not only a description of the Medusa effect, but also a prescription against it. Significantly, this prescription inverts the temporal order of the two moments which it elides. Vision, Lacan argues, reverses the logical order of speech: first, a terminal moment of arrest, then and only then, an initial act of seeing, there, that by which the original temporality in which the relation to the other is situated as distinct is here, in the scopic dimension, that of the terminal moment. That which in the identificatory dialectic of the signifier and the spoken word will be projected forward as haste is here, on the contrary, the end, that which, at the outset of any new intelligence, will be called the moment of seeing. In placing the moment of arrest prior to the moment of seeing, Lacan is, of course, simply describing what happens when we look at a picture, any picture: first an arrested gesture, painting, photograph, then the act of viewing which completes the gesture. But he is simultaneously describing the mechanism of pose. To strike a pose is to present oneself to the gaze of the other as if one were already frozen, immobilized, that is, already a picture. For Lacan, then, pose has a strategic value, mimicking the immobility induced by the gaze, reflecting its power back on itself. Pose forces it to surrender. Confronted with a pose, the gaze itself is immobilized, brought to a standstill, for the object does not move with the eye. A pose, then, is an apotrope. And to strike a pose is to pose a threat. In Kruger's work, the strategic value Lacan attributes to pose is doubled and then redoubled. Doubled, to reiterate, a stereotype is an apotrope, posing as a mirror image of social reality, its adequate, identical reflection. It is engineered to immediately immobilize the social body. Redoubled, Kruger reflects the stereotype back on itself, mimicking its techniques, its double address, its transformation of action into gesture, its instant legibility. How else to defeat an apotrope than with another apotrope? Kruger's work, then, engages in neither social commentary nor ideological critique, the traditional activities of politically motivated artists, consciousness raising. Her art has no moralistic or didactic ambition. Rather, she stages for the viewer the techniques whereby the stereotype produces subjection, interpellates him/her as subject. With one crucial difference: in Kruger's double inversion, the viewer is led ultimately to reject the work's address, this double postulation, this contradictory construction. There is a risk, of course, that this rejection will take the form of yet another gesture. 62 Jean-Pierre Vernant from Death in the Eyes and in the Mirror of Medusa, 1985. Translated by Thomas Curley and Froma I Zeitlen Frontality and Monstrosity. Jean-Pierre Vernant is Professor Emeritus at the Collège de France, where he held a chair of comparative studies in ancient religions. Vernant has been a radical rethinker of classical studies. His work on myth, religion, ritual, literary aesthetics, and the socio-political structure of the city-state have all contributed significantly to the field. In this essay, excerpted from Mortals and Immortals, Vernant conducts an extensive exploration of the Gorgon as a representative of the other and of the masked being in ancient Greek society. Death in the eyes, Gorgo, figure of the other. Why study Gorgo? The reason is that for a historian, and a historian of religion in particular, the problem of alterity or otherness in ancient Greece cannot be limited to the representation the Greeks made of others, of all those whom, for the purposes of reflection, they ranked under different headings in the category of difference, and whose representations always appear deformed because these figures barbarian, slave, stranger, youth, and woman are always constructed with reference to the same model. The adult male citizen. We must also investigate what could be called extreme alterity and ask about the ways in which the ancients attempted to give a form in their religious universe to this experience of an absolute other. The issue is no longer one of a human being who is different from a Greek, but what, by comparison to a human being, is revealed as radical difference, instead of an other person, the other of the person. Such, we think, were the sense and function of this strange sacred power that operates through the mask, that has no other form than the mask, and that is presented entirely as a mask, Gorgo. In certain qualities she is close to Artemis. In the sanctuary of Artemis Orthia in Sparta, among the votive masks dedicated to the goddess, the young had to wear likenesses of these in the course of the agoge in order to execute their mimetic dances. There are many that reproduce the monstrous and terrifying face of Gorgo. But the otherness that the young of both sexes explore under the patronage of Artemis seems to be situated entirely on a kind of horizontal plane where the question is one of time or space. This is the kind of alterity that marks the first moments of human life, which is punctuated by various stages and passages until the time when a man and a woman become fully themselves. This same alterity rules over the frontiers of civic territory, uncultivated lands, far from the city and civilized life, on the margins of the wild. The wildness Artemis seems to share with Gorgo, however, is manifested by her in a different way in that Artemis emphasizes the wild and gives it a place only in order better to relegate it to the periphery. In determining that the young, in their differences from the group, may experience different forms of alterity on the boundaries, Artemis sees to it that they embark correctly on their learning of the model to which, one day, they will have to conform. From the margins where she rules, she prepares the return to the center. The nurture of the young she practices in a zone of the wild aims at their satisfactory integration into the heart of civic space. The alterity Gorgo incarnates is of a very different type. Like that of Dionysus, it operates according to a vertical axis. This alterity no longer concerns the early part of life nor those regions far removed from the civilized horizon. Rather, it is one that, at any moment and in any place, wrenches humans away from their lives and themselves, whether with Gorgo, to cast them down into the confusion and horror of chaos, or with Dionysus and his worshippers, to raise them up high, in a fusion with the divine and the beatitude of a golden age refound. Plastic representations of Gorgo, both the Gorgonian, the mask alone, and the full feminine figure with a Gorgon face appear not only on a series of vases, but from the archaic period on, they can be seen on the facades of temples or as acroteria and antefixes. We find them as emblems on shields or decorating household utensils, hanging in artisans' workshops, attached to kilns, set up in private residences, and also, finally, stamped on coins. This representation first appears early in the 7th century BCE, and by the end of the second quarter of the same century, the canonical types of the model are already codified in their essential features. Leaving aside the variants in Corinthian, Attic, and Laconian imagery, we can, on a first analysis, identify two fundamental characteristics in the portrayal of Gorgo. First, frontality. In contrast to the figurative conventions determining Greek pictorial space in the archaic period, the Gorgon is always, without exception, represented in full face. Whether mask or full figure, the Gorgon's face is at all times turned frontally toward the spectator who gazes back at her. Second, monstrousness. Whatever kinds of distortion are involved, the figure systematically plays on the confusion of human and bestial elements, juxtaposed and mingled in a variety of ways. The enlarged rounded head recalls the face of a lion. The eyes are staring, the gaze is fixed and piercing. The hair resembles an animal's mane or bristles with snakes. The ears are overly large, deformed, at times like those of a cow. Horns sometimes grow from the skull. The gaping, grinning mouth extends so far that it cuts across the breadth of the face, revealing rows of teeth, fangs, or wild boar tusks. The tongue thrusts forward and protrudes outside the mouth. The chin is hairy or bearded, and the skin is sometimes furrowed with deep wrinkles. The visage looks more like a grimace than a face. In disrupting the features that make up a human face, it produces an effect of disconcerting strangeness that expresses a form of the monstrous that oscillates between two extremes, the horror of the terrifying and the hilarity of the grotesque. Despite the evident contrasts between the horror of Gorgo and those satyrs and Silenoi, who, on a scale of monstrosity, tend more toward the grotesque, there are still significant collusions between them. These two types also have noticeable affinities with the stark and crude representation of the sexual organs, both masculine and feminine, a representation that, just like the monstrous face whose equivalent it is in certain respects, also has the power to provoke both sacred fear and liberating laughter. To clarify the play between the face of Gorgo and the image of the female sexual organ as between the phallos and the figures of satyrs and Silenoi, whose humorous monstrosity is also disturbing, a word should be said about the strange figure of Babo, a personage with two aspects, a nocturnal spectre, a kind of ogress, related, like Gorgo, Mormo, or Medusa, to infernal Hecate, but also like an old woman whose cheerful jokes and vulgar gestures provoke Demeter's laughter and thus induce the goddess mourning for her daughter to break her stubborn fast. The correlation between the relevant texts and the statutes of Preen, which represent a female reduced to a face that is also a lower belly, gives an unequivocal meaning to Babo's gesture of lifting her dress to exhibit her intimate parts. What Babo actually displays to Demeter is her genitals made up as a face in the form of genitals, one might even say, the genitals made into a mask. By its grimace, this genital face becomes a burst of laughter, corresponding to the goddess's laugh, just as the terror of the one who looks at Gorgo's face corresponds to the grimace of horror that cuts across it. The phallos, one of whose names is Babo N6, emphasizes the relationship with Babo and AC acquires a symmetrical function at the opposite pole of the monstrous. Normally, the phallos adds to the humor and accentuates the grotesque quality of those amusing monsters who are the satyrs, but in initiations it produces an effect of sacred dread, of terrified fascination, which is expressed by the gestures of certain feminine individuals, who shrink away from its unveiling. Moreover, there are two mythic versions of Demeter's laughter during the time she is searching for her daughter, and in each, the protagonist, in order to produce a liberating shock as an antidote to grief, resorts to indecency in different ways. According to the first version, Iambe, Grea Iambe, the old Iambe, as Apollodorus says, mocks Demeter and interrupts her mourning with the obscene jokes, the ascrologia, used at the thesmophoria or at the Jephurismos of the Eleusinian procession. Iambe can be considered as the feminine of Iambos, the iamb, with its musical element of satiric song and its poetry of invective and derision. The liberating effect of an unbridled sexuality, close to the monstrous by virtue of its anomic character, operates in and through language, insulting witticisms, obscene insults, and scatological jokes, everything the Greeks understood in the expression skoptine or periskoptine pala. In the second version, Babo replaces iambe and puts the same procedures on the visual level. She substitutes spectacle for words, she displays the object rather than naming it. When she crudely exhibits her genitals with a kind of obscene wiggle, Babo makes the merry face of a young boy peep out, that of the child Iacchos, whose name evokes the mystic cry of the initiates, Iacho, Iac, but who also is related to the Quiros, the piglet, and likewise, of course, to the feminine genitals. Frontality and monstrosity, these are the two features of Gorgo's iconography that suggest questions about her origins. Antecedents have been sought in the Near Eastern, the Crito-Mycenaean, and the Sumero-Akkadian worlds. Some scholars have suggested parallels with the figure of the Egyptian Bes and especially with that of the demon Humbaba as he is represented in Assyrian art. Despite their value, these studies miss what I consider the essential fact, the specific form of a figure that, whatever borrowings or transpositions may have taken place, still stands out as a new creation that is very different from the antecedents invoked to explain it. The originality of this image cannot be grasped without considering how it is related in Greek archaic life to ritual practices and mythic themes, and above all, to a supernatural power, which emerges and asserts itself just when the symbolic model that represents it is constructed and fixed in the particular form of the Gorgon's mask. For this reason, Jane Harrison's efforts at interpretation seem finally unsuccessful. Relying on several figurative analogies among harpies, Erinyes, and Gorgons, she tried to connect them all to the same primitive religious base and make them different types of cures, evil spirits, phantoms, pollutions. But it is not methodologically recommended to combine 5 different figures in the same vague category without concern for the clear and distinct differences that give each its appropriate significance and particular place in the system of divine powers. The Erinyes have neither wings nor masks, the harpies have wings but no masks. The Gorgons may be winged, but they are the only ones represented with the face of a mask. The affinities between Gorgo and the mistress of the animals, the Potnia, as Theodora Karageorga strongly emphasizes, are more promising. There are shared contacts between the two types, and their iconographical representations reveal resemblances or, at least, parallels with each other. These should be taken into account. In certain of her aspects, Gorgo appears as the dark face, the sinister reverse of the great goddess whose legacy Artemis, in particular, will later inherit. But even here, the fact that there are also differences and discrepancies between the two models ought to warn us against a pure and simple assimilation. It still remains crucial to understand why and how the Greeks developed a symbolic figure that, in its combination of frontality and monstrosity in a single form, can be clearly distinguished from all the others so as to be instantly perceived for what it is, the face of Gorgo. Certain musical instruments, when used orgiastically to provoke delirium, play on this scale of infernal sounds. The effect of terror these produce in their hearers is all the more intense when the musicians and their instruments are not seen and the source of the sounds is concealed. These sounds seem to rise up directly out of the invisible, to come up from the beyond like the disguised voice of a ghostly power, an echo come from afar and mysteriously resounding here on earth. A fragment from Aeschylus's Eden Aeons quoted by Strabo, is significant in this regard. 1. Holding in his hands the pipe, the labor of the lathe, blows forth his fingered tune, even the sound that wakes to frenzy. Another, with brass-bound cymbals, raises a clang the twang shrills, and unseen, unknown, bull-voiced mimes in answer bellow fearfully, while the timbrel's echo, like that of subterranean thunder, rolls along inspiring a mighty terror. But among all the musical instruments, the flute, because of its sounds, melody, and the manner in which it is played, is the one to which the Gorgon's mask is most closely related. The art of the flute, the instrument itself, the way it is used, and the melody one extracts from it was invented by Athena to simulate the shrill sounds she had heard escaping from the mouths of the Gorgons and their snakes. In order to imitate them, she made the song of the flute which combines all sounds pamphonon melos. But the risk in playing the role of the shrieking Gorgon is actually to become one, all the more so as this mimesis is not mere imitation but an authentic mime, a way of getting inside the skin of the character one imitates, of donning his or her mask. The story is told that Athena, wholly absorbed in blowing into the flute, did not heed the warning of the satyr, Marsyas, who, when he saw her with distended mouth, puffed out cheeks, and a face wholly distorted by the effort of getting a sound from the flute, said to her, "These ways do not become you. Take up your weapons, put down the flute, and compose your features." But it was only when she looked at herself in the waters of a river and saw that what the mirror reflected was not the beautiful face of a goddess but the hideous rictus of a Gorgon that she threw away the flute once and for all, crying, "Be damned, shameful object, outrage to my body, I will not surrender myself to this ignominy." Frightened by the deformity that offends the sight, she gave up the instrument that her intelligence was able to invent. Nevertheless, the flute was not altogether lost for everyone. Marsyas seized it, the flute became the pride and joy of the satyr, the brute who claps his hands, a monster whose ugly face harmonizes with the melody and playing of the instrument. Marsyas's glory is also his misfortune. Athena discovered that by playing the flute she had descended to the level of monstrosity. Her face was demeaned to become a semblance of a Gorgon's mask. Marsyas, however, thinks that by playing the flute he can raise himself to the level of the god, Apollo. He claims victory over the god in a musical contest. But in the hands of Apollo, the lyre produces a melody in harmony with human song and its accompanying words. On the other hand, in the huge mouth of the satyr, even when it is covered with a piece of leather, the phorbaia, and a halter to soften the violence of his breathing and mask the distortion of his lips, the aulos or syrinx, the double flute or the flute of Pan, leaves no room for human song or voice. At the end of the contest, Apollo is declared the winner. He flays Marsyas alive, hanging his skin in a cave at the springs of the Meander, just as Athena, according to certain versions, wears over her shoulders as an aegis, not the head but the flayed skin of Gorgo. What do these stories about the affinities between the flute and the mask of terror teach us? First, of course, that the sounds of the flute are alien to articulate discourse, poetic song, and human speech. Second, that the flutist's distorted face, deformed to look like a Gorgon's, is that of a person possessed by madness and disfigured by anger, and who, as Plutarch observes, ought, like Athena, to look at himself in the mirror in order to calm himself and recover his normal human state. Aristotle's remarks go even further. If Athena rejected the flute, he observes, it was not only because this instrument deforms the face, but also because the flute contributes nothing to the improvement of intelligence. The goddess is opposed to the kind of instruction that prevents the use of speech. And, above all, flute music has the least ethical and the most orgiastic character. It produces its effects not through a mode of instruction, mathesis, but by purification, catharsis, for everything that belongs to the Bacchic trance and to all impulses of this sort depends, from the instrumental point of view, on the flute. Thus the flute is the instrument par excellence of trance, orgiastic celebrations, delirium, and of rituals and dances of possession. Citing mothers, whose children have difficulty sleeping, and who in order to calm them, rock them, and sing them lullabies instead of leaving them alone in silence, Plato declares, it is as if, in the full sense of the words, they play the flute in front of their children katalausi tun padian as before frenzied bacchants ek phronon bachian, who are cured by the use of the movements of both dance and music. To play the bacchant or corybant is to hear or to think one hears flutes. Cor responding to Plato's remark, those who play the corybant think they hear flutes, is Iamblichus's assertion, certain ecstatics hear flutes, cymbals, drums, or some melody and are thus in a state of enthusiasm and hagiosyn. Flutes both excite or heal passions of frenzy, some melodies cause a trance anabatuous thigh, others put an end to it apopa est high tes bachias. There are several ways, however, of being a bacchant, and in states of possession, it is not always the same divinities who take hold of their worshippers, put the bit and bridle on them, and ride them into the cavalcade of madness. In contrast to the bacchant of Dionysus, whom the imagery associates with figures of Maenades along with their exuberant escort of satyrs and Silenoi, we must distinguish what Euripides calls a bacchant of Hades, who is compelled by the rabies of a frenzied madness, lussa, to dance while playing a tune of terror, phobos, on the flute. What is this sinister power of enragement that finds its rhythm in the flute, the music of madness? The tragic poet supplies the answer, it is the Gorgon, daughter of night, and her vipers with their 100 clamorous iachemosin heads, it is Lyssa of the petrifying gaze. In this dance, which transforms Heracles into terror itself, both the internal terror that possesses and torments him and the external terror he stirs up around him, neither the tambourines nor the friendly thyrsus of Bromios appears. She terror wants blood, not the Bacchic libation of the juice of the vine. During the attack of frenzy, in the course of which fright, like a supernatural power, takes possession of Heracles, the music of the flute and the hero's face both take on the hideous appearance of Gorgo's mask. Horrible, horrible is the music of this flute, Dein to Dein melos epiletai, sings the chorus. As for Heracles, at the onslaught of the trance, already he tosses his head and silently, with terrifying looks, rolls his twisted eyeballs. Gorgopus choras. A little later, the face distorted, he rolled his eyes where there appeared a network of blood-red veins and foam trickled on his thick beard, he rolled the wild eyes of a Gorgon Agrippinum a Gorgonos. If we were to analyze the myth of Perseus, which tells how, with the aid of the gods, a hero dares to confront the lethal regard of Medusa, how, by cutting off her head, he comes to conquer the face of terror and escape the pursuit of the two remaining Gorgons, we would be obliged, for purposes of comparison, to take up the different versions of the story, from Hesiod and Pherecydes to Nonnos and Ovid. To keep to the essentials, we will only indicate some important points, starting with the presence in myth of the traditional heroic pattern, the exposure of the newborn hero and the trial imposed on him in his adolescence that takes place during a festival banquet in a context of boasts and challenges. Let us briefly summarize the outline of the story. Acrisios, king of Argos, has a daughter, Danae. If she gives birth to a boy, the oracle announces, the grandson will kill his grandfather. Acrisios immediately immures Danae in a subterranean chamber with walls of bronze. But Zeus comes to visit the girl in the form of a shower of gold. After the birth of their offspring, named Perseus, the cries of the infant attract Acrisios's attention. To escape his predicted fate, the king places Danae and the child in a wooden chest, which he throws into the sea. The waves propel the chest safely to the island of Seriphos, where Dictys, a fisherman, brings it back in his nets, shelters Danae, and raises Perseus until his adolescence. Seriphos is ruled by the tyrant Polydectes, who covets Danae, but Perseus keeps watch over his mother. Polydectes summons the youth of the country to a festive banquet, Iranos, where all, to put up a good show, vie with each other in parading their generosity. When his turn comes, Perseus, to outdo everyone else, boasts he will offer his host, not the horse he demands, but the head of the Gorgon. Polydectes takes him at his word. Perseus has no choice but to fulfill his promise. Supernatural birth, expulsion from the human world, abandonment of the infant in the space of that other world symbolized by the immensity of the sea, survival and return among men after going through the ordeal whose normal outcome ought to have been death. Perseus's biography from the very outset, even before the career of his exploits begins, contains all the ingredients needed to give the young man his properly heroic dimension. But the story continues. With Athena and Hermes as guides, Perseus sets out on the journey. To kill Medusa, he must obtain from the nymphs the instruments of victory over the monster with the fatal gaze, in particular, the helmet of Hades, the cuni, and the winged sandals. And to find the nymphs, he must first constrain the Graeae to reveal the route that leads to them. Sisters of the Gorgons, the Graeae are also dreadful figures, although they have only one single tooth and one single eye among the three of them. Always on the alert, there is always one who, when the other two sleep, keeps the eye open and the tooth ready at hand. Perseus confronts them and defeats them as in a parlor game of Pass the Slipper. He snatches the eye and the tooth at the precise moment when, passing from hand to hand, they are out of service for any of the sisters. One theme is central to this chain of episodes: the eye, the gaze, the reciprocity of seeing and being seen. This theme appears already in the sequence of the three Graeae with their single tooth and eye, which they pass back and forth so the trio will never be caught by surprise without any defense. Without a tooth for eating and an eye for looking, the single tooth is that of devouring monsters and of toothless hags, the single eye that of beings with an ever-vigilant gaze, but whom a bold maneuver can blind. The theme is found again in the cuni, the magical instrument of invisibility concealing from all eyes the presence of the one whose head it covers, and also in the detail that Perseus turned his eyes away at the moment of Medusa's death. He does this when he cuts the monster's throat, and later too, when he brandishes her head to turn his enemies into stone and prudently looks in the opposite direction. The theme finds its full development in those versions, attested from the 5th century on, that insist on the indispensable recourse to the mirror and its reflection that enables the young man to see Gorgo without having to cross glances with her petrifying gaze. We should also note the role and meaning of the magical objects, which, more than mere instruments, are talismans that seem to be the true agents of the exploit. There is the cap of invisibility, which gives the living hero the mask of a dead man and thus puts him under the protection of the powers of death, the harp and kibisis, the sickle and pouch, implements for head hunting, and the winged sandals, which give Perseus a privilege like that of the Gorgons by allowing him to telescope all spatial directions, to reach both the heavens and the underworld, to pass from the shores of Okeanos to the land of the Hyperboreans. Finally, it is worth recalling several significant details: the hostility of Perseus to Dionysus, his satyrs and Maenades, whom the hero, at the end of his journey, combats and pursues when they arrive in Argos, as if their frenzied band contained a Gorgon-like element in its madness, the play of beauty and ugliness in the person of Medusa, the emphasis on the theme of the mirror and its reflection in a late author like Ovid, and its treatment in iconographic representations. In the images that illustrate the episode of the hero decapitating the Gorgon, Perseus, sometimes viewed full face, looks straight ahead, fixing his eyes on those of the spectator, with Medusa standing at his side. At times he turns his head to look the opposite way, at other times he looks at the face of the monster reflected in a mirror, on the polished surface of a shield, or on the surface of a pool of water. Some provisional conclusions to close this inquiry. In contrast to human figures and human faces, the mask of Gorgo, as an isolated head, contains elements in its composition that are marked with strange and unusual features. The usual conventions and typical classifications are syncopated and intermixed. Masculine and feminine, young and old, beautiful and ugly, human and animal, celestial and infernal, upper and lower. Gorgo gives birth through the neck like weasels are supposed to do, who, in producing their young from their mouths, invert buccal and vaginal orifices, inside and outside. The tongue, instead of remaining hidden within the mouth, protrudes outside like a masculine organ displaced, exhibited, and threatening. In short, all the categories in this face overlap in confusion and interfere with one another. Thus this figure establishes itself right away in a realm of the supernatural that somehow calls into question the rigorous distinctions among gods, men, and beasts, as well as those between different cosmic elements and levels. A disquieting mixture takes place, analogous to the one Dionysus achieves through joy and liberation toward a communion with a golden age. But with Gorgo, the disorder is produced through horror and fear in the confusion of primordial night. The telescoping of what is normally kept separate, the stylized deformation of features, and the face breaking into a grimace convey what we have been calling the category of the monstrous, which, in its ambivalence, hovers between the terrifying and the grotesque, oscillating from one pole to the other. This is the context in which to examine the frontality of Gorgo. The monstrousness of which we speak is characterized by the fact that it can only be approached frontally, in a direct confrontation with the power that demands that, in order to see it, one enter into the field of its fascination and risk losing oneself in it. To see the Gorgon is to look her in the eyes and, in the exchange of gazes, to cease to be oneself, a living being, and to become, like her, a power of death. To stare at Gorgo is to lose one's sight in her eyes and to be transformed into stone, an unseeing, opaque object. In this face-to-face encounter with frontality, man puts himself in a position of symmetry with respect to the god, always remaining centered on his own axis. This reciprocity implies both duality, man and god face each other, and inseparability, even identification. Fascination means that man can no longer detach his gaze and turn his face away from this power. It means that his eye is lost in the eye of this power, which looks at him as he looks at it, and that he himself is thrust into the world over which this power presides. In Gorgo's face a kind of doubling process is at work. Through the effect of fascination, the onlooker is wrenched away from himself, robbed of his own gaze, invested as if invaded by that of the figure facing him, who seizes and possesses him through the terror its eye and its features inspire. Possession, to wear a mask means to cease being oneself and for the duration of the masquerade to embody the power from the beyond who has seized on you and whose face, gestures, and voice you mimic. The act of doubling the face with a mask, superimposing the latter on the former so as to make it unrecognizable, presupposes a self-alienation, a takeover by the god who puts bridle and reins on you, sits astride you, and drags you along in his gallop. As a result, man and god share a contiguity, an exchange of status that can even turn into confusion and identification. But in this very closeness, a violent separation from the self is also initiated, a projection into radical alterity, a distancing of the furthest degree, and an utter disorientation in the midst of intimacy and contact. The face of Gorgo is a mask, but instead of wearing it to mime the god, this figure reproduces the effect of a mask by merely looking you in the eye. It is as if the mask had parted from your face, had become separated from you, only to be fixed facing you, like your shadow or reflection, without the possibility of your detaching yourself from it. It is your gaze that is captured in the mask. The face of Gorgo is the other, your double. It is the strange, responding to your face like an image in the mirror, where the Greeks could only see themselves frontally and in the form of a disembodied head, but at the same time, it is an image that is both less and more than yourself. It is a simple reflection and yet also a reality from the world beyond, an image that captures you because instead of merely returning to you the appearance of your own face and refracting your gaze, it represents in its grimace the terrifying horror of a radical otherness with which you yourself will be identified as you are turned to stone. To look Gorgo in the eye is to find yourself face to face with the beyond in its dimension of terror, to exchange looks with the eye that continually fastens on you in what might be described as the negation of looking, and to receive a light whose blinding brilliance is that of the night. When you stare at Gorgo, she turns you into a mirror where, by transforming you into stone, she gazes at her own terrible face and recognizes herself in the double, the phantom you become the moment you meet her eye. To express this reciprocity, this strangely unequal symmetry of man and God, in other terms, what the mask of Gorgo lets you see, when you are bewitched by it, is yourself in the world beyond, the head clothed in night, the masked face of the invisible that, in the eye of Gorgo, is revealed as the truth about your own face. This grimace is also that which shows on the surface of your own visage as a mask that is put there, when to the tune of the flute you deliriously dance the bacchanal of Hades. In the mirror of Medusa, how will Perseus succeed in decapitating Medusa and appropriating her head? The story, as it proceeds, will put other, complementary questions into place. How is one to see something when the sight of it cannot be endured, see it without glancing at it and without falling under its glance? To exorcise, if not her death-dealing gaze, then at least the terror she inspires, how is one to master that by representing her, by figuring the traits of a monster whose horror thwarts every attempt at figuration? In other words, how is it possible to make seen to visualize the face it is impossible to see and the eye that is forbidden to the gaze in order to appropriate them and turn them against one's enemies? 3 episodes, 3 tests, 3 stages in the journey that leads Perseus to a successful confrontation with the horrible face of death. First, the Graeae, these aged maidens, these ancestral dames, born wrin-clad and with white hair, sisters of the Gorgons, are possessors of a secret. They know the route that leads to the hidden nymphs, invisible in a place where no one can find them. Only the nymphs can furnish those talismans that can turn this impossible exploit into a reality. Kill the Medusa, the one Gorgon of the 3 who is not entirely immortal, then detach from her dead body the head whose eyes and face still retain their lethal power, and finally, carry it off to bring it back into the world of men, escaping the pursuit and terrifying glances of the 2 furious survivors. Medusa has death in her eyes. The one who will be able to put the head of Medusa in his pouch and hide it there will be declared a master of terror, Mestre Faboyo, lord over death. The Graeae form a disturbing trio, youthful old witches. They have only one tooth among them and only one eye, which they pass from hand to hand to be used by each in turn. Somewhat reassuring, then, at first glance. But one must not be too confident. Is the single tooth that of an old toothless woman or of a young ogress eating human flesh? 1 eye for 3. This looks a little better. In reality, however, this eye, continually passed from one face to another, is always kept in service, always on the lookout, forever open and alert. It never sleeps. Just as one tooth, if it is a good one, is sufficient for devouring, only one eye is needed to see, providing it can never close. The single eye of the Graeae corresponds in symmetrical and inverse form to the 100 eyes of Argus, whom only Hermes the good voyeur, Euschopus, can take by surprise and kill. 100 eyes for a single body means that Argus looks at all sides at the same time and never ceases to see. When 50 eyes slumber, the other 50 are awake. The result is similar with a single eye for 3 bodies. One of the 3 Graeae will always have the eye. To conquer these ladies of the eye and harsh tooth, Perseus, led by Athena and Hermes, the subtle and wily gods who protect him, will have to guess the weak point, leap to the occasion, and aim just right. As in a game of Pass the Slipper, the hero finds the precise instant, the brief and mysterious interval where, in transit from one Graea's hand to another's, the eye has no place, not yet or no longer in anyone's use. It is at this moment that Perseus jumps up and puts his hand on the eye, and the Graeae are rendered blind and harmless. They ask for mercy. In return for the eye, they pass on the secret of where the nymphs reside. Perseus then goes to hunt down the nymphs. Huddled together defenseless in their hiding place, they do not need much pleading to offer the young man the three means of magic defense against the visual ray of death. They give him first the kuni, the helmet of Hades, the head covering that, containing the shadows of night, makes anyone who covers his head with it as invisible as the god of the underworld and the hordes of the dead who populate his empire. To foil the gaze that dispatches the onlooker to the king of shades, Perseus is masked in night, indiscernible, and though alive, he assumes a dead man's countenance. The nymphs then give him winged sandals like those of Hermes. Thus, in addition to the trait of invisibility, he acquires the faculty of ubiquity, the power to pass instantly by means of flight from one place to another, to travel the whole extent of the world from the subterranean dwellings on those frontiers of night where the Gorgons live to the boundaries of earth and heaven. The helmet, the sandals, no face that can be spotted by the eye that tries to see you, no fixed place either where the gaze can reach you with its aim. The third gift is the kybesis, the hollow pouch, the deep hunter's bag where one can bury the head of Medusa, once it is cut off. Enclosed in the darkness of its hiding place, the head cannot exercise its sinister power until it has been withdrawn and brandished about. As long as it is kept concealed, the head with the eye of death can neither see nor be seen. Like a veil cast over a mirror, the face-to-face meeting with the Gorgon can be interrupted at will. To these three gifts the gods add a fourth, the instrument of beheading, the curved sickle, the blade of close combat, of ambush, the weapon of those who cut off heads, the harp. Thus equipped, Perseus is now properly outfitted to embark on the ultimate phase of his drama. He is come into the presence of the three Gorgons. The moment has come for action. In the most complete and consistent version, that of Apollodorus, the tale of the final action, decapitation, lists a whole series of seemingly indispensable precautions, even though any one of these would have probably sufficed to assure the success of the enterprise. In any case, since he is invisible and can fly through the air, does not Perseus already hold all the trumps for taking Medusa by surprise and cutting off her head? Still, he must be sure that the monster's gaze is not going to meet his eye and pierce the mask of invisibility the hero is wearing at the moment when he spies the head that has to be severed from its neck. The Gorgons must be approached under very specific conditions when they are sleeping and the fire of their gaze is extinguished under their drowsy eyelids. But timing itself is not enough. Medusa is always just on the verge of awakening. Like Zeus, whose gaze strikes like a thunderbolt, she only sleeps with one eye. Care must be taken then not to repeat the misadventure that befell the monster Typhoeus. Seeing the king of the gods asleep, he thought he could take advantage of the moment to snatch his scepter and with it, the sovereignty of the heavens. But Typhoeus had hardly taken a first step when the eye of Zeus struck him and reduced him to ashes. Other strategies must therefore be invented to counter the perils of the eye, the face-to-face ordeal with its exchange of looks and the inevitable reciprocity of seeing and being seen. First solution, it is Athena who guides the hand of the hero, leads his right arm, and directs his act. Perseus with his eyes averted can see nothing. Second solution, which is added in the text to the first, Perseus acts from one side and looks from the other, to cut Medusa's throat without seeing her. He turns his head and eyes in the opposite direction. Third solution, which synthesizes the first two, Perseus performs by gazing not at the face or eyes of Medusa, but at the reflection presented on the polished surface of the bronze shield, which Athena uses like a mirror to capture the image of the monster. Because the ray is deviated when reflected, the mirror allows him to see Medusa without looking at her. He thus turns away from her as in the second solution, and in keeping his eyes elsewhere, as in the first, Athena's mirror lets him see Medusa from behind, without viewing the monster face to face, not in the mortal reality of her person but in an image. Medusa is an exact copy. It is as if the image were she, but also as though she were absent in the presence of her reflection. Let us pause for a moment at this point. When the eye of Gorgo, this mirror transforming the living into the dead, is deprived of its deadly power in and through the mirror where it is reflected. Before the 4th century BCE, the motif of reflection, first on the shield of Athena, later also in the waters of a spring, or on a mirror properly speaking, was absent from Perseus's exploit. Now it is introduced on vases and in texts to explain the victory of the hero over Medusa. This then is a new element, something modern to the extent that it clearly contrasts the image and the real, the reflection and the thing reflected. The motif thus seems connected to the efforts of contemporary painters to give the illusion of perspective, to philosophers' reflections about mimesis, imitation, and also to the beginning of experiments that, from Euclid to Ptolemy, will lead to a science of optics. Still, we must bear it well in mind that this modernity is not our own. In the context of a culture that cannot separate the seen and the visible, that merges them into the idea of a visual luminous ray, the sight that knows color in being colored, knows white because it becomes white, black because it becomes black, as the great Ptolemy writes in the 2nd century before our era. In such a context, neither the image nor its reflection nor the mirror can have the status we recognize in these today. In his treatise De Insomniis, Aristotle indicates that mirrors tarnish when women use them to look at themselves during their menstrual periods. This tarnish forms like a bloody cloud on the surface. The stain is difficult to remove when the mirror is new. By just regarding themselves in newly polished metal, the women project their reflections there. Although it is a simple, look-alike image of themselves, it nevertheless impregnates the surface with a crimson haze. Something in the complexion of women, when their menses are flowing, reaches the mirror through reflected rays, is impressed there, and remains even after they have turned away from it. The mirror's image, declares Proclus in his commentary on Plato's Republic, acts sympathetically to retain the qualities of the bodies from which they came. Would the reverse case, however, be true? Would the monster's image on the shield, which Athena turns toward Medusa's face to be reflected there, have entirely lost the noxious properties of the model? The answer given by the myth suggests that matters are not so simple as they seemed at first. True, the face-to-face, the shock of gazes, and the reciprocity of seeing and being seen have been avoided, to Perseus's greatest advantage, through the tactic of the mirror. In this sense, it is true that the image of Medusa is something other than Medusa. Yet is this to say that the image is nothing but an illusion, a subjective impression in the consciousness of the spectator? The myth claims exactly the opposite. The image of Gorgo, as presented in reflection on the shield, has a real efficaciousness, an active power that emanates from it in the rays it sends back with an impact like that of its model. It is just that through the intervention of the mirror or the use of some other mode or represented image, this power of radiation is controlled, used for certain ends, and directed according to the disparate religious, military, and aesthetic strategies required. In the sympathy they share, there is no absolute break between the image and the real, but rather affinities and means of passing from one to the other. Athena knows what she is doing when she offers her shield so that the image of Gorgo can be inscribed at its center. She is adorning her defensive weapon with a traditional blazon, an epiceme, which the goddess's shield must have in order to fulfill its function, the Gorgonian that, as its double, corresponds to the true head of Medusa that Athena has worn as the aegis on her breast ever since Perseus gave it to her as a gift. In this sense, the detail added in the 4th century to the mythic episode of Medusa's decapitation acquires the value of an ideological story, which justifies a posteriori the custom that is attested from the earliest period of representing Gorgo on warriors' shields in order to heighten their prestige, provoke terror in the foe, and consign them in advance to flight and death. Exhibited as an image, Medusa's face makes the warrior a master of terror. The Gorgonian, however, is not only represented on shields. Its figure, multiplied over and over on pediments of temples, on their roofs as acroteria and antefixes, in private homes, on fabrics, gems, seals, coins, the feet of mirrors, the belly of vases, and the base of cups succeeds in visualizing the blinding black sun of death, and in this way succeeds in neutralizing its horror through the most conventional, even banal, images by mobilizing and exploiting the terrifying effects that emanate from this powerful sign. The image of this face that may not be seen is a terrace, a prodigy that can equally be described as terrible to look upon and marvelous to behold. As a prodigy, the icon, the image reflection of Medusa, is also close to the eidolon or the double, the image of a dream sent by the gods, a spectre of the dead or the appearance of a phantom. By establishing a bridge between our world and the one beyond and by making visible the invisible, the image of Gorgo combines the features of a disturbing and maleficent supernatural presence and a deceptive counterfeit, an illusionist artifice whose aim is to captivate the eyes. Depending on the case, Gorgo's image can lean toward either the horrible or the grotesque. It may appear terrifying or ridiculous, repulsive or attractive. Sometimes the charming traits of a feminine countenance are substituted for the traditional mask of the monster who grimaces in a hideous smile. From the late 5th century, at the moment itself when the motif of the mirror arises, the turning point begins that will lead to representing Medusa as a young woman of marvelous beauty. In certain versions of the myth recounted by Apollodorus, Pausanias, and Ovid, it is the excess of this beauty and its radiance that constitutes the dynamic element of the drama, whether because it unleashes the jealousy of Athena and impels the goddess to slaughter her rival, or because it leads Perseus, dazzled by the perfection of Medusa's face, to cut off her head after having killed her so he will never have to separate himself from this resplendent visage. 63 Nancy J. Vickers from The Blazon of Sweet Beauty's Best, Shakespeare's Lycoris, 1985, The Face of Medusa. Professor of French, Italian, and Comparative Literature, and President of Bryn Mawr College, Nancy J. Vickers has offered multiple readings of gender in the early modern period, focusing especially on anatomical blazons. She invokes Medusa as the countertale to Shakespeare's Lycoris, noting that both stories of women's sexual behavior, Medusa's adultery and Lycoris's chastity, served as lessons to Renaissance audiences. At the same time, she reveals a cautionary tale about rhetoric itself embedded in the descriptions that circulated around both Medusa and Lycoris. When, in his Accidents of Armory, Gerard Lee enumerates the 9 sundry fashions of shields, he begins with the fir saint, and ancients of all others. The source for this postulation of origin, we are told, is to be found in the poets who tell of the transformation of an exquisitely beautiful woman, Medusa, into an ugly, monstrous shape. Medusa figures in 2 contexts as a face on a shield. First, Perseus uses a shield to reflect her image and thus to enable him to decapitate her either by avoiding the need to look at her directly or by stupefying her with the sight of her own reflection, and second, when the battles of Perseus are done and Medusa's head is no longer needed to petrify male rivals, he gives it to Athena, who bears it on her shield, a shield in turn copied by later warriors. It is the latter shield, the Gorgon-bearing shield of Athena, goddess of Hir-Hot's heralds, that Lee goes on to describe as follows: this charge of the celestial gods showeth incestuous life and filthy act committed by Medusa, daughter to King Phorcys, who spared not a public place for holy rites. Yea, the sacred temple of Minerva to practice her filthy lust, with that same god Neptune, whereof as she openly fled the discipline of womanly shamefastness, she was by the gods' decree for here so foul a fault, bereft of all Dame Beauty's shape, with every comely ornament of nature's decking. The glitting eye framed to fancy's amorous lust, turned was to wan and dead lie beholding. And for those golden and crisped locks, rose foul and hideous serpents. Thus every seemly gift transformed into loathsome annoyance, of a beautiful queen, is made a beastly monster, horrible to mank and, a mirror for Venus' minions. Lee, writing during the reign of a most gorgeous and beautiful virgin queen, reports the story of Medusa as a moral tale, as a lesson about the dangers of straying from womanly shamefastness and, by implication, of frequenting women who do. Gifted with every comely ornament of conventional Petrarchan beauty, bright eyes, curly golden hair, Medusa's fair face's field is metamorphosed in the name of punishment for a sin Lee elsewhere refers to as an adultery. The Gorgon's face, then, stands as the reverse of Lycoris's face, and the act defining that difference, in Lee's rendition, would seem to be any unlawful expression of female sexuality. The report Lee makes of Medusa is, of course, precisely the report Lycoris most fears for herself. Her suicide is specifically motivated by a desire not to be matter for epidictic orators who might speak in blame or for feast-finding minstrels who might win profit by tuning her to fame. Her dramatic refusal to live is, in part, a refusal to encourage wantonness in women. And yet what is strikingly coincident in the narratives of both Medusa and Lycoris is the determining presence of a rape. For, at least in Ovid's most familiar account, Medusa too is not only a paragon of beauty but also a victim of violation. She both in comely port and beauty, every other wights are mounted in such sort, that many suitors unto her did earnestly resort. And though that whole from top to toe most beautiful she were, in all her body was no part more goodly than her here. I know some parties yet alive, that say they did her see. It is reported how she should abused by Neptune be in palace church. Rape, according to Ovid, is the price Medusa pays for being beauty's best, monstrousness, the price for having been raped. But the line separating idealization from denigration, beauty from the beast, is marked here by a male, not a female, gesture of violation. Medusa, wrote the Italian humanist Coluccio Salutati, is artful eloquence. Salutati explained his suggestive identification of a beautiful/monstrous woman's face with artful speech by elaborating a false etymology, one that depends upon reading the name of Medusa's father, Phorcus, as derived from the Latin for, to speak, and yet the pairing of Medusa with eloquence appears not only in the work of Salutati, but also in a privileged classical source. During still another light-hearted male contest of both drinking and oratory, the Symposium, a flattering Socrates tells Agathon, the speaker who immediately precedes him, that he was held spellbound by the dazzling display of Agathon's speech. He compares Agathon to the master rhetorician Gorgias, and then permits himself a witty play on words. I was afraid that when Agathon got near the end he would arm his speech against mine with the Gorgon's head of Gorgias' eloquence, and strike me as dumb as a stone. As the woman's face that one carries into battle, that reduces eloquent rivals to silent stone, the apotropaic power of the Gorgon's head of Gorgias' eloquence resides in its ability to stupefy a male opponent, whatever the horror the Medusa represents to the male imagination, writes John Freaksero, it is in some sense a female horror. In mythology, the Medusa is said to be powerless against women, for it was her feminine beauty that constituted the mortal threat to her admirers. And that threat is a threat of forgetting. By Medusa he Fulgentius wants to signify oblivion, which is without doubt to signify rhetorically, by changing the states of mind of men, she makes them forget previous thoughts. Shakespeare returns repeatedly to the dangers of falling victim to the manipulation of descriptive rhetoric about women. One need only think of Othello's vulnerability to Iago, or Posthumus's to Iachimo. More specifically, at the end of I Henry VI, the Earl of Suffolk outmaneuvers his king by displaying a Gorgon's head of gorgeous eloquence that makes his young monarch forget all former engagements. Your wondrous rare description, noble Earl, of beauteous Margaret hath astonished me. Suffolk protests that his praise has been but superficial. The chief perfections of that lovely dame, had I sufficient skill to utter them, would make a volume of enticing lines, able to ravish any dull conceit. The play's concluding lines point to the disastrous consequences of both Suffolk's ample rhetorical skill and Henry's defenselessness before the force of his report. Suffolk momentarily prevails, and thus advances his plot to rule not only Margaret but, more importantly, the king and realm. Similarly, in the single stanza between the narrator's report of Caladin's descriptive blazon and the vision of Lucarist's face as shield, an astonished Tarquin speeds to Collatium, his honor, his affairs, his friends, his state, neglected all. Suffolk's consciously motivated description, like Caladin's carelessly miscalculated boast, clearly stupefied the opposition. It functioned as did perfect shields in such glorious and glittering manner, that they dazzled the eyes of the beholders. Here rhetorical display and heraldic display seem of a like purpose, and here both turn upon a male figuration of a woman's face. When in the final poem of the rhyme sparse, Petrarch's speaker turns toward the Virgin, that solid shield of afflicted people, he simultaneously turns away from a Laura now recognized to be a Medusa. Medusa and my error have made me a stone. That same Laura had, of course, constituted the obsessive fixation of an entire volume of enticing lines informed by a specifically descriptive project. Love, who first set free my tongue, wishes me to depict and show her to whoever did not see her, and therefore 1,000 times he was vainly put to work wit, time, pens, papers, inks. The poet's labor is vain only in the sense that verse will never successfully represent her, and yet each failure provokes another attempt, each fragmentary portrait, because fragmentary, generates another. It is his mastery of what George Putnam would later label the gorgeous that makes of Petrarch a poet's poet, that wins him the laurel crown. The gorgeous designates for Putnam the last and principal figure of our poetical ornament. It is the figure by which we polish our speech and as it were attire it with copious and pleasant amplifications and much variety of sentences, all running upon one point and one intent. Petrarch's dazzling descriptive display, all running upon the figuration of Laura's beauty, functions to continue Putnam's analogy as does the plucking of gorgeous apparel on a naked body, or the polishing of marble or porphyrite so smooth and clear, as ye may see your face in it. It is indeed that fixity of vision, Petrarch would suggest, that turns him to Petra, stone, but it is also that self-glorifying fixity that makes of him Petrarca. Medusa is, like the Lady of Stone, no historic character at all, but the poet's own creation. Its thread is the thread of idolatry. In terms of mythological exempla, petrification by the Medusa is the real consequence of Pygmalion's folly. One might then wonder, following Mary Jacobus, if there is a woman in this text explicitly dedicated to the celebration of a woman. Or, rather, does the shield of Laura/Loro but stand as a glossy surface positioned both to reflect Petrarch's own image of himself and to dazzle a world of rival poets stupefied by its display? For it is, in some senses, the fascination with that feminized median surface of one's own creation that must be conquered. If it threatens petrification, one must first petrify it. Thus Petrarch's characteristic descriptive moves fragmentation and reification are, like the moves of Perseus, designed not only to neutralize but also to appropriate the threat. By first decapitating Medusa and then converting her severed head into an object of use in his own defense, Perseus conquers the fear of that which both repels and fascinates, the fear cast from a Freudian, male perspective as fear of the female, the mother's, body. And yet, as recent critics have shown, the sexual threat figured as the face of the Medusa serves in turn to figure other threats: male hysteria under political pressure, for example, or male anxiety before the limits of representation. The male rhetorician, both politician and artist, thus places the shield of eloquence between himself and the world of harms that surrounds him. That shield, of course, is artfully painted on both faces, it speaks both in praise and in blame. The turn of the shield, like the flip of a Lucaris/Medusa coin, is a gesture subject only to his potentially capricious will. And, as Shakespeare demonstrates, even when that gesture problematizes its own status, it nonetheless remains embedded in the descriptive rhetoric it undercuts. The merging of the heraldic and the rhetorical, central to the very notion of a blazon of sweet beauty's best, then, emblematizes the 64 Emily Irwin Culpeper from Ancient Gorgons, A Face for Contemporary Women's Rage, 1986, Experiencing My Gorgon Self. Emily Irwin Culpeper, a professor of religion, writes about issues of gender and spirituality. This piece, which appeared originally in the journal Woman of Power, asserts the importance of Medusa's force and fury for women today. Noting the invocation of the Gorgon by other writers and artists as well as her own experience fending off a physical attack, Culpeper not so much recuperates Medusa as she relies upon her as a means of transformation, self-empowerment, and thus survival. Amazons of Dahomey, Amazons of Dahomey, I am haunted and sexed with your image. What need, what memory do you awaken? Diverse legends give differing versions of the origins of the Gorgons. Perhaps the most familiar legends are the Greek stories describing them as female monsters. Their description as monstrous suits the Gorgons' status as enemies of the Greeks. The most famous such Gorgon is Perseus's enemy, the fierce Medusa, from whose head swirled hundreds of snakes, and whose furious gaze turned men to stone. The Gorgon was a popular figure in Greek art in the Archaic period, late 7th century to early 5th century BCE. Tamsi Andrews has vividly described the Gorgon on the Temple of Artemis on Corfu. Medusa is intact and unmolested. Perseus does not figure here because the scene does not exist to glorify any hero. Medusa, and her children, and her lion companions, function here entirely in an apotropaic aspect to turn away evil from the temple and the goddess within. The fierce strength of the Gorgon is clear, accentuated by the open-mouthed striking position of the twin serpents at her waist, and the snarling lions. The entire scene on the pediment is one of teeth, fury, and dark power. Some feminists have theorized that the Gorgons were a black Amazon tribe, whose kinky hair caused the Greeks to mock them as having snakes for hair. Others see the Gorgons' distinctive snake hair as originating in the frequent association of goddesses with snakes as a symbol of wisdom, power, and cyclic regeneration. In this view, the fierce Apeironis expresses and signifies the destroyer/warrior aspect of the triple lunar goddess, and the Gorgonian, Gorgon head, may have originally been a mask worn by the priestess to represent this. Both these views may well be true, for the Gorgon stories seem to go back from Greece, through the Near East and into Africa, to stories of African Amazons. Many contemporary feminists link the Gorgons to African Amazons. Most often mentioned are the Amazons of Dahomey, who exist in recent times. They especially figure in the writing of Audre Lorde, for example. One thing is very clear. The Amazon Gorgon face is female fury personified. This Gorgon/Medusa image has been rapidly adopted by large numbers of feminists who recognize her as one face of our own rage. Besides the daily outrages women face in patriarchy, physical violence against women is widespread and multiform. Such dangers make it desirable and vitally important for women to learn how to manifest a visage that will repel men when necessary. We are not repelled by the Gorgon's face. Medusa of the snakes, they used your name to frighten us, but you don't frighten me. No more this lie, no more this fear. You belong to us again. We call your name to aid us. And you greet us anew. Medusa. 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 Judy Chicago cited Medusa as background for the Amazon plate in her controversial and acclaimed art project The Dinner Party. A contemporary drawing of Medusa stares out from the cover of Women magazine's special issue on women and power. The editors explain, no longer afraid of our power, we will not turn to stone if we look into Medusa's face. It can be a map to guide us through our terrors, through the depths of our anger into the sources of our power. As women, I turn your face around. It is my face. That frozen rage is what I must explore. But surely the most familiar Gorgon image to radical feminists is the one glaring magnificently from They Will Know Me by My Teeth by Alana Dykewoman, a book intended to be sold and shared with women only. The cover is its public face, staring forth from bookstore shelves, fulfilling the ancient Gorgon's function as guardian and promise of the female power within. This face attracts those women who identify with its fiercely independent assertion of woman power. A popular feminist button reproduces a Gorgon face, very similar to the one on Dykewoman's book. The button contains no words, for it needs no explanation of what it is. This face is self-explanatory. The father of an acquaintance saw this button on the book bag I carry. He had never heard of Gorgons nor seen a picture of one and asked me what it meant. I asked him to tell me first what he thought it meant. Immediately he replied, "It means, keep out." Medusa appears in the influential work of French feminist Monique Wittig. In Lesbian Peoples, material for a dictionary by Wittig and Sandy Zeig, the definition/description of Medusa contains the following dramatic passage: Medusa had an abundant and curly head of hair, into which she intermingled black snakes. When she joined in battle on her mare, all the snakes would rise at once, hissing, furious, agitate with movement, sowing panic among her enemies. In Les Guerrières, one of the women warriors recites a legendary tale about an ancient heroine. Her beautiful body is black and shining. Her hair consists of slender mobile snakes which produce music at her every movement. This is the hortative head of hair. It is so called because it communicates by the mouths of its 100,000 snakes with the woman. The Gorgon has much vital, literally life-saving information to teach women about anger, rage, power, and the release of the determined aggressiveness sometimes needed for survival. Experiencing my Gorgon self, I have learned and am continuing to learn about the release of rage through consciousness-raising conversations and through studying self-defense and karate in feminist classes. Feminism has shown me ways to break through years of conditioning. Mine was the white Southern trying to become middle-class variety, to be always pleasant and nice. Learning to fight involves exploring your capacity for fierce determination, and its focused expression. Especially vivid is practicing the karate yell. While doing so, I felt an immediate, emphatic connection spiritually, emotionally, physically with stories I had heard and pictures I had seen of Gorgons. I began to ponder these images. In August of 1980, while meditating on the Gorgon cover of They Will Know Me by My Teeth, I suddenly composed the following poem: Through karate I find my Gorgons, I gaze for turning men to stone, stop them in their tracks and save myself. Gorgon myth lives for me in self-defense from patriarchy. Little did I know when I wrote those words, that 3 months later I would graphically experience this reality in the extreme situation of defending myself from an actual physical attack at my home. Identifying with Gorgons is not an unreal, escapist romanticizing of female ferocity. Engaged in self-consciously in a realistic way, it is an important survival tool. There are, of course, no guarantees of success against attack, only means of improving the odds, increasing the likelihood that you will succeed. I know better than anyone that the Gorgon self which sprang forth in my hour of need did not make me invulnerable. But I also know that it was by my total violent focus into this Gorgon identity that I saved myself. I do not tell this story to be shocking, though it was a shocking experience, nor to ask for sympathy. It is a graphic witness to the phenomenon that feminists are living the knowledge gained from tapping deep and ancient symbolic/mythic power to change our lives. This mode of power is accessible to every woman. It can be very effective as one means for learning to leave victimized self-images and to find our fighting spirit. Here is my story. On November 16, 1980, I was attacked at my home. About 9:30 at night, while I was working on writing my dissertation, the doorbell rang. Impatient with this interruption, my mind on my work, I looked through the door's blinds at the young man standing there and asked what he wanted. His words were unclear, something about my neighbor. Thinking he was a friend I had recently seen with my neighbor, still not clearly understanding the mumbled words, I opened the door slightly. Abruptly he pushed forward into the room and started grabbing me. I forcefully knocked him off and shoved him back and out, shouting, feeling my face painfully contort with the force of a fierce and desperate rage. Now that is a bare bones, matter-of-fact description of what happened. But the lived experience as I recorded it in my journal immediately afterward gives a truer picture of how I felt this emergence of my will to fight, my Gorgon spirit. I know that is the self that saved me in this terrible emergency. I wrote in my journal, having just been attacked as I try to write my dissertation, the most calming thing I can do now that the police have come and gone is to write about it. I feel many things at once: enraged at the attacker, enraged at myself for opening the door that stupid little bit. I know better. I've told so many other women never to do what I just did. Now I'm feeling, through the shaking that's still there, more angry at myself than at him for trying to break an end. To do what? I hear a noise and try to stay calm. I'm afraid he will come back, even though I shoved him back out the door and even though 3 cops came and walked around the house with their flashlights. I sit with the phone right beside me and try to think about what it means that he very likely knew I was home alone. This was made completely clear the following morning when I discovered a box under a high window, evidence that he had looked in. This writing calms me. I must make my reality larger than this incident. Most of all, I am furious that the reason I opened the door was that my mind was at my desk, my consciousness was peering into the typewriter, wrestling the dissertation onto the pages. Damn! How all too typical, dangerously typical this is, as an example of male intrusion into our creative space. So hard to get lost in thought, especially woman-identified taboo thoughts. Thoughts I hope will be part of breaking patriarchy's hold, and zap. The very absorption necessary for my own creative struggle does not mesh right with the realities of a stranger at my door, at night, alone. Bitter irony, I feel to have opened up my guard to reach the writing places in me, and this very act makes me vulnerable to committing the most basic of errors. I am simultaneously embarrassed at my mistake and stubbornly defensive about it too. There is a reason why it happened. I was thinking, I was writing. At least, once I realized my mistake in a flash, no doubt about it, his gloved hand grabbing my mouth, his body pushing in the door, I immediately came to. No more mind at the desk. No more musing thoughts stretching back into my workspace. No. Danger. Right here. Now. Push his body back. Knock his hand away. Shove and loud yell, "Get out! Get out! Get out!" I am staring him out, pushing with my eyes too. My face is bursting, contorting with terrible teeth, flaming breath, erupting into ridges and contours of rage, hair hissing. It is over in a flash. I still see his eyes, stunned, wide and staring almost quizzically, at me, looking oddly puzzled, as if I am acting strange, as if I were acting wrong. As soon as I realize I've succeeded in shoving him outside onto the porch, I slam the door. Wondering as I slam it, if he'll try to push in, but feeling no resistance as I hear the lock click. Then I start to shake. Or is it only then that I realize I am shaking? While I was writing this, less than an hour after the attack, I realized that the journal writing was calming because it helped me to focus, to know what had happened, what he did and what I did. It was so enormous an event that I had to exert great effort and energy to know it fully. I was still in a great struggle to focus my rage more on the outrage of the attack than on myself for being immersed in thought and therefore opening the door. I next focused on defending to myself the absorption necessary for my work, my writing. I realized then that I felt it was my solitude, my mind, my mental concentration, my freedom of thought that had been attacked as much as my body. This is the greatest rage. This is the further dimension I must continue to repel. To know my rage fully is the key to not turning it on myself in the form of self-blame, doubts, depression. As I further struggled that night to know fully my rage, to know the self that had succeeded in throwing off the danger, I realized I needed to look at the terrible face that had erupted and sprung forth from within. I wanted and needed to see this truth. With swirling emotions, I went to the mirror. I felt self-conscious, silly, curious, and urgently called by myself to see. I let the fearful, alarmed, desperate rage so recent, still fresh, well up in me again in full force. As I felt my face twist again into the fighting frenzy, I turned to the mirror and looked. What I saw in the mirror is a Gorgon, a Medusa, if ever there was one. This face was my own, and yet I knew I had seen it before, and I knew the name to utter. Gorgon. Gorgon, reverberated in my mind. I knew then why the attacker had become so suddenly petrified. And knew with a great shuddering relief that I would win the fight against self-blame and claim my ability and right to write. 65 Amy Klumpit Medusa, 1987. Amy Klumpit published her first volume of poems, The Kingfisher, to wide praise at the age of 63. She was quickly hailed as an important new figure in contemporary poetry. She continued to publish over the next 11 years, receiving a MacArthur Foundation grant in 1992. 10 years after a Guggenheim Fellowship. Medusa refutes the highly gendered idea of Medusa, instead depicting the Gorgon as representative of a visceral, elemental terror. The tentacles, the brazen phiz whose glare stands every fibril of the mind on end, lust looked at backward as it were, an antique scare tactic, either self-protection or a libel on the sex whose periodic blossom hangs its ungathered garland from the horned clockwork of the moon, as cause or consequence, or both. Hysteric symptoms no doubt figure here. She'd been a beauty till Poseidon, in a flagrant trespass, closed with her on Athena's temple floor. The tide ripped torrents in the blood, the dark gods not to be denied or a mere indiscretion. Athena had no time at all for talk like this. The sea god might be her old rival, but the woman he'd gone to bed with was the one who paid. A virginal revenge at one remove, there's none more sordid or more apt to ramify, as this one did. The fulgent tresses roiled to water snake-like writhe, and for long lashes come hither flutterings, the stare that hardens the psyche's soft parts to rock. The female ogre, for the Puritan revisionists who took her over, had a new and siren sliminess. John Milton put her at the gate of hell, a woman to the waist, and fair, but ended foul, in many a scaly fold, voluminous and vast, whose name indeed was sin. And in the den of doctrine run amok, the armoured glister of applauding holiness revealed her as likewise divided, but, all told, most loathsome, filthy, foul, and full of vile disdain. The Gorgon, though, is no such Manichean tease, no man-trap caterer of forbidden dishes, whose lewd stews keep transgression warm. The stinging jellyfish, the tube worm, the tunicate, the sea anemone's whorled comb are privy to her mysteries, her salts are cold, her homeland Hyperborean, the realm that gave us the Snow Queen and the English gentleman, her mask the ravening aspect of the moon, her theatre a threshing floor that terror froze. Terror of origins, the sea's heave, the cold mother of us all, disdain of the allure that draws us in, that stifles as it nurtures, that feeds on what it feeds, on what it comforts, whether male or female, in the very tissue of desire lodge viscid barbs that turn the blood to coral, the heartbeat to a bed of silicates. What surgeon can unthread those multiplicities of cause of hurt from its effect, dislodge, spicule by spicule, the fearful armories within, unclench the airless petrifaction toward the core, the geode's rigor? 66 Marjorie Garber from Macbeth. The Male Medusa, 1987, Shakespeare's New Gorgon. Marjorie Garber is a Shakespeare scholar who writes broadly on topics in Renaissance and contemporary culture. Her reading of Macbeth is part of a wider discussion of Shakespeare and uncanny causality. With its gaping mouth, its snaky locks and its association with femininity, castration, and erection, Medusa's head ends up being the displacement upward neither of the female nor of the male genitals but of gender undecidability as such. That is what is truly uncanny about it, and it is that uncanniness that is registered in the gender uncertainties in Macbeth. Yet Freud, along with virtually all other commentators on Medusa as well as on Macbeth, including recent feminist critics, enacts the repression of gender undecidability. Freud's text is positively acrobatic in its desire to reassign decidable difference, to read the Medusa figure in terms of castration anxiety and penis display, and to locate fetishism as an identifiable variant of this same anxious and repressive process. Shakespeare's play, however, resists such assignment, resists even the present-day tendency to see the play in terms of male homosocial bonding or anxiety about female power. Power in Macbeth is a function of neither the male nor the female but of the suspicion of the undecidable. The phallus as floating signifier is more powerful than when definitely assigned to either gender. The presence of gender anxiety and its contiguity to border crossings and boundary transgressions has been evident from the opening moments of the play, when the three witches, the Weird Sisters, gloatingly plot their revenge upon the sailor's wife through their designs upon her husband, the Master o' the Tiger. The witches, who physically exhibit signs of their gender undecidability, as Banquo notes, "You should be women / and yet your beards forbid me to interpret / that you are so," are in a sense pluralized, replicative dream figures for Lady Macbeth. Both they and she whisper plots and hint at the glorious future for Macbeth, goading him on to dare. We may remember also that Medusa, whose name means the Queen, was originally one of three. Wherever Macbeth goes, to the castle or to the heath, he encounters the same powerful female presence that lures him to destruction. As for the witches, their language early in the play is what we might now recognize as Medusa language, the language of gender undecidability and castration fear like a rat without a tail. The first witch will do. In glossing this zoological peculiarity, the 18th-century editor George Steevens noted a belief of Shakespeare's time that though a witch could assume the form of any animal she pleased, the tail would still be wanting, and that the reason given by some old writers for such a deficiency was, that though the hands and feet by an easy change might be converted into the four paws of a beast, there was still no part about a woman which corresponded with the length of tail common to almost all our four-footed creatures. Again the woman comes up short. A Renaissance witch, it seems, could not even aspire to mimetic rathood, but instead had to content herself with a curtailed or foreshortened version of that condition. The gleeful assertion, "I'll drain him dry as hay," may refer to unslackable thirst, a common affliction of sailors, but it is also plausibly a description of a man exhausted, drained dry, by excessive sexual demands made upon him. "Sleep shall neither night nor day / hang upon his penthouse lid, weary 7 nights, 9 times 9, / shall he dwindle, peak and pine." The transgressive and usurping androgynous power of the witches seems to justify, indeed to invite, a reading of these lines as sexually invasive and demeaning. The drained husband will not, unlike the Weird Sisters, be capable of doing. "Look what I have," the first witch cries delightedly. "Which? Show me, show me. Which? Here I have a pilot's thumb, racked as homeward he did come. Drum within which? A drum, a drum. Macbeth doth come." This dismembered pilot's thumb culminates the implicit narrative of sexual disabling and castration. The repetition of the word come to describe the progress of both Macbeth and the hapless pilot reinforces the metonymic association of the two figures, especially since Macbeth is also on his way home to be racked. He uses the word in a similar context of storm and disaster just before his own decapitation at the play's close: "Blow wind, come rack, / at least we'll die with harness on our back." Nor can we entirely ignore the possibility that "look what I have" can function as a gleeful, childlike announcement of sexual display. Just as the Medusa head incorporates the elements of sexual gazing, scopophilia, and its concomitant punishment, castration, so the first witch's exhibition of a prize, coming as it does in the narrative just after the account of the drained sailor, invites a similar transgressive sight. The morphological similarity between thumb and phallus needs no elaboration, and the possession by the witches of a thumb/phallus as a fetishistic object would emphasize their ambiguous, androgynous character, shortly to be remarked by Banquo. The witches' chortling exchange, aptly described by Coleridge as exhibiting a certain fierce familiarity, grotesqueness mingled with terror, introduces the entrance of Macbeth and Banquo, and marks Banquo's questions of them as appropriate descriptions of the uncanny. What are these so withered and so wild in their attire, that look not like inhabitants o earth, and yet are on live you? Or are you aught that man may question? You should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so. The Medusa complex, if we may continue to call it that, persists throughout the play, from Macduff's horrified cry to the final scene. Macbeth's first act is to display a severed head. Even before the murder there is a muted anticipation of the myth, in an image that seems localized but will recur, Macbeth's curious insistence on the phenomenon of his hair standing on end as if it were alive. Learning that he is Thane of Cawdor, and therefore that the witch's other prophecies may come true, he contemplates the murder of Duncan and is terrified at the thought why, he wonders aloud, do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair and make my seated heart knock at my ribs against the use of nature? The word horrid comes from a Latin word meaning to bristle with fear, and is used to mean bristling, shaggy, throughout the Renaissance. Metaphorically, at least, Macbeth's hair stands on end, unfixed by the horrible imaginings that flood his mind. Significantly, his imagined physiological response occurs in a key passage about undecidability and the sensation of the uncanny. These supernatural solicitings are the text of transgressive doubt, when nothing is but what is not. Much later in the play he makes use of the same image, this time to emphasize not his emotional distraction but the numbness that has succeeded it. Hearing the distressful cry of women, he speculates on its source, but does not otherwise respond. I have almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been, my senses would have cooled to hear a night shriek, and my fell of hair would at a dismal treatise rouse and stir as life were in tea. I have supped full with horrors. Notice as life were in tea. Hair that stands on end is occasionally mentioned elsewhere in Shakespeare, notably when Brutus beholds the ghost of Caesar and addresses it as a monstrous apparition. Art thou anything, he asks. Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil, that makest my blood cold, and my hair to stare? Never, however, does this figure appear with the imaginative intensity that it does in Macbeth. Occurring once near the beginning of the play and once near the end, the picture of the man with horrid, bristling hair frames the dramatic action in an oddly haunting way. Like Brutus, Macbeth is also visited by the ghost of a man he has murdered, and that encounter provides the opportunity for another, more substantial evocation of the Medusa story. On this occasion Macbeth is the horrified onlooker, and the ghost of Banquo the instrument of his petrification. The scene is the banqueting hall, where the Scottish lords are gathering to feast with their new king. Macbeth has just learned of the successful murder of Banquo. His throat is cut. It is therefore with some complacency that he addresses the assembled lords, expressing the disingenuous hope that the gracked person of our Banquo is merely tardy rather than fallen upon mischance. But no sooner has he said these words than he turns to find the ghost of his old companion seated in the king's place. His shock is profound, and his language significant. In effect he is petrified, turned to stone. Desperately he resolves to visit the weird sisters and compel them to show him the future. But when they do, it is only to present him with another Gorgon, one he will neither recognize nor interpret correctly. For the first apparition summoned by the witches is an armed head, prefiguring Macbeth's own ignoble decapitation. Had he read the apotropaic warning in the disembodied head, or in its words, his story might have ended differently. But his failure to beware the Thane of Fife, like his inability to comprehend the limits of his own power and knowledge, spell his doom. It remains for the Thane of Fife to transform him into yet another new Gorgon, a warning sign to Scotland and to the audience of tragedy. When Macduff confronts Macbeth on the field of battle, he offers, unwittingly, an explanation of the second apparition displayed by the witches, the bloody child. The apparition had proclaimed that none of woman born / shall harm Macbeth, so that Macbeth departed confident of his safety. But now Macduff reveals that he was from his mother's womb / untimely ripped. Macduff's Caesarean birth recalls the moment before the play began when, according to the sergeant's report, Macbeth carved out his passage through the rebels and unseamed Mockdenwald from the nave to chops. To be not of woman born is at least rhetorically to be exempt from the gender anxiety that so torments Macbeth to be a man born only from a man. And the image of parthenogenesis suggested by this deliberately paltering phrase may also bring to mind the figure of Athena, the virgin war goddess, bearer of the Gorgon shield, who sprung full-grown, armed, and shouting from the head of her father, Zeus. Both of these births avoid the normal passage through the female body. Both avoid a disabling identification with the mother and with female weakness, empowering the figures thus begotten as appropriate emblems of retribution. Hearing this phrase from his mother's womb/untimely ripped, Macbeth's courage begins to fail. "I'll not fight with thee," he declares. "Then yield thee, coward," retorts Macduff, "and live to be the show and gaze oth time. We'll have thee, as our rarer monsters are, painted upon a pole, and under it, here may you see the tyrant." Monster, a word which for the Renaissance carried the modern meaning of an unnatural being, also retained the force of its Latin root, monere, to warn, and hence meant a divine portent or sign. In Macduff's scenario, the picture of Macbeth is to become an object lesson, a spectacle, a warning against tyranny, a figure for theatre and for art. Like the head of Medusa, this painted figure would serve a monetary role, much in the manner of the dead suitors whose severed heads were to adorn the walls of Antioch in Pericles. Ultimately, however, taunted by so inglorious a fate, Macbeth decides to fight, and it is at this point that the next new Gorgon appears. Macbeth is slain, and in the next scene we find the stage direction: enter Macduff with Macbeth's head. On the stage this is, or should be, an extremely disturbing moment. The head is presented to the spectators, both the on-stage Scottish troops and the audience in the theatre, and it is reasonable to suppose that before Macduff's speech of homage to Duncan's son, Malcolm, "Hail, King, for so thou art," there should be a brief silence. Even though this is a bloody play, and the soldiers are engaged in bloody battle, the sudden appearance of a severed head, and a recognizable one, at that might give one pause. The audience, if not turned to stone, is at least likely to be taken aback. Macduff the avenging Perseus, Macbeth the horrified Medusa head, are presented as if in allegorical tableau. And since there is no stage direction that indicates departure, the bloody head of the decapitated king must remain on stage throughout all of Malcolm's healing and mollifying remarks. In his final speech he refers to this dead butcher, presumably with some sort of gesture in the direction of the head. However complete Malcolm's victory, however bright the future for Scotland under his rule, the audience is confronted at the last with a double spectacle: the new king and the old tyrant, the promising future and the tainted past. Yet just as the head of Medusa became a powerful talisman for good once affixed to the shield of Athena, so the head of Macbeth is in its final appearance transformed from an emblem of evil to a token of good, a sign at once minatory and monitory, threatening and warning. Not in the painted guise foreseen by Macduff, but in its full and appalling reality, the head of the monster that was Macbeth has now become an object lesson in tyranny, a demonstration of human venality and its overthrow. The show and gaze oth time. The severed head, the gory locks of Banquo, and the armed head that appears as the witch's first apparition, all these have an iconographic congruence to the new Gorgon Macduff announced. But there is yet one more episode in the play which, to me at least, suggests associations with the Gorgon story, and which is, in its way, the most remarkable version of that story in the play. I refer to the final apparition displayed for Macbeth on the heath, at his importunate insistence. A show of 8 kings, the 8th, with a glass in his hand, and Banquo last. The 8th king appears with a glass, which shows us many more kings to come. A glass is a mirror in the context of the scene, a magic mirror, predicting the future, but as a stage prop quite possibly an ordinary one, borne to the front of the audience where at the first performance King James would have been seated in state. James, of course, traced his ancestry to Banquo, a fact which together with his interest in witchcraft may have been the reason for Shakespeare's choice of subject. The glass is another transgression of the inside/outside boundary, crossing the barrier that separates the play and its spectators. Moreover, the word glass in Shakespeare's time meant not only mirror but also model or example. Thus Hamlet is described as the glass of fashion and the mould of form, Hotspur as the glass/wherein the noble youth did dress themselves, and King Henry V, in a variant of the figure, as the mirror of all Christian kings. For the apparition of the 8th king to reflect such a glass, in the person of James I, with the glass he bears would therefore approximate in metaphorical terms the optical phenomenon of infinite regress when two mirrors face one another. Banquo's line would indeed stretch out to th crack of doom. Implicitly this trope is already present, since the king reflects all his ancestors. In this sense as well he is a glass slash which shows Macbeth many more. James himself would later explicate this figure of the king as mirror in a speech to Parliament on March 21, 1609, "Ye know that principally by three ways ye may wrong a mirror. First, I pray you, look not upon my mirror with a false light, which ye do, if ye mistake, or misunderstand my speech, and so alter the sense thereof. But secondly, I pray you beware to soil it with a foul breath, and vain clean hands, I mean, that ye pervert not my words by any corrupt affections, turning them to an ill meaning, like one, who when he hears the tolling of a bell, fancies to himself, that it speaks those words which are most in his minda. And lastly, which is worst of all, beware to let it fall or break, for glass is brittle, which ye do, if ye lightly esteem it, and by contemning it, conform not yourselves to my persuasions." What I would like to suggest here is that the reflecting glass or mirror in this scene is the counterpart of Perseus's reflecting shield, another transgression of the boundary between stage and reality. Perseus, we are told, was able to gaze on the reflection of Medusa without harm, although had he looked at her directly he would have been turned to stone. But the reflection or deflection of the dreadful image made it bearable. When the head was presented to Athena, and its image fixed on her aegis, it became a positive force, allied with the goddess and the virtues for which she stood. In the context of Macbeth, the reflecting glass is the binary opposite of Macbeth's severed head. The glass is a happy spectacle demonstrating the long line of kings descended from Banquo, a line which James would doubtless hope to have stretch out to th crack of doom. The head is a dismal spectacle signifying the end of a tyrant's solitary reign. Both are displaced versions of the Gorgon myth, new Gorgons, since what hoary fees Macbeth gratifies King James and the Jacobean audience. Indeed, it may not be too extreme to suggest that James himself is the Athena figure here, to whom the head of the slain Macbeth is offered as a talisman and sign. 67 Rita Dove Medusa, 1989. Rita Dove is a professor of English and former poet laureate of the United States as well as a writer of short stories. Dove's Medusa originally appeared in Caprice and was subsequently published in her 1989 book of poems, Grace Notes. "I've got to go down where my eye can't reach. Harry Star who forgets to shiver forgets the cool suck inside. Someday long off someone will see me fling me up until I hook into sky drop his memory my hair dry water." 68 Barbara Frischmuth grown older. 1989. Translated by Francis Michael Sharp. Medusa by free association. Barbara Frischmuth is a contemporary Austrian novelist. Autobiographical in impulse and feminist in motivation, Frischmuth's work explores the uncanny, fragmented, and often troubling return of myth and magic in the lives of modern women and men. The following excerpt is from a short story in which a couple takes refuge from the rain in a museum. Moving into another room, from which at an angle the view of the picture of a woman is still possible, though not compelling, the woman frightens the man with one of those game words which they have gotten into the habit of using. They associate the words with people and objects, attaching to them a meaning that extracts them from the world and crystallizes them into a story. Medusa whispers the woman, holding the man by the arm and instinctively pointing out the direction, while the man's eyes light upon the creature a word that fits exactly this apparition of a spirit's bodily presence. With half-opened violet lips and that snake hair he has seen in many depictions as he has grown older, a face disguises the glance, and he has to retreat to escape harm from those arched yet seemingly subdued eyes. Leaning a little to the side, his gaze again falls upon the picture of a woman and he almost cries out in recognizing the resemblance of that beautiful woman to the hideous one. That's the answer. It seems to him as if the woman in the picture is opening her narrow red lips in the same way as that modern, vacantly gazing female standing in the line of sight between him and the picture. Then the woman too, still holding on to his arm, has grasped the connection and, both grown older, they undertake their mutual deliverance by turning towards one another at the last moment. Addicted, the man remarks, returning from his profound terror and softening his remark with a timely word, while the woman closes her eyes for a few seconds in order to withdraw into herself even the slightest trace of Medusa. She must never permit them to turn into stone at the sight of each other. As the man and the woman leave the museum, it has stopped raining and, grown older, they slowly climb the broad park stairway. On its far side it drops off towards the gate to the stand of poplars where they originally were headed. 69 Sander Gilman from The Jew's Body, 1991. The syphilitic woman Sander Gilman is a cultural and literary historian. In the chapter of The Jew's Body excerpted here, Gilman explores ideas about prostitution, syphilis, and the image of Medusa as lethal woman. In a 1916 Belgian poster, reproduced in Gilman's book, the infected female seductress maintains the spider-like hair and vampiric power of the Medusa. What will be found in the body of these drowned women? Will it be the hidden truths of the nature of the woman, what women want, the answer to Freud's question to Marie Bonaparte? Will it be the biological basis of difference, the cell with its degenerate or potentially infectious nature which parallels the image of the female and its potential for destroying the male? Will it be the face of the Medusa, with all of its castrating power? Remember that in that age of syphilophobia the Medusa masks the infection hidden within the female. In Louis Raymaker's 1916 Belgian poster representing the temptation of the female as the source of syphilis, much of the traditional imagery of the seductress can be found standing among rows of graves, wearing a black cloak, and holding a skull which represents her genitalia. She is the essential femme fatale. But there is a striking fin de siècle addition to the image, for here la syphilis is the Medusa. Her tendril-like hair, her starring eyes, present the viewer with the reason for the male's seduction, not his sexuality, but her vampiric power to control the male's rationality. The Medusa is the genitalia of the female, threatening, as Sigmund Freud has so well demonstrated, the virility of the male, but also beckoning him to penetrate, to use Freud's word, into her mysteries. 70 Françoise Fronteau-Ducreux The Gorgon, Paradigm of Image Creation, 1993, translated by Seth Grebner. Medusa as maker of images. Françoise Fronteau-Ducreux of the Collège de France is the author of a number of works on ancient Greece, particularly relating to the visual arts. She writes on the theme of metamorphosis in Greek texts and images. Iconopoiesis. The mythic figure of the Gorgon, called Medusa or Gorgo, will be examined here from a particular point of view, that of its function in narrative and figuration, a paradigm for the production of images. This paradigm has two facets: first, the Gorgon's iconopoetic effectiveness. The Medusa's gaze is a producer of images, in this case of petrified figures. This petrification operates in two different ways, according to the mythic traditions. Gorgo's victims may be reduced to a formless state, a rocky mass, or find themselves made into statues, keeping their form intact. Second, the iconopoiesis of which Gorgo is herself the object, and which is the condition of her visibility, since her forbidden face is accessible only in the form of images. The most important characteristic of these monsters, their mortal gaze, is evoked only through its effect, petrification. The organ itself, the Gorgon's eye, is neither mentioned nor described. This is a constant feature of evocations of Gorgo, of whom no Greek text gives a detailed description. Medusa and her beheaded sisters, and even the Gorgonian itself, are evoked much more than described. This quasi-systematic verbal repression constitutes a first characteristic. The second is that this figure, defined as impossible to look at, is paradoxically ubiquitous in the Greeks' environment. Texts aside, archaeology gives an idea of this figurative profusion in images and objects. The Gorgon and the Gorgonian, woven, engraved, carved, painted, or sculpted, decorated clothing, jewelry, gems, ornaments of rings, bracelets or pendants, fibulas, belt buckles, mirror handles. It figured on seals and coins, and it ornamented furniture, placed on chests, beds, the metal feet of chairs, or the joints of folding screens. In short, this forbidden face, which the poets renounced describing, was the object of a superabundant figuration in the plastic arts. Most remarkably, this unspeakable vision, whose blurred features announce its uncontemplatable character, is at the same time completely unavoidable. Gorgo's major characteristic is her frontal nature. Frontality. The frontal character is a figure cut off or turning away from its iconic environment. By that very fact it can come into contact with the addressee of the image. I call this sortie of the image apostrophe, which means turning aside, deviation, or about face. Greek grammarians used the term to designate a change of interlocutor in a discourse or story, and, accordingly, to name the rhetorical figure of interpellation or apostrophe. The frontalized figure, object of a pictorial apostrophe, takes on a different status. It belongs at once to the space of the image and to that of the spectator. In representations of Perseus and the Gorgon, the hero generally has his head turned, an attitude described in the narratives as apostrophene. The images show him turning his head, to feel his way to accomplish his exploit of decapitating the Medusa. The turned head became the permanent and characteristic epithet of Perseus, permitting one to identify him without ambiguity, to differentiate him in particular from Bellerophon, who, like him, rides Pegasus. On the terracotta reliefs of Melos, Bellerophon forges resolutely ahead, while Perseus looks back. The head-turning apostrophe which, in the iconic space, designates the visual taboo attached to the Gorgon, seems to me to complement the monster's frontal nature. The monster's face strikes the spectator with another turning, a rotation of a quarter turn away from the canonical profile pose. This second apostrophe marks the Gorgon's belonging to two spaces, that of the image, where her sight is intolerable for the actors of the story pictured, except for the gods, and that of the spectator, on whom she is imposed, and for whom she is viewable. This iconographic motif has no textual equivalent. The scene showing Perseus looking at the severed head does, however, evoke a secondary narrative sequence, which relates how Athena, at the moment of decapitation, placed her shield so as to reflect the Medusa's head, and to permit the hero better to aim his blow. This addition, probably inserted in the legend at the end of the 5th century, and which thus describes Athena's invention of the rear-view mirror, was not indispensable for the verisimilitude of the plot. Perseus compensated very well for the handicap imposed by the visual taboo. He guided himself by touch. Many images show him grasping the serpentine hair or immobilizing the neck of his victim. The artifice of the mirror shield is therefore not merely a rationalist complement to the story. It presents a new implication for the theme of vision so fundamental to the myth. It adds a supplementary term to the alternation of visibility/non-visibility or invisibility which punctuates the entire story of Perseus's adventures. This new sequence means that sight of the invisible is possible when a simulacrum replaces it. What Perseus contemplates is only a duplicate of the original purged of its poison, an icon. Athena's ingenuity in capturing the Gorgon's reflection on her buckler, in the place of the Gorgonian on warriors' shields and on her own, justifies a posteriori the effective visibility of Gorgo's face and the paradoxical profusion of its representations. It becomes a bearable sight because it is an icon, and it is the iconicity of the Medusa which the reflection sequence reveals, both in the narrative version which situates the scene at the moment of decapitation, as well as in the figurative version which places it afterwards. Choral. We find a new transformation of this motif in a sequence providing a sequel to the freeing of Andromeda, the birth of Choral, one of the Greek names for which is Gorgonian. Ovid reports the event. After the execution of the sea monster, Perseus washes his hands after placing the head on some leaves to prevent it from being damaged. The soft stems of the seaweed harden on contact with the monstrous head, absorbing its power, and the nymphs playfully repeat the experiment with other branches, whose seed they throw into the water. From then on, coral has kept the property of hardening on contact with air. A flexible branch in the water, it becomes stone saxum when it dries. Petrification is a paradigm for theorizing the passage from living to dead, animated to fixed, supple to rigid, the same transformation suffered by the victims of Gorgo's mortal gaze. Coral, however, also presents the inversion peculiar to Medusa's face itself, which is only viewable when decapitated, or even petrified, according to a late and deviant version in which the Gorgon petrifies herself by seeing herself on the shield, or rather which becomes viewable in the form of a reflection and an image, an icon. As a mythic model, an object which can be thought through, coral takes its place among the victims of the Medusa's gaze, since it turns to stone on contact with the head placed on the ground. This purely tactile variant changes lit.tle, because for the Greeks, sight was touching at a distance. However, coral is also a double for the head become viewable once severed from the body, as it is itself separated from the sea bottom in which it was rooted. Its name, Gorgonian, clearly suggests this equivalence, parallel to the other Gorgonian, the fixed and visible figuration of a living original inaccessible to the gaze. We may also read this equivalence in the genetic name for coral, according to a scholiast who derived corallium from cor, young girl, reminding us that Medusa was a young girl, seduced or raped by Poseidon, who fathered on her Pegasus and Chrysaor. We should also recall that the severed head belongs to Cor Persephone, queen of the dead. Conclusion: the figure of the Medusa furnishes an effective mythic paradigm on both the narrative and figurative levels. In figuration, it is set in place apart from any verbalization. Artists have used it to think through the problem of figuration, and particularly of mimesis of an invisible original. Rendering visible the non-visible constitutes an essential aspect of figuration, which in ancient Greece appeared essentially in religious terms. One had to give a face to the gods, characterized by their eclat, or brilliance, unbearable for mortal eyes. The Gorgon represents the extreme of monstrosity, of the unspeakable horror of death whose representation it allows, whereas Hades, god of the dead, whose name Hades also speaks of non-visibility, is very rarely represented. This catalyst is constantly at work, taking two divergent paths from the beginning, the one, which shows the petrification of Gorgo's victims, explored by a tradition of narrative painting, which makes this freezing of the image a figure and abime of pictorial practice, the other, which short-circuits narration by projecting the Gorgon's face on the spectator, to petrify him por el imitasor. This solution is very ancient, since it goes back to the frontal Gorgonian, and has also been very fertile ground in the history of painting. We might mention, among many others, Caravaggio's Medusa, painted on a shield, or the Crawling Head, the work of Rubens, both of which brought considerable renewal to the motif. 71 Diana Fuss and Joel Sanders from Bergasse 19, Inside Freud's Office, 1996, Medusa in the Mirror. In this 1996 essay, Diana Fuss, a professor of English, and Joel Sanders, a professor of architecture, undertake a study of the spatial configuration of Freud's Vienna office. They note that the Anneliese Sand was positioned literally face-to-face with Freud and metaphorically in a Medusan position. The patient's entry into Freud's office initiates a series of complicated and subtle transactions of power, orchestrated largely by the very precise spatial arrangement of objects and furniture. Freud held initial consultations, between 3 and 4 every afternoon, in the study section of his office. Preferring a face-to-face encounter with prospective patients, Freud seated them approximately 4 feet away from himself, across the divide of a table adjacent to the writing desk. Located in the center of a square room, at the intersection of 2 axial lines, the patient would prepare to occupy the spatial locus of power. As if to confirm the illusion of his centrality, the patient is immediately presented, when seated, with a reflection of his own image, in a small portrait-sized mirror, framed in gold filigree and hanging, at eye level, in a facing window. As soon as Freud sits down at his desk, however, interposing himself between patient and mirror, the patient's reflection is blocked by Freud's head. Head substitutes for mirror in a metaphorical staging of the clinical role Freud seeks to assume. The doctor, Freud pronounces in papers on technique, should be opaque to his patients and, like a mirror, should show them nothing but what is shown to him. Freud's clinical assumption of the function of the mirror, and the substitution of other for self that it enacts, sets into motion the transferential dynamics that will structure all further doctor-patient encounters. In preparation for the laborious work of overcoming their unconscious resistances, patients are required to divest themselves of authority while seated in the very center of power. In a reverse panopticon, the most central location in Freud's study, the point from which the gaze normally issues, turns out to be the most vulnerable, as the patient suddenly finds himself exposed on all sides to a multitude of gazes. Viewed from both left and right by a phalanx of ancient figurines, all displayed at eye level and arranged to face the patient, as well as from behind by a collection of detached antique heads and from in front by Freud's imposing visage, the patient is surveyed from every direction. Power in this transferential scene is exercised from the margins. From the protected vantage point of his desk chair, Freud studies his patient's face, fully illuminated by the afternoon light, while his own face remains barely visible, almost entirely eclipsed by backlighting from the window behind him. The process of psychoanalysis, Freud goes on to remark in papers on technique, is retarded by the dread felt by the average observer of seeing himself in his own mirror. The analogy of the mirror, used to describe the process of psychoanalytic self-reflection, makes its first appearance in Freud's work in his reading of the memoirs of Daniel Paul Schreiber. Mirrors figure prominently in Schreiber's transvestic identification. Anyone who should happen to see me before the mirror with the upper portion of my torso bared, especially if the illusion is assisted by my wearing a little feminine finery, would receive an unmistakable impression of a female bust. And what did Freud see when, alone in his office amongst his classical heads and ancient figurines, he turned to face his own image in the mirror? Freud, too, saw the unmistakable impression of a bust, head and shoulders severed from the body, torso-less and floating, like the Roman head overlooking his consulting room chair or the death mask displayed in his study. His head decapitated by the frame of the mirror, Freud is visually identified with one of his own classical sculptures, transformed into a statuary fragment. Looking in the other direction, Freud also saw only heads. A wooden statue of a Chinese sage sitting on the table between Freud and his patient severs the patient's head in the same way Freud's head is decapitated by the frame of the mirror. From the vantage point of the desk chair, the patient's disembodied head assumes the status of one of Freud's antiquities, homologous not only to the stone heads filling the table directly behind the patient, the only table in the office displaying almost exclusively heads, but also to the framed photographic portraits above them, hanging at the exact same level as the mirror. For Freud, every self-reflection reveals a death mask, every mirror image a spectral double. In his meditation on the theme of doubling, Freud remarks in The Uncanny that while the double first emerges in our psychical lives as a preservation against extinction, this double, in typically duplicitous fashion, soon reverses itself. From having been an assurance of immortality, it becomes the uncanny harbinger of death. By captivating our image, immobilizing and framing it, the mirror reveals a picture of our own unthinkable mortality. Yet, as Freud notes elsewhere, it is finally impossible to visualize our own deaths, for whenever we attempt to do so we can perceive that we are in fact still present as spectators. The mirror that memorializes also reincarnates, reconstituting us as phantom spectators, witnesses to our own irreplaceability. The mirror thus functions simultaneously like a window, assisting us in passing through the unrepresentable space of our violent eradication, and helping us, in effect, to survive our own deaths. This was indeed the function of Etruscan mirrors, so prominent in Freud's own private collection, on whose polished bronze surfaces mythological scenes were engraved. By differentiating between pictorial space and real space, the frame of the Etruscan mirror offers the illusion of a view onto another world. These mirrors, originally buried in tombs, assisted their owners in passing through their deaths. The Etruscan mirror opened a window onto immortality. Lacan saw as much in his early reflections on the mirror stage. Radically dislocating the traditional opposition of transparency and reflective window and mirror, Lacan instructs us to think of the mirror as a pane of glass. You'll see yourself in the glass and you'll see objects beyond it. In Freud's office, the placement of a mirror on a window frame further complicates this conflation of transparency and reflectivity by frustrating the possibility of opening up the space of looking that both crystalline surfaces appear to offer. Normally, when mirrors are placed against opaque walls, they have the capacity to act as windows. They dematerialize and dissolve architectural edges, creating the illusion of extension and expanding the spatial boundaries of the interior. But in this highly peculiar instance of a mirror superimposed on a window, visual access is obstructed rather than facilitated. Unlike the glass panes on Bergasse 19's rear entry doors, which allow the viewer's gaze to pass easily along a central axis from inside to outside, the composition of Freud's study window, with the mirror occupying the central vanishing point, redirects the gaze inward. By forcing the subject of reflection to confront an externalized gaze relayed back upon itself, the mirror on Freud's window interrupts the reassuring classical symmetries of self and other, inside and outside, and seeing and being seen that constitute the traditional humanist subject. The architectonics of the Freudian subject depends fundamentally upon a spatial dislocation, upon seeing the self exteriorized. It is not only that when we look in the mirror we see how others see us, but also that we see ourselves occupying a space where we are not. The statue that confronts us in the mirror permits us to look not only at but through ourselves to the object who knows himself to be seen. The domain delimited by Lacan's imago, the statue in which man projects himself, is thus a strangely lifeless one. As Michael Borch Jacobson pictures it in The Statue Man, this mirror world is a sort of immense museum peopled with immobile statues, images of stone, and hieratic forms. It is the most inhuman of possible worlds, the most unheimlich. What Freud sees in his mirror is a subject who is, first and foremost, an object, a statue, a bust. The dread of self-reflection that Freud describes in papers on technique appears to issue from a fear of castration, of dramatic bodily disfigurement. If, as Freud insists in Medusa's head, the terror of castration is always linked to the sight of something, then it is the sight of seeing oneself seeing that possesses lethal consequences for the figure in the mirror. Like Medusa, who is slain by the fatal powers of her own gaze reflected back to her by Perseus's shield, Freud's narcissistic gaze makes him stiff with terror, turns him to stone. Self-reflection petrifies. Perhaps this is the knowledge that so frightened, and so fascinated, Freud, the realization that the subject's optical erection could only be achieved at the price of its castration, its instantaneous, fatal transformation into a broken relic. 72 Lisbeth Goodman from Who's Looking at Who, am reviewing Medusa, 1996, Medusa in Theatre and Performance Art. Lisbeth Goodman directs the Institute for New Media Performance Research and teaches theatre and performance studies at the University of Surrey. She has written several works on theatre, feminism, and gender studies. Is it Medusa's image or her gaze which has caused all the trouble, and earned her such a bad rep? What or who, exactly, is turned to stone by Medusa? Is it those who dare to look at her, or those at whom she looks? What is it about Medusa which so frightens mortals with a need to look around, and which offers to those making theatre today such a strong metaphor for the transformative power of women? And what is it about the languages of performance which allows us to transcend some of the rules of grammar and syntax, while remaining ambiguously framed by our own words, voices, ways of communicating and creating? Where, if anywhere, can we draw any lines or boundaries between performance and communication, text and subtext, sexual desire and sexual expression, longing and imagining, movement and the thought of movement, looking, seeing, being seen, and being seen to be seen, so that we may choose to present ourselves in deliberately provocative ways? What happens if for Medusa we read lesbian theatre maker or performance artist or theatre practitioner interested in borderlines between sexuality and creative expression? The broader the term, the more accurate and interesting, and also the harder to pin down, to freeze into one image or form which can be easily identified, defined, analyzed. The figure of Medusa can be seen looking out of and at much feminist theory of the past few decades, although she remained largely invisible in and to much feminist and specifically lesbian theatre and performance artwork of the 1970s and 1980s. By contrast, the 1990s has seen an increase in the extent to which feminist theory has begun to inform women's and lesbian theatre work, and the extent to which lesbian theoretical perspectives have been adopted by gay male artists and those who write about queer culture. Medusa now figures in a wide variety of plays and performance pieces, often in work which pushes past boundaries of single disciplines by combining scripted text with movement, direct address to the audience, dance, visual images, and multimedia formats. Medusa is the title of a one-woman performance piece devised and presented by Dorothea Smart at the Institute of Contemporary Arts, London, in 1993. Dorothea Smart is a self-taught poet and performance artist who began writing when she was inspired by the telling of personal stories within the Black feminist movement in England in the 1970s. In Medusa, Smart shows how expectations about Black women's appearance are connected to a sense of self-definition in relation to the cultural values of white women's appearance. She draws on the figure of Medusa partly to connect with her status as a powerful mythic figure, and partly for a more physical, and comically understandable, reason. Children in her Brixton neighborhood would see her hair and call her Medusa. In turn, Smart not only looked at the children but looked at herself through their eyes, and took that title back as a comic claim of the mythic status, and also a powerful way to connect with a powerful figure. In performance, Smart becomes Medusa, visually translating herself into the semiotic sign for Medusa by allowing the full-size image of Medusa's head to fill the space. Her hair is everywhere. It seems to move. The audience stares, transfixed and also amused, for the hair which is so familiar on the streets, in the audience, is transformed into something with vague mythic associations, unnerving, at once strange and comically familiar. Smart's Medusa locks become a metonym for the power of transformation, which is defined as a female power, achieved through self-reflection. By offering her own image, she encourages the audience to see aspects of themselves in her, to identify, to empathize, to share an inside joke. She makes Medusa less frightening. And within this performance, Smart's sexuality, while endorsed by the presence of friends in the lesbian community who attend on the night, is not the issue, or the sign to be addressed by this performance. The event is about all kinds of border crossings. Smart offers images of Medusa which are realistic and mystical, deadly serious, and wryly ironic. Perceiving herself to be both a citizen and an outsider in England, she considers herself to be perpetually under siege, and observes that the safety of sameness is closed off to her on several levels, so the contrast between sameness and difference can be consciously subverted in performance with no threat of censure. In physicalities like the style of her hair and the way she uses language to her choice of movements and range of references in the work, Smart makes deliberate choices about self-presentation. She holds a mirror up to herself and to her audience, and dares anyone not to look her in the eye. Interestingly, she compares her choice to do up her hair in locks with the discovery of her sexuality as major points in her life, both about recognition of not being the same. So the focus on Medusa's hair in her performance symbolizes not only a deliberate choice of black identified representation but also a range of associated symbols, for to Smart Medusa's hair, and her own hair, has real power, mythical, symbolic, sensual, and sexual. To me, hair is an extension of your skin, yet what you put on your hair you wouldn't dream of putting on your face, your skin. I was sparked by a program I heard on the radio in New York, about caring for African hair. It was raving about the importance of hair, on a spiritual level, hair as antennae to the cosmos, power coil, circular imagery of matriarchal religious communities of women. If you think about the curl, the kink, the happiness of black hair, then to straighten it is to unplug yourself from a power source. And then to perm it back is to uncoil the receiver and coil it back on itself the other way. I realized that when I changed my hair, people looked at me differently, got angry, mad, even scared. I would go home and look in the mirror and ask myself what had vexed them. I thought to myself, Medusa was probably some black woman with nappy hair, and some white man saw her and cried, a monster, and feared her, and so told stories about her dangerous potential. To see her more clearly, I studied anthropology and thought about the first encounters of white men in Africa, and how they might have viewed and feared these strange and fantastic creatures. Black women. What did early explorers see or think they saw? That's what I ask, in a sense, in performance. In her explanation of Medusa's power, Smart comments on masks and hair as metonymic images for the sexual power of the black woman, the lesbian, the outsider. She tries to see Medusa, and herself, through the eyes of others, just as in her performance work she projects images which offer points of identification and of alienation. Smart's poem, Medusa? Medusa Black. One part of the performance sequence was, she admits, a doubly political statement. In the poem, she says she would never perm her hair, and within the extended metaphors of agency and identity set up in previous poetic sequences, this is a clear claim to black, lesbian, alien power, Medusa's power. People who don't like it, she says, don't have to look. 73 Gianni Versace from The Versace Moment by Mark Seal, 1996, Seduction. Gianni Versace, the brilliant Italian couturier murdered in 1997, was well known for his upscale and cutting-edge designs. He adopted an image of Medusa as the cornerstone of his advertising campaigns, placing Medusa's face on many of his famous scarves and accessories. In an interview with Mark Seal, excerpted here, he provided a brief but nonetheless suggestive explanation of his choice of Medusa as the defining and abiding symbol of the House of Versace. Interviewer: tell me why Medusa is your logo. Gianni Versace, seduction, sense